Hello and welcome, guys. Make yourselves comfortable and enjoy. This is Affinity, Chaos. Chapter 1301. What did you do to me? The man stopped attacking, not just him, everyone who was attacking Gray stopped attacking too. The second prince was the first to retreat when he saw the gooey blood. The reason for that was because the moment the blood hit the ground, smoke rose up from the place it hit the ground. He didn't need anyone to tell him how dangerous the blood was. Nothing, I just punched you, and added something else into your body. Gray smiled and looked at the man. He was under serious pressure while under siege from 9 peak elemental venerables, but now that they've stopped attacking, he wanted to catch his breath. The others looked at the man, and when he tried to get close to one of them, they retreated with a serious face. Get your body under control. Whatever is inside you is dangerous, getting close to us will only put us in danger, the man said as he retreated further away. No one was interested in fighting with Gray at the moment, all they wanted to do was get away from their poisoned companion. The man who was the leader of the gnome group tossed something at the man and said, "Try to use it to calm it down. We will help you after you've stopped the outbreak." The others could see the places the man was injured had already started to rot. From what they knew, anything like that would be dangerous to them, and they didn't want to die for a careless reason. The man took the thing and swallowed it with a gulp. The second he took it into his body, he screamed in pain. Ugh! The man clenched his head, unable to stand on his feet. He fell to the ground, screaming in pain. Gray watched on with interest. He didn't know the poison miasma has already gotten this powerful. If he knew, he would have been using it more often. He didn't even inject a large amount of it into the body of the man, yet the result was this disastrous. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he injected more into his body. What did you do to him? The leader of the gnome group asked, his expression showing some signs of worry. They didn't know what happened to the man. Yes, they saw Gray attack him, but other than that, they didn't know what he did to the man. Gray was naturally not obligated to tell them what he did to their companion. The lesser they knew, the more wary they would be of him. People tend to be wary of the unknown. The man was still on the ground, wailing in pain. It was clear that he was in serious pain from what Gray placed on his body. Gray looked at the man who was on the ground, then at the 2 princes. The 7th prince was the one who had the most worried expression. He couldn't believe he wanted to kill someone who was capable of doing something like this. Till now, no one has been able to figure out what Gray did to the man. This was someone that was at the peak of the elemental venerable plane, yet Gray reduced him to such a state that he had even started crying from the pain. It's time for me to leave. I'd advise you not to try to stop me. Gray said. He paused and smiled. If you don't want to end up like him, that is. The 2nd prince looked at Gray. His expression was very severe. He knew in this place, unless they had more people, Gray was invincible. The fact that in the presence of so many people that were at the peak, he was still able to do such damage showed how frightening he was. The leader of the gnome group watched on as Gray left, not waiting to see the result of his poison miasma. Gray left the place, leaving the others speechless. Other than the screaming man, no one else was making a sound. What now? The 7th prince asked. He was clearly traumatized by what he was seeing. Not just him, but everyone present were afraid of what Gray just did. It was obvious that the man was in serious pain, and they couldn't do anything about it, which made the situation worse. They watched on as the man continued screaming. Before long, the man's voice was barely audible. After a while, his body dried up, and to the shock of everyone present, the body turned to dust. Even after seeing it, they still found it hard to believe that this was something Gray was capable of doing. We need help, the 2nd prince said with his head down. As hard as it sounds, he knew they wouldn't be enough to contain the monster that was hunting them down. The giant race, they helped me out while I was tackling him in the lower realm, the 7th prince said. The giant race has a few peak elemental venerables. With their help, they might be able to deal with Gray. Gray was a single individual. They couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he came with his friends once again. His friends might not be the strongest, but each of them was difficult to deal with. In the forest, Klaus and the others were waiting anxiously for Gray's return. They didn't know what was happening, and it had been a few minutes since Gray left. Do you think they've captured him? Reynolds asked. Stop spouting nonsense. He has only been gone for a few minutes. Klaus smacked Reynolds' head. Alice didn't say anything. She turned her gaze to the direction of the castle. If he doesn't return, we hunt them down, she said coldly. We will definitely avenge him, Klaus said. Who are you avenging? Gray's voice came from the void before his figure appeared. We've already planned your funeral. All we need is for someone to kill you, Klaus said with a straight face. Alice and Reynolds rolled their eyes when they heard this. Chapter 1302. Gray and his friends joked around as they stayed there a while longer. While Gray and his friends were speaking about what to do, the gnomes were also discussing what measures they needed to take to ensure they took Gray down. The gnome's castle. He's too dangerous. We can't let him come and go as he pleases, the second prince said seriously. I know. But even with 9 of us, we aren't able to take him down. I'm sure if there is more, he will still be able to maneuver his way out of danger, the man who was leading the other group of gnomes said. He was an expert and knew that someone of Gray's caliber wouldn't foolishly fight against them if he didn't have the confidence that he would be able to escape. Only a fool would walk into their own death. Gray wouldn't want to die. The humans also wouldn't want someone as capable as Gray to die for a few treasures unless they don't know how valuable he is. So what do we do? The 7th prince asked. If we can trap his group of friends, or someone important from the side of the humans, we can use that person as leverage against him, the leader of the group said. How can we do that? He's monitoring this place. If we take a step out, he will attack. With the appearance of you guys, he wouldn't allow you to leave. If you leave, he will certainly hunt you guys down, the 7th prince said. He's just one man. We have the advantage of numbers. I'm the strongest, so I'll lure him away. You guys leave and find someone important from the humans. I heard some important figures entered the realm after he came in. If I'm not mistaken, the reason he's here is to ensure he keeps us occupied to guarantee the safety of those people. If we can capture one of them, we should be able to defeat him, the leader of the group suggested. It's not going to be easy. Even if they sent him here to keep us busy, those people should still have protectors. It wouldn't be easy to capture any of them alive, one of the men at the peak said. Have you forgotten who we are? Unlike when fighting against him, we don't need to bother about not using our puppets. He's the only one who can endanger us with them. As for the others, they can't, the leader of the peak gnomes said. When they heard his words, they nodded in agreement. Yes, Gray was the only one who was a threat to them. Without Gray, they could use their puppets, which gives them the advantage they have always had over humans. To be on the safer side, I'll visit the giants. I have a few friends who might be interested in fighting against him, the 7th prince said. While they were in the lower realm, Gray threatened the giants not to get involved in the battle between humans and gnomes. Due to Gray's brazenness and superior abilities, the giants naturally cowered before him, not daring to get involved in any battles. But now, he didn't believe they wouldn't want to fight against Gray. To them, he was too proud. If you can bring 2 or more peak venerables from the side of the giants, we should be able to settle the score with these humans. All right, everything is settled. The sooner we get to work, the better, the leader of the peak venerable gnome said. He looked at the others and said, I'll be leaving in an hour. Save your strength. He might be able to figure out our plan and come after you all. What if he doesn't follow you? The 2nd prince asked. This was a serious question. If Gray didn't follow him, then he would be leaving them to Gray. He was the strongest individual present. Against Gray, if even just one person is absent, he might kill all of them. I'll go after him. He doesn't have a choice. He will definitely fight me. While they were having this conversation, unbeknownst to them, there was a little bunny that was at the side, listening to everything they were saying. The bunny was so tiny that it was very difficult to spot. What was worse was that there was no way to sense its presence. The bunny was transmitting everything to the bunny leader, who in turn was telling Gray everything. Oh, interesting, Gray said. Alice, I'll leave the 7th prince to you. He's only at the 5th stage. You should be able to deal with him. Gray told his friends of the gnome's plan and also devised a plan of his own. Since the 7th prince would be leaving on his own, it was best to send Alice after him. Alice could handle him. Although he was a tricky opponent, Alice had a sea lion which could count as an opponent for the 7th prince's puppet. Alice nodded. She didn't have any issues with going after the 7th prince. This was a good opportunity for her to test her strength. Ray and Klaus will slow down the other group, Gray said. Seeing the expressions on both his friends' faces, he laughed and said, "The bunny leader will accompany you. It has a few guys that can help when things are tough. It can also help take you guys out of danger." "Can't Void come with us?" Klaus asked. He felt safer with Void. The small time he had spent with the bunny leader, he knew it didn't like fighting. And at the moment, it doesn't have any powerful underlings under it. He felt he would be safer with Void, who was even more powerful than Gray. "No, Void has another mission." Gray shook his head. He planned to secretly send Void to accompany Alice. Alice was the weakest of the group, and he knew that the 7th prince was a powerful genius. If Alice wasn't careful, she might lose her life to him. Chapter 1303. Wouldn't they be in danger? You know they will have to fight multiple opponents. Alice asked, worried about the safety of Klaus and Reynolds. They will be fine. They don't have to throw their lives away, just bugging them will be enough. Gray said. Alice looked at Klaus and Reynolds, who didn't seem to have any problems with the arrangements. Besides, they had the bunny leader that is going to help them out in case of any tight situations. Since it's settled, we should all use this time to rest. We will leave as soon as they set off. Gray said. The others nodded. Of everyone present, the bunny leader was probably the only one who didn't like the idea of involving himself in any form of fighting. Its original plan was to have enough underlings it could send out to bully others, just like on the 2 previous occasions he saw Gray. Gray and his friends were planning how to deal with the gnomes, while the gnomes were also plotting a way to apprehend or at least keep Gray at bay. If they let Gray continue in this manner, he will kill all of them. This is something they were all aware of, and they couldn't sit by and wait for their deaths. The 7th prince was the one most scared of Gray. After all, he had that terrible experience with him. The 2nd prince is still a little confident that they will be able to kill Gray. Time went by in the blink of an eye, and before they knew it, the leader of the Peak Gnome group had set off. His aura was spread out for a couple of kilometers. There was no way someone of Gray's abilities wouldn't be able to pick it up. He shot away at top speed, and just as expected, an aura not as potent, but way more dangerous came up. It belonged to no one else but Gray. Gray was showing a very confident side. He had been ambushed a few hours ago, yet he was still willingly chasing after the leader of the group, showing his full aura as well. Only a fool would do something like that. They didn't take Gray as someone who was stupid. The gnome's hideout. Something isn't right, the 7th prince said with furrowed brows. He didn't believe Gray would fall for the trap so easily. What's not right about it? The 2nd prince scoffed. He's an egotistical person. Remember how he camped outside the portal in the lower realm? He believes we can't do anything to him. This is why we have to make sure he regrets this choice of his. The others looked at each other, feeling what the 2nd prince was saying was accurate. Gray had the guts to camp outside the portal in the lower realm. After what he did a few hours ago, he had every right to be confident. There's a high likelihood that Gray was acting according to what the 2nd prince speculated. Let's wait until their auras aren't nearby before moving out. Make sure to watch out for his friends, the 2nd prince said. The other nodded, waiting to leave any moment from now. The forest Gray and his friends were previously resting. Moved out yet? They turned to the bunny leader. Gray had gone after the leader of the group, who seemed to be the strongest among the gnomes. If Gray was lucky, he might be able to kill that man and hurry back to deal with the others. The bunny leader shook its head. It was getting first-hand information from one of its underlings. The second the gnomes moved, it would know of it. Alice and the others nodded and started to move closer to the castle. If they got there silently, they would have enough time to track the gnomes they were going after. Gray's aura was getting further and further away. From what they guessed, the other gnomes were probably waiting for Gray to leave the area. Gray was chasing after the man, but not at full speed. He didn't want to catch up to the man too soon, so he was giving the man the chance to get further away before catching up with him. Unlike the man, Gray had a very powerful spiritual senses, which could cover a larger area, so he knew the gnomes had not made any movements yet. This was something he expected, so he didn't hurry. I should at least make them wait a little longer. He thought internally. His friends would use the opportunity to get close to the castle since all eyes were on Gray at the moment. After a few more seconds, Gray sped up. He had gotten to the area. He knew they weren't sensing him again. The reason he knew this was because the seventh prince had moved out. He was the first to step out before the other gnomes moved out. Kill him if possible, if not, hurt him and let him escape. This was Gray's objective. He knew killing a peak elemental venerables wouldn't be easy. He might have been able to kill one while fighting against multiple opponents, but it was all due to the fact that he was fighting against multiple opponents that gave him the opportunity to capitalize on it. He was an expert when it came to fighting against a large group of people, and has excelled when fighting against a group than when fighting against a single individual. Stop running, I've already caught up. Gray's voice echoed in the sky and the flying gnome paused. He looked around and saw Gray's figure appear in front of him. Where are the others? Bring them out. Gray said with a nonchalant expression. He was acting like he didn't know the plan. I don't need them to deal with you. The leader of the gnome group didn't have any fears when facing Gray. Although he had seen Gray kill one of them, and knew how dangerous he was, he believed the only reason that happened was because they were caught off guard. You believe that? Gray sneered. Chapter 1304. Gray's question infuriated the man, but he knew deep inside him that he didn't believe he would be able to do anything to Gray. Gray was just too strong for them to handle, and with his ability to use the puppets against them made it even hard to deal with him. Their puppets have always been their biggest advantage, but against Gray, it became their greatest weakness. I know you're strong, boy, but don't get ahead of yourself. We can easily kill you off if we want to. The man said coldly. You guys have been trying to kill me since I was in the Sage Plane. I'm currently close to the peak of the Elemental Venerable Plane, and here I am, still very much alive. Gray chuckled. He took a glance at the man and a cold light flashed through his eyes. I can't say the same for you though. The man unconsciously took a step back mid-air. He was frightened. When he realized this, he felt his heart beat faster than it previously was. He couldn't believe he was afraid of a little kid. He had been at the peak of the Elemental Venerable Plane for years now, even longer than before Gray started his cultivation journey, yet he was afraid of a boy who hadn't even gotten to the peak. Gray saw the body language of the man and knew that he had been able to affect him physiologically. At present, the battle was already won because the man couldn't use his full strength any longer. The fear he felt towards Gray wouldn't make him display his abilities to the fullest. The man tried to snap himself back to normal. As an expert, he knew he shouldn't start a battle with an inherent fear of his opponent, but it couldn't be helped. Gray was a freak of nature. He should not exist. I'll kill you and take your head back to the Emperor. The man said. All right. Gray said in a sarcastic tone. There was not a single atom of confidence in the words of the man, and that boosted Gray's confidence even more. I should deal with him and rush to help Klaus and Ray. He thought to himself. Alice would be fine since Void was there to rescue her. Void wasn't allowed to intervene in the battle, just rescue Alice and leave. So if Alice is unable to kill the seventh prince, Void would let him leave alive, but if Alice was able to kill him then it was his luck. The man was the first to make a move. Just like all gnomes, he had the darkness element in him, but added to it was the water element. In common sense, he was a water elementalist. Unlike humans, gnomes only use their darkness element to control their puppets, so not many of them have perfect grasp of their darkness element. The man created a water storm that he sent at Gray. Gray didn't panic. With a wave of his hand, a powerful earth wall appeared in front of him. He didn't create a normal wall, which would take in the brunt force of the water storm. Rather, it was in a triangular form, with the tip facing the incoming water storm, so instead of taking the force of the attack, it just directed it to two different sides, leaving Gray completely untouched by the attack. You're going to do more than that if you want any chance to even touch me. Gray mocked. His aim was to further affect the mental fortitude of the man, making his job easier. The man snorted and moved his hand. The water which had gone to the side turned around and wrapped around the triangular wall, and to Gray's surprise, the water started to squeeze the wall. The wall which was supposed to stop the water started to show signs of cracking in the blink of an eye. The man clenched his open palm and the wall broke apart, exposing Gray who was in the middle. Gray reacted quickly, using the space element to escape from the clutches of the incoming water. If he were caught in that, he wasn't certain he would be able to escape with the space element. The force he felt from the water was massive. His opponent was a peak elemental venerable, after all. Gray's figure appeared a few hundred meters away from where the attack took place as he saw how the powerful water collided with each other. Luckily, he was not there. The man didn't stop, rather, he turned to water into ice spikes and sent them at Gray, who was standing mid-air. The speed of the spikes was shocking. Gray's body was covered with red lightning. He rarely uses his red lightning, but when it came to dodging attacks with such speed, he would make use of not just the wind element but also the red lightning, as well as his physical speed. Gray's figure bolted straight into the sea of ice spikes that were rushing at him. Each spike was dangerous enough to instantly kill an elementalist in the 7th stage of the elemental venerable plane, and seriously injure one in the 9th stage, but with Gray's speed, it was like a walk in the park. He dodged them, and the ones he couldn't, he would make use of his fire element to destroy them. The man didn't expect Gray to stroll through his attack with such ease. Yes, he could see that Gray was strolling through at a frightening speed, but it was still shocking to see. Damn it! He had used 2 attacks, but they seemed useless against Gray. A large palm made of water appeared to cover the sky, and came crashing down on Gray. The palm got to where Gray was and closed quickly, trapping him inside. Gray didn't bulge when he saw this, rather, the lightning on his body increased, and he flew charging into the upper part of the palm. The man was about to tighten the space in the palm when he noticed a red-hot spot at the top of the palm. Before he could even realize what was happening, Gray burst out of the palm. Chapter 1305. The man was shocked. It didn't even take close to 2 seconds before Gray shot out of the palm. With his strength, he felt he should at least have been able to keep Gray there for 5 to 10 seconds, but to his surprise, Gray burst out of it almost immediately, which wasn't what he expected. Damn it! This kid is hard to deal with. Since when does he have red lightning? The man thought to himself. He was a bit annoyed and surprised. The last time they were fighting with Gray, he didn't see Gray use red lightning, rather, he only saw him using just the normal silver lightning. The fact that Gray could use 2 types of lightning made him even more scary. Gray burst out of the palm and charged at the man, his body covered with red lightning. He was like a large red beast that was charging into a storm with no fear. The man didn't have time to think about Gray being able to use red lightning. He had far more things to worry about. Gray was coming for him, and he knew from experience not to take Gray's attack lightly. If he was hit physically, he was prepared to cut off the place that was touched by Gray. He could still hear the screams of the man Gray killed after just a punch. Gray drew close to the man and attacked. Using his speed to his advantage, he wanted to punch the man. But the man was prepared for anything he threw at him. When Gray's fist was about to hit him, the man created an ice wall, blocking the fist. The ice wall cracked, but it didn't give way. Gray might be powerful, but in the end, compared to the man, his attack power was a little lacking. The man took advantage of the close range and exploded out with a powerful water stream that sent Gray flying. Gray crashed hundreds of meters away. The man rushed towards the place Gray crashed, and just when he was about to attack, Gray's lightning-covered body shot out of the dust cloud, heading straight at him. The man covered a 50 meters radius around him with water, making sure it was impossible for Gray to get to him with his speed. Gray shot into the water, and seeing that there was no way to shorten the gap, he retreated, not daring to stay within that area. The reason for this was simple. He felt an immense pressure trying to crush his body. Although it was not as strong as the heavy water he could use, the man already had a great grasp of the water element and could somewhat emulate the pressure of the deep ocean. The pressure was something that scared Gray. Luckily, he acted quickly and left the place as soon as he felt it. The man stood in the middle of the water, staring at Gray. He didn't expect Gray to be able to leave so soon. Gray stood mid-air and looked at the man. He knew with this thing there was no way he would be able to get close to the man. I need to cut it open, he said to himself. With this thought in mind, he prepared an attack, a powerful space elemental attack that he was confident would be able to do what he had in mind. A powerful force surged in the air as spatial elemental particles started to gather and take the form of a thin long blade. The blade spanned over 20 meters in length. When the man saw the black blade hanging over his head like an executioner's blade, he couldn't help but gulp down his saliva. He didn't think Gray would have such a skill set in store. They had fought with Gray before, and given the position they put him, he felt he had used all his skills. Who would have expected he still had something like this hidden? Fuck! He exclaimed internally and fortified the water. He knew Gray's plan, and he didn't dare to imagine what would happen if Gray was successful. Gray smirked when he saw the man getting to work. He didn't hurry to attack, he let the man fortify his defense. He wanted to see just how powerful this strike would be. He wasn't using his essence to create the attack, rather, he was using the elemental particles in the realm to create it. This was something used by most peak elemental venerables and sovereigns, but here Gray was a 9th stage elemental venerable, capable of already achieving this feat. The man could also do it, but it took a massive amount of focus. Gray could do it with ease because he had a powerful spiritual consciousness which gave him other abilities. One shouldn't forget that he could also use mental attacks which also amplified the strength of his spiritual consciousness. The long blade that was hanging in the sky soon came crashing down, heading towards the man. The man didn't show any fear, and with a loud roar, he took the attack head-on. His water had been fortified, and just like Gray, he added elemental particles from the realm to it, making it even stronger. He's a fool to give me the chance to use it. The man felt Gray was too confident in his abilities. Well, he would also be confident if he had such abilities, but against an opponent as experienced such as himself, he wouldn't dare to let them have the time to get a hang of themselves. After the initial shock, he would attack instantly. The blade made contact with the water, and at first, it was unable to penetrate. Only after a little over a second did what the man didn't expect happened. The blade started to cut through his water that had been fortified with the help of the elemental particles as well. It took no time before the blade cut halfway through it. His eyes bulged out in pure awe. He hated Gray, but he was in awe of him. Chapter 1306. While Gray and the leader of the gnome group were fighting, the other gnomes had moved out. The 7th prince, who Alice was going to handle, was the first to move out. After he left, the others left as well. The 2nd prince didn't see the need in doing all this, but the fear of Gray coming to attack him while he was alone made him follow the other peak venerables out of the castle. For the first time since gnomes were in this realm, their castle for those in the elemental venerable plane was empty, and it was all because of the same person that made something like this happen in the lower realm, Gray. The fear of Gray didn't let anyone stay after the departure of the peak venerables, the rest left the place. A few of them even decided to head back to the gnome world. Some of them had been in this realm for tens of years, but now, due to the fear of death, they were leaving. They couldn't be blamed, given the number of people they've confirmed dead, all under the clutches of Gray and his friends. They didn't want to be among the unfortunate people. Klaus, Alice, and Reynolds were scouting the castle. Your target is leaving, you should go after him. Klaus was the one with the highest cultivation stage, with the exception of the bunny leader, so he was the one who sensed the departure of the 7th prince, and he hinted it to Alice. Which way? Alice asked. She didn't need to speak too much, she already knew what she was supposed to do. Klaus pointed her in the direction, and just as she was about to leave, he stopped her and said, "Don't die out there. I should be the one telling you to. Compared to your opponents, I'm going to be having an easy time." Alice replied with a smile. It was nice to know that her friends cared for her well-being, but she was also annoyed by the fact that she was the weakest, which placed Klaus and Reynolds in a dangerous spot. If Gray were the one going after them, then she wouldn't be bothered. They all know Gray's abilities, but Klaus and Reynolds were different. They excelled in individual battles, not against crowds, especially ones that had people stronger than them individually. Klaus and Reynolds nodded their heads to assure her they would be fine before she left. Why didn't Gray leave Void behind? Reynolds complained. He probably has something important to do. Klaus said. He closed his eyes, took in a deep breath before saying, "Let's go, they're on the move." Reynolds took in a deep breath as well. He knew just how dangerous their mission was, so he didn't dare to slack. Klaus and Reynolds moved out as well, heading in the direction of the group of peak elemental venerables. They were both excited and scared. If they were told they would ever have to chase after peak elemental venerables at their present level, they would never believe it, but here they are. The 7th prince didn't feel there was something strange with how long it took for Gray to catch up with the man. Amongst everyone, he was the one who has had the most encounters with Grey, and he felt with Grey's speed, he would be able to catch up with the man within a short time, but to his surprise, it took longer than he expected. With the speed Grey and his friends used in leaving before the arrival of the Peak Venerables, he was confident Grey would be able to catch up to the man before leaving their scope of senses. He decided not to dwell on the matter. All he wanted to do now was to seek aid from the giant race. If they could offer help, he was sure the threat of Grey would be greatly reduced. Also, humans wouldn't want to anger the giant race since they knew they couldn't fight against both races at the same time. After all, there was only one Grey. Grey might have no issues with fighting against all of them, but the other humans act like he is. We have to kill him, he muttered to himself. His steps suddenly halted. Due to the fear of being noticed by Grey, he didn't dare to take to the sky while leaving, rather, he opted to walk. He heard a rustle from the woods by the side and paused to look in that direction. "Who's there?" he asked, not taking another step. "Your senses are sharp, Prince." A lady's voice came from the woods and Alice's figure walked out from the shadows. She wanted to creep up on the prince and attack while he wasn't on guard. Unfortunately, she didn't expect his senses to be this sharp. "It's you?" The seventh prince recalled Alice's face in a glance. Anyone associated with Grey wasn't someone he would forget in a short time. Grey's face has haunted him for a long time now, and now, his friends' faces had been added to the picture. "You're so weak, yet you dare to step forward. I see, no wonder he took so long. His plan was to get me all along." The seventh prince felt like he unraveled the reason Grey was slow. He was just starting to ask himself this question, and the answer came to him in such a short time. "I think after killing you, I should make you one of my puppets just to mess with him, that should teach him not to mess around with us." The prince said coldly, his eyes were burning with intense cold flames. He was ready to kill Alice. "You don't have what it takes to kill me, I'm sorry to inform you." Alice wasn't bothered with the prince's threat. "Heh, we will see about that." The prince snorted and a puppet appeared beside him. The puppet had the strength of a 7th-stage elemental venerable. Contrary to when Grey is around, he didn't have to worry about his puppet being used against him while fighting with Alice. Chapter 1307. Boom! Bam! Alice slammed into a tree. Before her body fell to the ground, a human figure appeared before her. The figure attacked, kicking towards her head. On the leg of the figure was a boot made from the earth element. Alice saw the leg approaching and without delay, she tried to use her fire element to force the leg back, but it only managed to delay it. With the help of her lightning element, she was able to quickly move back, dodging the leg. The kick missed her and she balanced herself. She took a glance at the seventh prince. Her Seelie was standing beside her. "Is this how you're planning to fight against me? Sorry to say, but you won't survive 5 minutes with me." The seventh prince was a proud figure. He was a genius even amongst the other geniuses in the gnome world. Against anyone else, he was certain of his abilities. Grey was the only one who had left a scar in his head. Alice didn't say anything. Her eyes were serious as she looked at the prince and his puppet. The puppet was quite powerful, more than what Alice felt she could deal with. If she were to merge with the Seelie now, she would be able to fight with the puppet on equal footing. The only problem was the prince who was by the side. With the prince there, it would be difficult for her to gain any advantages. "I can deal with both of them. I just need to endure for a while." She had a plan, and all she needed to do was to make sure she didn't accepted your places. "We are the superior ones, and you're just toys waiting for us to pick you up. Give in." As long as she continued fighting against him, she was certain her chance to take him down would come. The prince saw her eyes and chuckled. "You humans still haven't accepted your places. We are the superior ones, and you're just toys waiting for us to pick you up." Bang! A lightning bolt fell from the sky, striking the place the prince was standing on. The prince reacted fast and was able to dodge the attack by a hair's breadth. "Keep talking." Alice attacked once again. This time, she sent the Seelie to fight with the puppet while she went after the prince. The Seelie wasn't as strong as the puppet, but it should be able to at least hold it back for a while. The prince smirked when he saw Alice coming towards him. With a confident face, he struck out. At the moment, he didn't want to kill Alice. They originally planned on capturing Grey's friends, and now one of them had walked forward to be captured. he couldn't believe his luck. He attacked ferociously, not letting Alice get any chance in the battle. He was stronger, had more elements, and was able to overpower her with ease. Boom! Bam! At another part of the secret realm, two figures could be seen rushing through the woods. Behind them was a group chasing after them. Fuck! Why do we always get the hard part? Klaus caused as he looked behind him. The group of peak elemental venerables were chasing after them, all with their puppets out. Reynolds' body was covered in his lightning armor. Without it, he would not have been able to run this fast. Klaus was using the help of his boosted strength to run as fast as he could. The fact that they could run this fast stunned the gnomes. They were all at the peak, yet two people that had the strength of at most a 9th stage elemental venerable were running faster than they were. It was a shocking thing to see. If they were told something like this was possible, they would have never believed it. Reynolds looked behind them and sent out a lightning arrow. Given the speed at which the gnomes were coming at them, it made the lightning arrow seem faster than it usually is. The person the arrow was aimed at dodged to the side, but the arrow grazed his shoulder. The man's expression didn't change as he continued chasing after them. This wasn't the first time they had been attacked. Of the duo they were chasing, they were more afraid of Klaus. When they left the castle, including the second prince, there were 8 of them. Now, however, there are only 7 of them. The second prince was still with them, but one of them had been taken down from Klaus' attack. The attack was too sudden, and before they could even react, the man had turned into an ice sculpture before breaking apart. When Klaus and Reynolds first appeared before them, Klaus attacked with the help of the bunny leader. The man didn't even know how he died. Klaus had been preparing an ice needle all through the time they were following behind the group, so when they came out, the first thing he did was to attack, taking out one of them in the process. The others were furious about it and had been chasing after the duo for a while now. Klaus had attacked just once since then, and the person he attacked was forced to cut off one of his legs. They've all seen that Klaus can't use the attack continuously, but the 2 times he had used it had been very effective. We have to make sure we capture them. If we have these 2, we can use them to bring him in. The second prince said. We're aware of that, but as you can see, it's not easy to catch up to them. One of the men said as they were flying through the woods. Klaus knew that if they flew through the sky it would be easy for the peak venerables to catch up to them, so he chose the option of the forest. With it, there would be obstacles, and they could also use it to attack them too while they were dodging the trees. In conclusion, going through the trees was a big plus for them. Chapter 1308. Boom! Bang! Klaus and Reynolds slammed into a tree simultaneously, but they didn't dare to stop. With the help of the bunny leader, they were able to leave the place before the others could get close to them. Their objective was simple: keep these guys busy for as long as possible. They knew Grey would be coming soon, and once Grey came, they might be able to kill another one of them. Klaus didn't like the way the second prince was talking, so he would like it to be the second prince. How do they keep escaping so fast? The second prince asked, stunned. From the last attack Klaus and Reynolds took, they were supposed to at least stop for a second or 2, but the duo seemed to have continued running without even stopping to process the pain they had just taken. It was as if they were immune to it. This wasn't the first time the duo had been hit, and just like the other times, they had managed to escape from their planned encirclement. If things continue in this fashion, they don't believe they would be able to capture them. What made the situation worse for the gnomes was that they wanted to make sure they didn't kill the duo, so they had to hold back. Are we holding back too much? Or are they just stronger than what we thought? One man at the peak asked. Everyone, send your puppets after them, even if it means sacrificing one or a few. We must ensure they do not escape from us the next time we make contact. Another man said. The group agreed to the man's words. Klaus was still cussing at them, which was quite infuriating. On Grey's end. Boom! Bam! Bang! Crash! The battle they were fighting was of high intensity. The leader of the gnome group was strong, and so was Grey. Grey had so many things he could use against the man. However, the man was very powerful. His water element was already very strong. Grey felt the only people he knew with better control over their water element were his mother and Klaus. Klaus might be more focused on the ice attribute, but after learning how to use the water pressure from the deep ocean, his control over the water element was impressive. If not for the cultivation stage advantage his mother had over Klaus, he would have said Klaus was a better water elementalist. The man paused after taking a hit from Gray. He took another glance at the young man standing before him. He didn't know what to say. Gray had far exceeded his expectations. "Kid, the offer still stands. The Emperor will definitely forgive you if you join us," the man said. "And like the last time, I'm not interested in joining you guys." Gray attacked after replying. He was concerned about the well-being of Klaus and Reynolds. Alice would be fine since Void was there. If Void was the one who was with Klaus and Reynolds, he wouldn't be too bothered, but given the bunny leader's laziness, he was a little afraid it might act a little too late. Gray moved closer to the man, and just when the man was about to attack, he felt a terrifying force pull his body towards the ground. He didn't expect it and he lost focus. Gray's attack followed the man down, and so did he. Before the man could get himself, Gray's fire orb struck the man, sending him flying down with an even greater force. The attacks didn't stop there. Gray teleported there and wrapped his leg with 3 different elements, focusing more on the earth element to make sure the force in his legs would be horrifying. He kicked at the back of the man, and the force with which the man came crashing down tripled. Bang! The man slammed into the ground with shocking speed, creating a large crater. A large dust cloud rose into the sky. Gray stood in the air, observing the ground where the man crashed into. He knew this wouldn't be enough to take out the man, but it was enough to injure him. He squinted his eyes when he saw a figure charging at him with lightning speed. Taking an attacking pose, he was about to unleash another powerful attack when his eyes widened. Without another word, he hastily retreated. The figure coming at him was not the man, rather, it was a puppet. He didn't need to wait to see the reason the puppet was charging at even with Gray's speed. He was still caught by the impact of the shockwave. He couldn't use the space element since the shock him, from the energy it had amassed, it was clear what the man wanted to do. Boom! The puppet self-destructed, causing a powerful wave to spread out. Even with Gray's speed, he was still caught by the impact of the shockwave. He couldn't use the space element since the shockwave would disrupt the tunnel, putting him in more danger, so he had to rely on his speed. Gray was very fast, but the attack was faster. Gray's figure, like a broken kite, flew through the sky before crashing down. Luckily for him, he still had the armor with him to protect himself from any unexpected attack. Bearing the full brunt of a peak venerable self-destructing was no joke. Most people at his level would not be able to survive it, much less even stand back up. But Gray was able to stand up after a few seconds. The hole he created after crashing down was well over 4 meters deep. When he climbed out of the hole, he noticed a figure flying in another direction as fast as it could. It was none other than the man. Apparently, after self-destructing his puppet, he didn't have any plans of fighting with Gray any longer. To him, he had achieved his objective and the others must have gone out by now. Unbeknownst to him, Gray knew about their plans and had made the appropriate plans to stop them from going anywhere. So the man's efforts were useless. Chapter 1309. Gray took a glance at the man, and without hesitation, he went after him. Although he was worried about the well-being of his friends, he knew they would be fine. If he could kill the already wounded man, he was sure that things would be easier for them. Besides, his friends had 2 top-tier space elementalists with them who could help them out of any situation without any hitch, so they wouldn't die. The man was flying as fast as he could. Anyone below the mid-stages of the elemental venerable plane might not even be able to catch a glimpse of him before he breezed past them. Gray was also just as fast. Adding his space element to the fray, he was a tad faster. In no time, he was able to catch up to the man who had the head start. The man couldn't believe his eyes when he saw Gray standing in front of him. He was still bleeding from his mouth, breathing heavily. "Why are you so adamant about killing me?" He couldn't help but ask. "Nothing, I just want to ensure that I take out as many of you as I can. If you survive, you might become a sovereign in the future, and that would put more humans in danger." Gray replied in a nonchalant manner. It was as if he wasn't speaking about killing someone. The man already knew there was no way he could beat Gray. Surviving was also going to be difficult. He thought after self-destructing his puppet, Gray would let him leave, but to his surprise, not only was Gray not injured from it, but it didn't even help delay him for more than a few seconds. Since Gray was not delayed, he was able to catch up to the man in such a short time. "Don't worry, I will give you a smooth death." Gray gave the man a death sentence right before his eyes. The man looked at Gray, his eyes slowly turning red. Since you're so confident, I'll show you what makes people like me different from others." After saying this, the man opened his mouth and 3 puppets came out of it, each of them was a gnome, all at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. "I've been keeping these guys for a long time now, I think they are raring to go." The man laughed hideously. Gray's expression changed slightly. He tried to see if he could cut off the connection between the man and the gnomes, but to his surprise, he couldn't find the connection. The human body and that of gnomes are different, you will need a long time before you can find the connection. The man laughed, he saw the expression on Gray's face and knew he had attempted to cut off the link. "Let me tell you something, others see making a gnome a puppet as a sin, but not me. I use what I see. If the others find out about this, I don't think I need to worry about killing you, they will do it themselves," Gray said with a straight face. "This is why they will never find out, I'll shut you up forever." Gray smiled, he wasn't scared of what the man said. To him, the man was just babbling nonsense. On Alice's end. Alice was being brutally beaten down by the 7th prince. One has to know that he was someone who was very powerful for anyone on the same stage as himself, much less someone who was a stage below him. Even if Alice was a top genius, she would find it difficult to stand toe-to-toe with the 7th prince. The 7th prince was slowly starting to become a little vexed. The reason for this was that he felt he should have incapacitated Alice by now, but even after over 5 minutes, he still hadn't been able to get her down. Alice was very powerful, that was something he couldn't deny, but with his strength, he believed he should have been able to easily subdue her. Alice was sent flying, but she used the lightning element to help herself and balanced herself mid-air before taking a look at the 7th prince. She was panting heavily, but she still didn't have any plans of retreating anytime soon. "You stubborn pests, I'll kill all of you, every single one of you," the 7th prince said in a disgusted manner. "I'm still here. You fought against my friend, and from what I can tell, you're pretty traumatized by his mere presence," Alice mocked. "If I'm not mistaken, he's always looming over your heart. His face is the first thing you see when you wake, and the last you think about when you go to sleep. Even while training, all you think about is him, right?" Alice's words rendered the 7th prince speechless. The reason for this was that it was too accurate. To be honest, since his encounter with Gray, he had been seeing him every day. In everything he does, the picture of Gray comes to mind. To some extent, it could be said that he was obsessed with Gray. All he wanted was to be the one who ended the life of Gray. Or at the very least, be the one to acquire his body. The 7th prince attacked with renewed vigor. This time, he brought out another puppet. This one wasn't as strong as the one Alice's Seeli was fighting with, but it was still in the 4th stage of the elemental venerable plane, the same plane as Alice. With it, the 7th prince completely overwhelms Alice, not giving her any chance to show any of her abilities. "Don't worry, your friend will see your lifeless body," the 7th prince remarked as they forced Alice into a tight spot after only a few seconds. Alice gritted her teeth as she fought on for her life. She knew if she dared to slack, she would lose her life, and she didn't want that to happen. Chapter 13:10. "How do you want us to kill him?" Klaus asked Reynolds as they were running through the woods. The battle was getting more intense. If not for the bunny leader, they would have been caught a long time ago. Yes, they were also attacking, but with their normal speed, there was no way they would be faster than the peak venerables chasing after them. Adding the puppets to it made life even worse for them. At the moment, Reynolds could barely keep his elemental warrior active. After taking multiple hits, it was starting to show signs of wearing off. He knew that he needed to take a break soon, and if he didn't, it would take a while before he could use the elemental warrior again. "We'll decide after surviving this," he replied while looking behind them. Their pursuers are getting closer once again. The puppets were the ones leading, while the others were behind the puppets. "Where's the rabbit?" Reynolds asked. He couldn't take it any longer, he needed to leave now. Taking the risk of not being able to use his elemental warrior for a long time wasn't something he wanted to do. The bunny leader appeared as soon as he spoke. "Take us out of here. Not too far, so we can make sure they don't leave," Klaus said to the bunny leader. The bunny leader nodded, and before the puppets could get close to where they were, they vanished without a trace. The puppets didn't know where to go and paused, waiting for the gnomes. "Where did they go?" The second prince looked around questioningly. The others had the same expression. They didn't know where Klaus and Reynolds disappeared to. 1 minute they could sense them, and the next it was as if they were never there. "Search around, they must be hiding somewhere close by." Klaus and Reynolds had managed to evade them, giving themselves breathing space and a chance to recover some of their energy. On Gray's end, the battle was at its peak. The gnome puppets the leader of the gnome group was using were exceptional. They might not be stronger than Gray individually, but together, along with the man, they were all a force to be reckoned with. Any other person at the peak of the elemental venerable plane would have been defeated by now, much less someone who was in the 9th stage. Gray didn't feel any fear as he battled them. He knew all he needed was an opportunity, and he would be able to take out the man who was controlling them. The man was shocked by Gray's abilities. Even someone of his character was shocked by Gray's tenacity. The fact that Gray could fight against so many opponents and still look so cool-headed was shocking for someone his age. If not for the fact that the man could sense Gray's age, he would have said Gray was over 100 years old. Gray was calm and composed as he fought against the puppets. The man didn't involve himself too much in the battle as he was afraid of Gray's explosiveness. Gray might look calm, but he believed that Gray was plotting how to take him down with a single blow. To be fair, this was exactly what was going through Gray's head, but the man had been too cautious and it was impossible for him to do anything. The man was so wary of his switch skill that he didn't dare to be close to any of the puppets, giving them a good distance. Gray had been planning on how to take him down, but he knew it wouldn't be easy. Boom! Bang! Gray and the puppets exchanged blow for blow. The bodies of the puppets were extraordinarily strong, and so was Gray's physical body, so whenever they exchanged blows, it sounded like metal clashing against metal and not flesh hitting flesh. Gray was battered from the blows, and the puppets were no good either. The man was still trying to recover his strength from the blow he took from Gray, so although he was occasionally interfering, he knew not to be too involved. Gray created 2 inscriptions that possessed high attack power, and unleashed them on the puppets, keeping them at bay. He didn't stop there, rather, he made use of the array he had been creating since the start of the battle. The second he saw the gnome puppets, he knew that this would be a tough battle, so he started to create an array that he would use to bolster his strength. Now, the array was ready. The man was caught off guard by the sudden inclusion of the array. Gray's abilities shot up and his figure vanished faster than it usually does. Before the man could pinpoint his location, he felt his body being pulled down by a shocking force. Gray was using both the gravitational force field as well as the help of his space element to drag the man down. The man tried to take control of his body, and after noticing that it wouldn't be easy, he summoned the puppets over. Only one of the puppets was able to get close to him as the other 2 were held back by the inscriptions. These inscriptions possessed the abilities of a 9th stage elemental venerable. Even if they were at the peak, the man couldn't let the attack hit them carelessly. If not, his puppets might take irreparable damages. Gray naturally wouldn't give the man the chance to balance himself. He charged toward the man and unleashed a powerful punch. The punch was filled with the space element, releasing a destructive power that scared the man witless. The man didn't think twice, and the puppet that he called to his side was placed to take the punch that was coming his way. The body of the puppet started to fall apart after being hit by the blow. The power behind the punch and the use of the space element made it a very destructive blow. Chapter 13:11. The man saw how the puppet fell apart little by little and shuddered at the thought of what might have happened to him if he were the one that was hit by the attack. Gray's attacks were too powerful for someone who hadn't even gotten to the peak of the elemental venerable plane yet. Once he got to the peak, it was unknown just how powerful he would turn out to be. He must die. The man finally came to this decision. At first, he wanted to recruit Gray into their ranks, but now that he knew there was no way Gray would join them, it was best to kill off the horrifying threat to his people. Killing Gray would come with a big merit for him, and it might be just what he needs to break through to the sovereign plane. Gray saw the determination in the eyes of the man and couldn't help but chuckle. He knew the man wanted him dead now, and would do everything he could to kill him now. A shame he's only realizing it now. He said to himself. The reason he felt like this was that it was already too late for the man. He had been able to figure out how the link with the puppets worked, so even if the man had come to the decision of wanting to kill Gray, it was not going to be possible with his puppets out. These puppets didn't show a visible link, rather, it was a connection of spiritual consciousness. All Gray needed to do at the moment was to attack the spiritual consciousness of the puppets, and the man would also be affected. If he could destroy the consciousness that was placed inside, the man would be greatly affected and might weaken. The man was about to attack when he saw Gray's eyes glow pale blue. Before he could speak another word, he held his head in pain. Part of his consciousness had just been frozen solid. He couldn't explain how it happened, but he knew it was Gray's doing. Fuck! He screamed internally, but there was nothing he could do. The pain of having his consciousness forcefully destroyed is something that no one could bear. Gray drew closer and attacked, using the poison miasma in this attack. The man managed to dodge to the side. Gray's attack grazed the right torso of the man, and a little bit of blood came out. The poison miasma didn't get the chance to get into the body of the man, as the man used the water element to create a small protective shield in his body. He had been wary of Gray's attacks, so even while he was down, he didn't dare to slack off. The gruesome death of his companion told him all he needed to know about Gray's attacks. The man retreated hastily and hurriedly tried to call back his last known puppet. To his shock, the puppet was unable to move back to where he was. He turned to look at it and realized it was trapped in an ice dome. He was at the peak of the elemental venerable plane and had the ability to control the elements of anyone below him using the same element as himself. With a wave of his hand, the ice dome turned into water and the puppet was free. Gray grunted before creating an earth dome. He forgot about this, but luckily, he reacted pretty fast, stopping the puppet from returning to its owner. The man looked at Gray with cold eyes. He could already guess Gray's plans. Gray wanted to use the puppet against him while they were in the middle of a fight. He is currently stuck in a dilemma. Either he personally breaks off his connection with the puppet, or he gives Gray the opportunity he wants. These puppets were hard to groom and they consumed a large amount of resources. The thought of just leaving the last one like this was painful to even process. If he was given a chance, he would kill Gray this instant for incapacitating two of them. Gray didn't feel bothered with the man's expression. He liked what the man was going through at the moment. He wanted to ensure he killed this man, and without any of the puppets, he was certain that he would be able to kill him. The man took a glance at the puppet and without hesitation. Boom! Since Gray wanted the puppet so badly, he can have it. The puppet self-destructed, causing a massive shockwave across the area. Since he was already prepared for this, the man was the first to retreat. Gray was a little slower than the man and was sent flying. Fuck! Gray cussed out as his figure broke through the sky. He could sense the aura of the man leaving the battleground. On Klaus and Reynolds' end, the duo had been forced to come out again when they saw that after only 2 minutes of searching the group was giving up and about to continue their original journey. When they came out, Reynolds was the one who attacked this time. He unleashed a powerful lightning bolt that struck one of the men. The man couldn't defend against it due to sensing it late. After being struck by the lightning bolt, the man fell to the ground, unconscious. In the same manner, Klaus and Reynolds had managed to take out one of these people. When they left the castle, there were 8. At the moment, there were only 6 of them with fighting abilities. Klaus directly killed one of them, and it was unknown if the one Reynolds attacked would gain consciousness anytime soon. They were about to attack when the second prince stopped them. "Don't you notice a pattern in what they're doing?" he asked the others. The others had also noticed it, but they just couldn't let go of the fact that Klaus and Reynolds were killing their companions. "If I'm correct, they don't want us to leave and are delaying us." The second prince looked around, his expression changed softly and he asked, "Could it be that he's coming?" Chapter 13:12. When the others heard the question of the second prince, their expressions changed slightly. If it's true, and Klaus and Reynolds were delaying them for Gray's arrival, then it spelled trouble for them. Klaus and Reynolds were already troublesome to deal with on their own. If Gray were to be added to the fray, then they would be in serious danger. "We have to leave. I don't care if it's just me overthinking or whatnot, I can't take the chances of having to battle with him, especially when Elric isn't around." The second prince was not willing to be attacked by Gray. Just like the seventh prince, the second prince has a phobia when it comes to Gray. he doesn't want anything to do with the freak of nature. If Grey knew the princes were this scared of him, he would be flattered, to say the least. It was quite satisfying to know that the mortal enemies of humans seemed to have a deep fear for him. With this, he could walk with his head held up high. The others looked at the reaction of the second prince. To be honest, they all agreed with how he reacted. None of them wanted to face Grey. Grey was too strong, and if he were to appear now, they would be in serious danger. Elric, who was the strongest amongst them, had drawn Grey away, but they were all certain that there was no way he would be able to defeat Grey, so they all hoped he delayed for as long as possible so they could escape. However, when they saw Klaus and Reynolds, they felt their luck was amazing, only for one of them to die at the start, killed by a 9th stage elemental venerable. During the first time they crossed paths, Klaus used all he had to boost his strength, unleashing that attack that had the power of someone at the peak of the elemental venerable. Unfortunately, he couldn't use it continuously. These guys went after them with the hopes of capturing them, but their efforts were futile. Even when they would strike the duo would still for some unknown reasons manage to continue running as if they weren't hit by any attack. This has been a source of worry for the group chasing after them. Thinking they would eventually catch them, they didn't give up on the chase, even after seeing all these things. Only now that they thought of Grey arriving did they start to think of other possibilities. The 7th prince halted, no longer willing to give chase. "We can't leave like that, the water elementalist is very dangerous," someone at the peak said. If they wanted to escape, then they risked getting attacked by Klaus. An attack from Klaus was too dangerous. This was not something they wanted to bet their lives on. "One of us will stay back to block them while the others leave. Either that or we all stay and risk getting killed," the 2nd prince suggested. The others exchanged glances. They all fell deep in thought. If one of them offered to stay back, the chances of getting killed by the combined effort of Klaus and Reynolds were pretty high. The duo could incapacitate 2 people while they were running from such a group. It was easy to imagine what they could do if they were fighting against just one person. Seeing their faces, the 2nd prince sighed. "All right, this is what we will do. Everyone goes their separate ways, and after they pick their opponents, the rest of us can ambush them. This will give us an edge over them." The others instantly agreed with the prince's suggestion. If they were the ones who ambushed the duo, then the matter would be settled. Klaus and Reynolds were too weak to defend against the ambush of such a powerful group. While the group were plotting, Klaus and Reynolds were sitting on a tree branch, waiting for them to chase after them. "What's taking them so long?" Reynolds asked when he didn't sense any movements behind them. "They're probably planning on how to deal with us," Klaus said with a chuckle. "Your last attack stunned them." The duo laughed after Klaus' statement. They were still speaking when Klaus sensed the auras of the gnomes going in separate directions. "Fuck it! They've seen through our plan." Klaus cussed it out. He turned to Reynolds. "Ray, who do we attack?" "The 2nd prince." Reynolds didn't hesitate. After they came to a decision, they rushed towards the direction the 2nd prince took. When the 2nd prince sensed that he was the one they went after, he cussed it out in annoyance. He didn't want to be the one who would have to act as bait. What if he was killed before the others came to his rescue? He increased his speed, not daring to wait for the duo to catch up to him. Klaus and Reynolds were chasing after him, both having a grin on their faces. They were finally the ones who were doing the chasing. This was what they were used to, and not the other way around. "Do you think it's a trap?" Reynolds asked as they chased after the 2nd prince. "Ha ha, of course it is, but they will regret it," Klaus said matter-of-factly. He didn't even for 1 second think it wasn't a trap. Why would a group of 6 peak elemental venerables go different ways if it wasn't in a bid to force them into chasing one person? The only mistake in the plan of the gnomes was that they had 0 knowledge of the bunny leader being with the duo, so they could utilize it to their advantage. Before the others could get close, they would at least seriously injure the 2nd prince and then escape. "Rabbit, take us closer to him, not too close, but close enough so I can strike him down," Reynolds said. His body was fully covered by lightning. The bunny leader appeared and the duo disappeared. Klaus could feel his heart racing at the thought of bullying the prince of the gnome race. Chapter 13:13. The 2nd prince was rushing through the woods, cursing the fact that he was the one the duo chose to go after. His expression changed when he saw Klaus unleashing an ice arrow at him. He was still okay with blocking it, but when he saw the arrow multiply, his eyes nearly bulged out. The arrows became well over 100, shooting towards the second prince at a shocking speed. The prince waved his hand and blocked the attack with a simple fire wall. The flames burned down the ice arrows, making sure none of them got close to the prince. He brought out his puppet as he waited for Klaus and Reynolds. He knew there was no way he would be able to escape any longer, so he decided to fight it out with them. Besides, they were not grey. They might be strong, but all he had to do was to delay them for a few minutes and the others would come to his aid. A lightning bolt shot through the fire wall, heading straight for the head of the prince. The puppet jumped in front of the attack, and it blocked it. The puppet was an earth elementalist. With the help of its earth element, it was able to block the attack that was heading in their direction. Klaus and Reynolds soon appeared before the second prince and his puppet. "You're slow, for someone who claims to be powerful," Klaus said as he arrived. He looked around, to be sure there was no one else present. "You two don't know." Boom! The prince was cut short when Klaus suddenly used his domain. He didn't even give the prince any time to say anything before attacking. Did you think I would wait for reinforcement to come? I'm not that stupid," Klaus said to himself as he attacked. With his domain present, his strength would see an increase. Inside the icy world that he created, a large moon hung high in the sky, covering the sun. The prince didn't know if he was still in the secret realm or he had been transported to another dimension. Klaus' domain looked very realistic, and with the help of the trees, it was as if he transported the prince and himself into another world entirely. For someone who was still at the elemental venerable plane, Klaus' domain was already starting to show signs of someone close to the peak of the sovereign plane. This just goes to show what sort of a genius he is. Even Grey's domain was not on the same level as that of Klaus. The prince looked around, and seeing both Klaus and a lightning figure standing in front of him, he knew the duo had no plans of talking with him. A large blade appeared on his hand. It was amber red and radiated intense heat. Even the area close to the prince showed signs of burning up. The snow around him all melted the second he took out the sword. "All right, let's fight." The puppet was standing beside him, and without another word, they both attacked. Klaus and Reynolds didn't hold back. They rushed towards the prince and his puppet, both attacking ruthlessly. The prince was at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. No matter how strong Klaus might be, he was still a little lacking when compared to the prince standing before him. Reynolds was in his merged form, making sure to use his abilities to the fullest. Klaus had a full moon shining behind him. With a domain active, the moon radiated another light unlike its usual form, a more intense light. The two parties clashed, both fighting to ensure they were the victors. On another end, Alice was still being overpowered by the seventh prince, and even with all her strength and tactics, she was still on the losing end. The seventh prince was just someone that was a little above her league. Only someone like Grey would be able to defeat him while being a stage weaker. Alice had been trying her best to take down the seventh prince, but no matter what she tried, the prince was still able to overpower her. As the battle went on, she started to give up on the thought of defeating the prince. She was not someone that would foolishly fight a losing battle. Since she was already aware of the possible outcome, she didn't have any reason to stay there for too long. "Fighting him for this long is already very beneficial to me," she said to herself. This statement was true in the sense that fighting against the seventh prince had pressured her to improve even more than she expected she would. She was certain that with a day or two of cultivating, she would be able to break through to the next stage. Getting to the fifth stage of the elemental venerable plane after just one tough battle against the seventh prince. The seventh prince saw Alice's eyes and felt infuriated. She wasn't showing any signs of giving up, which annoyed him. He had been beating her since the start of the battle, yet she was not even showing any signs of defeat. "Fine, since you're so foolish that you can't even see that you're not a match for me, I'll kill you." The seventh prince wanted to take advantage of the opportunity that presented itself and kill Alice. From their exchange, he knew that it would be almost impossible to capture Alice alive, so the best option was to kill her and turn her into a puppet. She would be a good puppet, and the second Grey sees her, he will definitely lose control of his emotions. Alice didn't know what was going through the head of the seventh prince, but she suddenly sensed the murderous aura that filled the air all of a sudden. Is he planning to kill me? She thought to herself, but there was no atom of fear in her eyes. She might be weaker than the prince, but if he thinks he can kill her, then he was deceiving himself. Chapter 13:14. Alice's sea lie was overpowered by the puppet. While the seventh prince was pushing Alice back as the time went on, there was no way she could fight against him without the help of the sea lie increasing her strength. In the void. Void was watching the battle casually, while also eating a big chunk of meat from the plate in front of him. It was one of the meals he kept, and he didn't see a better time to eat than now. He knew there was no way the seventh prince would be able to kill Alice, and even if he were to get the chance to kill her, it wouldn't be that easy. She's getting stronger. Nice, he commented when he saw Alice take a blow from the seventh prince. When the battle started, Alice wouldn't have been able to take a blow of his power, but now, she managed to take it head-on and even stayed in the same position. Void wasn't the only one seeing the sudden increase of Alice's strength, the seventh prince was seeing it too. He knew that as they battled, she was getting stronger. Why are all these humans suddenly freaks? He was stunned beyond words. He just came to the conclusion of killing Alice off, yet she had grown stronger as they battled. Doesn't that mean it would become harder for him to kill her now? The seventh prince's frustration increased even more, and he attacked more aggressively. His attacks kept easily destroying Alice's defense, and the impact kept forcing her back. Alice had been on the back foot since the start of the battle, and even with the prince's increased pressure, she didn't fold. She knew an opportunity might present itself to her, and she would take it without hesitation, even if it turned out to be very dangerous. Alice was someone who enjoyed fighting. She was a battle freak. Now being against someone that was stronger than she was, she didn't want to give up, not because she felt she could win, but because she knew that the longer she holds on, the stronger she could grow. There might also be a chance for her to take down the prince. If that happens, then she would grow even further than what she would expect. On Gray's end. Gray didn't opt to chase after the man. The reason for this was because he knew breaking the connection with the puppet would seriously harm the man. It would take the man a few months at the very least to recover from the injuries he sustained from the battle, and at least 3 to 5 years before he recovers from the connection break with these puppets. These puppets were different from the normal ones. If the connection with a normal puppet was broken, it would only affect the person linked to it for a few seconds, but these ones have a long-lasting effect. The man was still clearly suffering from the last one Gray cut off the link with, and now forcibly breaking the connection and also self-destructing it would make his mental injuries even worse. I won't be seeing any of him for a long time. I should go help out the others before they plan my death. Gray looked around and sensed the region Klaus and Reynolds were. He didn't bother too much with Alice. With Void keeping watch over her, he was sure nothing bad would happen to her. At most, she might sustain a few not-so-lethal injuries. After getting the direction of Klaus and Reynolds, Gray went after them. The bunny leader was also there to help them out, but he knew it wouldn't be easy for it to take them out of there unscathed. On Klaus and Reynolds' end. The duo were fighting with the second prince. The battle was just as they expected, but it was not going according to their plan. Yes, they were a tad stronger than the second prince and his puppet, but they hadn't been able to deal any serious injuries to the prince. The prince focused more on defense, so even with the duo fighting with all their might, they were still not able to break the defense. Klaus' domain was on the verge of falling apart after so many attacks. The prince's blade was seething with flames. Klaus was holding onto his thin sword as well. The sword he got from the secret realm that increases his ice abilities was what he was using to fight with the second. Both parties were holding swords that opposed the other person's elements. Clank! Bang! Bam! They attacked, each releasing powerful attacks with their swords. Reynolds was the one who was fighting against the puppet. He was in his merged state, and even with the puppet being at the peak, it isn't strong enough to over Reynolds. Reynolds and the puppet was fighting in close range, both using their fists and legs. Their battle was more brutish compared to Klaus. "You will die before anyone comes to save you," Klaus said as he attacked. The second prince didn't say anything. He didn't expect Klaus had such a magnificent sword as well. His sword was powerful, and so was that of Klaus. Klaus slashed at the second prince, but the second prince blocked it, using his fire element to force Klaus back. While they were still fighting, Klaus sensed something and his expression changed. "Ha ha, they're coming." The second prince laughed in delight. He could sense the aura of 5 others, coming from different directions. It was clear their motive was to ensure there was no way Klaus and Reynolds would be able to escape their encirclement. Reynolds and Klaus attacked more aggressively, trying to make sure they at least harmed the second prince. Damn it! Why did they come so early? He complained internally. It hadn't been up to 2 minutes since they started fighting, and he didn't expect the others to rush here so soon. Even with delaying, it still wasn't enough. Reynolds took a glance at Klaus, seeking what their next step would be. Chapter 13:15. Reynolds stopped fighting with the puppet and moved closer to Klaus. What do we do? Reynolds asked. The bunny leader would be able to take them out of there if they asked it to, but Klaus seemed to be delaying a little longer. Wait, we'll try to see if we could kill him, if not, then we'll leave before they show up. It'll take a bit before they get here. Klaus didn't stop his battle, his sword was still moving while speaking. He didn't want to miss any chance. The second prince was a good target for him to increase his strength, but with the puppet and the others coming there was no way he would be able to fight with him for a long time. The second prince was more relaxed when he sensed the arrival of the other peak venerables coming over. He didn't even bother with Reynolds, who left his puppet. He faced the duo, and with his puppet by the side, they continued fighting. Reynolds joined Klaus and made use of his lightning domain as well. Things were not as easy as they previously were, now they had to take out all their skills if they wanted to achieve their objectives. A few seconds later the prince was still there, unharmed. Crap, let's get out of here. Klaus shook his head and gave up on the prince. He knew there was no way they would be able to cause any injuries to him. Just as they were about to leave, the prince smiled and asked, "What's the rush?" He attacked with his sword, sending a blazing strike in their direction. The spatial tunnel the bunny leader just created to take them out of the place shattered the second the fire blade touched it. With such a powerful attack, there was no way they could use the space element to leave the area. "Stay, let's have some fun." The prince smiled. He was pleased with being able to stop the duo from leaving. After sensing the use of the space element, he didn't delay and attack almost instantaneously. Klaus and Reynolds took a glance at him, their eyes turning cold. "You don't want to keep us here?" Klaus said coldly. "Actually, I do." The second prince didn't finish his statement when the first person at the peak arrived. Beside the man was his puppet. "It's time we kill you morons. There is no need to keep you two alive. The girl is enough bargaining chip," the man said when he arrived. "I was just thinking the same," the second prince said. They had no idea Alice was fighting with the seventh prince, and he was already thinking of how to turn her into a puppet. If they knew, they would value the lives of the duo in front of them a little higher. Klaus and Reynolds stared at the two after hearing what they said. The two smiled and moved closer to them. Klaus didn't delay shooting out a needle he had been keeping for a while. He wanted to use it to kill the prince when he was not watching, but his life was more important, so he used it against them now. The duo dodged the needle with ease, but Klaus and Reynolds got the time they needed to run in another direction. They knew fighting with those two would do them no good. The second prince and the man chased after them with a smile on their faces. They warned the duo dead, the second prince especially wanted it more. As they were going after them, another person appeared, grouping up with the duo, their numbers increased. Klaus cussed as they ran through the woods. They were both scared witless. Even the bunny leader isn't able to help them since there is no way to use the space element thanks to the second prince. "What should we do?" Reynolds asked. "Try to stay alive, I guess," Klaus replied. The bunny leader was useless at the moment because there was no way it could use the space element. "I wonder where Gray is," Reynolds said as they ran through the woods. "I need to see him," Klaus said calmly. His eyes showed anger the next moment and he said, "So I can kill him myself." Reynolds smiled but didn't say anything. Just as they were still running, they suddenly saw a figure coming towards them at full speed. "Is that Gray?" Reynolds asked loudly. One could hear the joy in his voice. Klaus didn't say anything and spat something out of his mouth, aiming it at the figure coming towards them. They couldn't see the face of the person properly, neither did they know who it was. Due to Gray always hiding his aura, it was very difficult to differentiate him from someone else. Well, that only applies to people he didn't know. The figure rushing towards them suddenly screamed, and to the surprise of everyone behind the duo, the figure fell from the sky. "Ha ha, good work, bud." Klaus burst into laughter. Even when being chased by so many people, he still didn't have any reservations. The item he spat out was a needle. This needle was the strongest he had ever made, and thanks to using that weaker one as a way to deceive the others, he couldn't create another. Reynolds tricked the person in front into believing he thought he was Gray. This made the person lower his guard. The eyes of the trio behind them turned even colder. They couldn't believe that even with them, Klaus still managed to kill someone. "What sort of freaks are they?" one of the men with the second prince asked. "Dead ones." The eyes of the second prince were slowly turning red. He could accept this from Gray, but not anyone else. To him, Gray was the only human who was talented. Now that he was seeing someone of Klaus and Reynolds' level, he was finding it hard to believe it. Chapter 13:16. 5 from 8, they were now 5. They were fighting against two people who hadn't even gotten to the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. Reynolds was still at the 5th stage, and his increased strength was all due to his elemental warrior. Yet, they had succeeded in killing two people, while incapacitating one of them. This was something the gnomes would not believe at the start, but to their surprise, it was happening right before their eyes, and they couldn't even stop it. "I want to skin them alive," the prince said through gritted teeth. The others all had the same thoughts, but deep down, the feeling of fear was starting to sprout. After seeing two of their comrades get killed by the supposed weak humans, they didn't have the same feeling of superiority over them. Even with their puppets, they still weren't as strong as the duo. It was a shocking discovery. The thing that made it even worse was the fact that the duo they were fighting wasn't even at the peak. They were at least 2 stages below them, yet they were able to kill them. If all humans were like Gray and his friends, then they didn't want to invade the human world any longer. A peak elemental venerable human might be able to kill them with ease. If Klaus and Reynolds were at the peak, they couldn't help but think about what might happen in this battle. The prince was the first to chase after them. He didn't even spare the man who was killed by Klaus' attack any glance. His eyes were bloodshot, set on the running duo. While the prince and his group were chasing after the duo, Klaus and Reynolds couldn't believe their luck. They have managed to kill 2 peak elemental venerables. Although it was mainly due to tricks and the fact that they didn't defend against their attacks, it still didn't change the fact that they had achieved such a feat. Klaus was the one with a proud smile on his face. He was the one who killed the duo, so he felt most of the credit belonged to him. Reynolds couldn't be bothered if he was the one who got the credit. As long as the number of people chasing them reduced, he was okay. The duo continued rushing through the woods. "I can't go any further. I need some rest," Klaus said, his smile not one of ecstasy anymore. He was genuinely tired of this cat and mouse chase. "Rabbit, take us away," he said. However, the bunny leader he was waiting for didn't show up. He looked around, but there was nothing in view. A strange coldness went through his body and he took another glance around before calling for the bunny leader. Just like his first attempt, his calls fell on deaf ears. "Damn it! I thought Gray said this rabbit would help us whenever we called?" Klaus cussed out. "It has been helping us since. What suddenly happened?" Reynolds' words reminded Klaus of the bunny leader's role in them still being alive and also being able to kill 2 peak elemental venerables. "Did something happen to it?" Reynolds asked as they rushed through the woods. They noticed the speed of the prince and the others chasing after them suddenly increased. A few puppets seemed to be burning as they were chasing after them, an effect of going more than what they could handle. Seeing this, they knew the group of 5 all had the same thoughts: kill the duo. The duo felt a chill run down their spines. Fuck! Why did something have to happen to it now? Klaus was almost losing his mind. It would have been fine if the bunny leader didn't respond when they were chasing after the prince. At that time, they would have known what to do, but now, the bunny leader wasn't responding, and the duo were almost at their end. The full moon behind Klaus had already reduced to a half moon, and at the pace it was reducing, it would only take at most a minute before it completely faded off. His strength would fall back to the 7th stage. this was not in his plans. Reynolds was no better. His elemental warrior was fading off slowly, and to make it last longer, he had even stopped using any form of energy from it. This is one of the reasons his speed reduced, just like Klaus. The prince and the other peak elemental venerables that were with him already sensed the reduced speed of the duo and knew that whatever technique they were using to increase their strengths was starting to wear off. "Ha ha, I'll see if you can survive any longer." The prince laughed maniacally. He was on the verge of going mad. Presently, his hate for Klaus and Reynolds was superior to the one he had for Gray. Although he was afraid of Gray, he wasn't tormented in such a manner by him. Klaus and Reynolds, on the other hand, made him feel like his existence was meaningless. He had never felt this way about himself before. "I must kill them," he whispered through gritted teeth. Klaus and Reynolds had no idea the amount of hate they just caused for themselves. All they wanted at the moment was for the bunny leader to answer them. Klaus was literally close to crying. His speed was reducing at a very fast rate. The same could be said for Reynolds. They were both tired of the constant running. Before long, the prince was the first to catch up to them, alongside his puppet. "I want to see just how powerful you two are." The prince's voice was cold, sending chills across the area. The other four soon caught up, their puppets flying beside them. Klaus and Reynolds stopped running. They knew turning their backs to them would only put them in danger. "We've already killed 2 of you, and the other can't fight. Why don't you wait for an hour?" Klaus asked politely. The prince didn't even give him any chance and attacked without hesitation. The expression of Klaus and Reynolds changed drastically. They knew they couldn't block this attack. Boom. Chapter 13:17. Boom. Shit. Hide your puppets. A scream came from the side of the gnomes, and Klaus and Reynolds, who subconsciously had their eyes closed, opened them to see a familiar figure standing before them, one of his hands in front of him. "I'm sorry I took so long." Gray's voice sounded in their ears. Klaus was the first to heave a sigh of relief. He quickly sat down on a tree. He knew with Gray here, he didn't have to worry about anything else. Reynolds was just like Klaus, tired. He didn't even care to bother with how Gray planned on dealing with the gnomes in front of them. He sat down cross-legged and said, "Please, be as quiet as possible." Gray's mouth twitched slightly, but when he thought about what they had to go through, he didn't complain. He counted the people present and noticed 3 gnomes were missing. He shook his head at the missed opportunity when he realized that he couldn't kill the gnome. He cut off his link with his puppet. Due to having to save the duo, he only cut off the link to distract them and make sure they didn't leave before blocking the attack. He wasn't even able to send out an attack. Gray smiled when he saw the duo and took a glance at the prince and the others. "Did you miss me?" he asked with a grin on his face. The faces of the prince and the other gnomes were livid. They thought they would be able to kill Klaus and Reynolds, but with Gray present, their chances of achieving that were almost 0. "Damn it!" The prince cussed out. He was irate with the presence of Gray. If Gray had delayed for a minute, then they would have killed the duo before he arrived, but unfortunately for them, he came at the perfect time. They weren't even able to cause any serious harm to them. "What are you doing here?" the prince asked with a cold voice. "What? You thought that guy could hold me back?" Gray asked mockingly. "Well, he's seriously injured." The prince was about to speak when Gray suddenly recalled something and said, "Oh right, I didn't know you guys also use gnomes as puppets. They're very tricky to deal with, but thanks to that guy, I can just about handle them." The eyes of the others changed when they heard this. "What?" they all exclaimed. "Wait, you didn't know?" Gray asked with a look of surprise. He knew for a fact that they didn't know about it. He just wanted to pass on the news and leave them disorganized. The prince couldn't respond, and neither could the others. They all knew that doing something like that was an abomination in their realm. "He's lying to us. He wants us to hold a grudge with him," the prince said to the others, as if seeing through Gray's ploy. "Why would I take the effort of cooking up such a lie? Unlike you guys, I don't have time to waste on useless things." Gray sneered. He didn't want to rush into battle because he couldn't sense the bunny leader. It was okay if the bunny leader was around and didn't help the duo, but it not being around was a different story. Gray might not fully trust the bunny leader, but he felt it wouldn't leave in such a manner. Something's wrong, he muttered to himself. This goes to show how seriously the gnomes take this rule, yet there was someone who had the courage to do such an act. Even if you don't want to believe it, it has nothing to do with me, I just thought it was common among you guys, Gray said coolly before his gaze turned cold. Where are the others? I don't want to bully you guys, he added. The prince and the other four felt angered by his words, but when they thought about what happened the last time they encountered Gray, they didn't even know how to feel. When faced with 9 peak elemental venerables, Gray still managed to kill one of them, and leave when he wanted to without them being able to stop him. Now, against 5 of them, the chances of him doing as he pleases was very high. Adding the fact that the strongest person wasn't even present made it worse. 5 peak elemental venerables were worried about facing a single 9th stage elemental venerables. If news of this went out, it would cause an uproar, especially when the 5 were gnomes and the person they were afraid of was a human. Gray took a step forward and the gnomes felt a strong pressure mount up on them. And they subconsciously took a step back. When the gnomes realized what was happening, they all felt a sense of shame, and at the same time, anger. They've always been superior to humans. Why should they be afraid of a single person now? This was a question they couldn't answer. Even if they were given a year or 10 years, they still wouldn't be able to come up with why they were innately afraid of Gray. At the moment, it wasn't just a fear due to being able to cut off their links with their puppets, rather, it was another type of fear. It was like the fear of Gray was deep-rooted in them and they couldn't dare to go against him. Gray smiled when he saw their reactions. Good boys. Now, let's get to know each other more. After that statement, they couldn't find Gray's figure anymore. We have to leave. Chapter 13:18. We have to leave. The person that made this statement wasn't the prince, rather, it was one of the other 4 peak elemental venerables. They didn't feel confident in being able to keep Gray at bay, so they believed the best thing to do was to leave the woods and return to the castle. If possible, they didn't mind leaving the secret realm entirely. Gray's figure appeared close to them, and without hesitation, he attacked. His fire domain spread out, covering a large area. He didn't use the normal flames, rather, he used his icy flames to slow them down. The icy flames had the ability to slow down the thought process of anyone caught in it, so it was very effective against such a group. Especially given their current mental state. Gray took advantage of this and attacked immediately. He used his icy domain. The 5 gnomes' reaction was a little slower than it previously was. Gray's attack was able to get to them without them being able to dodge it. With no other choice, they were forced to block the attack. Gray's attack was very powerful, and even those at the peak would have to think twice before taking such an attack head-on. All 5 figures were sent flying, all going in different directions. When the attack struck, the expressions of all 5 gnomes changed. One of them took a glance at the prince. He was the strongest among the people present, so he was able to fairly shake off Gray's attack. He took another glance at the others. The prince cannot die here. He muttered to himself. With determination in his eyes, he stood in front of the prince. Leave the realm, take your brother and leave. You cannot die here. The man's words struck deep into the mind of the prince. From what the man was insinuating, they couldn't stop Gray, and although they didn't want to accept it, they all knew it was the truth. Gray was just too powerful for them to deal with. Since that was the case, they needed to make sure the lives of both princes were safe. The prince closed his eyes, took a deep look at Gray, and turned around without hesitation. There was no need to die here. Since these guys have offered to stop Gray from going after him, then he would leave. Gray didn't try to stop them. He only took a glance at his friends and realized they were in no shape to chase after the prince. I'll let him go. It wouldn't be too bad if 2 princes are terrified of me, he thought to himself with a smile. The prince's figure soon disappeared from view. All right, I've given you guys enough time, Gray said and took a step forward, his icy domain speeding towards the 4 gnomes. Surround him. The man who was the strongest took charge. He knew the others were afraid of Gray, and he couldn't blame them for it. He too is afraid of Gray. With someone leading, the other 3 got their emotions together and did as commanded. If they were in the same place, Gray could use it to his advantage and focus the domain there, but once they were in different directions. The effect of the domain would be reduced since covering such a large area would mean Gray was exchanging quality for quantity. Gray's figure blurred and he went after one of the men. Since they were going to stand in separate areas, then he would just kill them one by one. He was about to attack when one of the gnomes attacked from the side. He blocked the attack, but that was enough time for the man he wanted to attack to not only retreat, but to also unleash a powerful strike. Gray blocked the attack and took a step back, his eyes turned serious. He knew even though he was stronger than they were individually, killing all of them wouldn't be as easy as he initially thought. I forgot they are all at the peak. He had to change his thought process. Due to seeing the fear in them, he underestimated them to a certain extent. Now, he wasn't going to underestimate them again. Two inscriptions lit up in the sky and Gray's eyes turned pale blue. He was going all out. On Alice's side. Alice has been the subject of a serious beating. She couldn't keep up with the seventh prince and the puppet. However, she was still standing, ready to fight with the prince. Since the start of the battle, she has been overpowered, but she still didn't have the thought of giving up. She could still stand, attack, and defend. Not just that, but the real reason she didn't want to give up was because she could sense that the longer the battle goes, the stronger she was getting. She has been in multiple battles, but this was the first time she was fighting someone of the seventh prince's level, and with the seventh prince adamant on wanting to kill her, he wasn't holding back. Alice has been fighting for her life since the start, and this was making her stronger. It was like she was tapping into an energy she never knew existed, and the feeling was captivating. The seventh prince has also noticed that the more they fought, the stronger Alice was getting. What's wrong with all of them? He felt there was something they didn't know about the current generation of humans. They had seen and heard all about humans, and none of their stories mentioned people behaving in such a manner. First it was Gray, and now he came in with 3 friends who were almost as freakish as he was. To a certain extent, a few of them were showing shocking levels of abilities. Gray had multiple elements, so some of his abilities could be attributed to that, but the others only had a single element, yet they were doing things others couldn't. Alice could sense the frustration in the body of the seventh prince. She didn't feel any sense of accomplishment from this. Yes, it was good to see that the prince was getting frustrated, but with her strength, she felt she should be able to at least put up a good fight against the prince and not get run over. The prince calmed himself before attacking once again. He was not going to let her rest. Since she was still standing, he would kill her from exhaustion. He was certain that there was no way she would be able to escape from him, so he decided to take his time on her. "I'll break you apart piece by piece." Alice wasn't flustered, she took all the attacks that came her way. The one she could dodge, she would, while the other she took head on. The impact of the attacks was starting to physically affect her, but with her strong mental fortitude, she wasn't going to let her physical exhaustion affect her. The prince didn't stop his attacks when he saw this, rather, he continued at a certain pace, not giving Alice any chance to catch her breath. The puppet made it easier for him since it blocked as time went on, she started taking more hits. Her reaction speed had reduced significantly after being hit by the shockwave of the attacks and the exhaustion was starting to show. It can only get you this far. In the end, you're still a weak human. The prince mocked when he saw Alice's state. Alice wanted to speak, but she decided against it. Presently, she needed all the energy she could use and speaking in such a state took a great deal of strength, one she wasn't willing to waste. The prince saw her expression and laughed. He continued attacking. This time, his attack speed was faster. He didn't need to hold back any longer, there was no need for his systematic attacks, now, he could go all out against an already defeated opponent. Alice kept blocking the attacks coming her way, but she was getting hit more and more. She knew if she took more hits at this rate, she truly might get killed here. Recalling what Gray told her before leaving, she knew she could not die. She was in a merged state with her Seelie, yet they were still oppressed by the seventh prince and his puppet. The Seelie soon vanished, making Alice show a weaker front compared to a few minutes ago when she first arrived. The prince didn't smile when he saw Alice in such a state. To a certain extent, he felt embarrassed that it took him this long before he could take down such a weak human. Your kind should be nothing but slaves and puppets. But you don't deserve to exist. I originally wanted to turn you into a puppet, but I decided against it. Die. Chapter 13:19. The seventh prince attacked after saying this. Alice was in a state where she couldn't block any attack coming her way. She tried to drag her body out of the way, but she was too exhausted to do anything. Even though she wanted to leave, she realized she couldn't. Her body was completely worn out, there was nothing she could do to stop the attack from hitting her. The sea lice which had originally disappeared reappeared and stood in front of her. It had bonded with Alice and knew that if she was hit by this attack, she would die, which was also bad for it. But it was different if it was the one hit by the attack. The prince watched on coldly when the attack made contact, giving off a powerful explosion. His eyes were cold as he looked at the place the attack struck. His lips curved upwards, he was about to break into a smile when he noticed something wasn't right. Why does it feel like the attack didn't hit them? He muttered and squinted his eyes, staring into the flames from the explosion. He waved his hand, forcing the smoke and flames from the explosion away. His pupils enlarged when he noticed there was no one there. Alice and the sea lice were nowhere to be seen. He spread out his spiritual senses, but he still wasn't able to locate the duo. The thought that the duo vanished without a trace angered the prince. Impossible! He was fuming. While he was still searching for them, he turned to look behind him. He seemed to catch the glimpse of a small black figure, but he wasn't certain what it was since it was very fast. But the reason he turned around wasn't because of the black figure, rather, it was because he could sense his brother's aura rushing towards him. Why's he coming back? He was surprised. There were 7 other peak elemental venerables with his brother, and the strongest person was holding Grey back. When he saw Alice, he already knew the plan of Grey and his friends. So he guessed his brother's group would also be attacked. However, he wasn't too bothered about it given their numbers and strength. Why are you still here? The second prince appeared close to his brother. When he took a glance, his eyes turned cold. He could tell a battle took place here, and seeing the current state of his brother, he knew his brother was the one who got the better of his opponent. Alice was the only one he didn't see, so he could already guess what happened here. However, he couldn't help but feel a certain way. He was in a sorry state, and his younger brother was able to deal with the person sent after him. Did you guys get attacked too? The 7th prince asked. We're leaving. Staying here is too dangerous. We have to get farther to increase the bounty on his head. He's too dangerous. The 2nd prince said, and took flight after finishing his statement. The 7th prince didn't need any explanation, he could already tell who his elder brother was talking about. From his elder brother's manner, it was clear that he was terrified of Grey. Don't tell me he killed the others. The 7th prince looked in the direction the 2nd prince was coming from and he couldn't sense anyone coming from that angle. He defeated all of them. This realization scared the crap out of him. If Grey defeated them and forced his elder brother, who was very prideful, to run in such a manner, it meant that he was even more of a freak than he thought. Grey chased after the strongest among them and still managed to go back and attack the 2nd prince's group. It was shocking just thinking about it. If Grey was able to catch up to them so early, it meant that he had already dealt with the man who was supposed to hold him back. It hasn't even been up to 20 minutes. The 7th prince didn't know how to feel about Grey. At first, he believed he would be the one to kill Grey, but after meeting Grey for the 2nd time, he knew his dream was not possible in any way. Grey was advancing too quickly, and in a matter of months, he would get to the sovereign plane. If someone like Grey were to reach the peak of the human world before the war breaks out, they would be in trouble. The 7th prince didn't dare to stay there any longer, he chased after his elder brother. Their destination was the portal. They had to leave this place as soon as possible. Alice opened her eyes to total darkness. She didn't understand what happened. One moment, she was about to be hit by a life-threatening attack. The next moment, she was in a dark place. She tried to look around, but she couldn't see any light. Don't worry, you're safe here. A small voice resounded in her ears. She didn't need to ask who it was. She had been with Void for too long not to recognize his voice. So Grey sent you to make sure I don't die? She asked. Just a precautionary measure. The bunny is with the other 2 as well. Void replied. For some reason, he could sense a hint of sadness in Alice's voice. It was as if she was sad with the fact that Grey didn't believe she was strong enough to defeat the prince on her own. But when she thought deeply about it, her sadness disappeared. She knew what she was capable of, and so did Grey. The seventh prince was someone Gray had fought with before, and to a certain extent, it could be said that he knew what he was capable of. Since he sent Void, it meant that he didn't want anything to happen to Alice if by chance she wasn't able to defeat the prince or escape. "He's always so thoughtful," she said with a soft smile. Chapter 13:20. Alice and Void spoke for a while before she asked Void to take her to the others. Void didn't disagree with it since he too wanted to go back to Void and rest. Watching over someone was exhausting. He didn't know when to jump in, and on a few occasions, he wanted to come out and beat up the prince for a while before letting Alice deal with him. But now, he understood why Gray didn't want him to interfere. Unlike Klaus and Reynolds, who were both shameless, Alice would feel Gray was looking down on her, hence the reason he sent Void to help her. Even though she knew Gray was only worried about her well-being, she still felt if Gray believed in her abilities, there was no need to send someone to watch over her. Void didn't think too much about it as he shuttled through space, rushing towards Gray's direction at lightning-fast speed. On Gray's end, he had finally sensed where the bunny leader was, and he didn't know how to react to it. Someone or something blocked the bunny leader from using the space element. From its tired voice, he was certain it got into a fight and somehow managed to come out on top, hence the reason it was able to come out from the place he was confined in. Gray was relieved when he heard its voice once again. Having such a powerful and somewhat knowledgeable bunny by his side was quite enjoyable. It would have been a shame to lose it. Klaus and Reynolds were still resting, trying to recover their strength. The four gnomes were all seriously wounded by him. Two had lost both their arms, while the other two had holes in their bodies. It hadn't been more than 3 minutes since the second prince left, yet Gray had already done so much damage to them. All four of them knew they were going to die unless someone came to help them. Gray paused his attack because of the bunny leader, but now that he had clarified everything with it, there was no use keeping these guys alive. He attacked with even more ferocity. His figure was going from one place to another without a quarter of a second. Before long, all four gnomes, who were all mentally and physically exhausted, were killed by Gray. Void and Alice arrived immediately. Gray killed off the last gnome. Alice took a glance at Klaus and Reynolds, who were resting, and knew the duo were exhausted given the fact that they didn't even bother to open their eyes to see who came. She decided to do the same. Jumping onto a tree branch, she shut her eyes and started meditating. Void jumped on Gray's shoulder. "There's something in the space here. Very powerful," Void said to Gray. "It caught the bunny, but it managed to escape from it." Gray looked around. This strange creature interested him. He wouldn't mind having another powerful space elementalist among his ranks. The bunny leader and Void had been so helpful. "Don't even think about it. You can't control it, neither can I. Its bloodline is quite high." As if he could see through Gray's mind, he warned him against having any thoughts on the creature. Gray gave a stiff smile before taking a look at Alice. He could see that she was in a bad state. Now that he was no longer fighting, he raised his hands in the direction of his friends, and a golden light shot towards them. He wanted to use the light element to help them recover. A few hours later, the group was well rested. To be fair, if not for Gray using the light element, it would have taken longer than it did. "What now?" Klaus asked. They've defeated the top gnomes, and he was sure they wouldn't bother them anytime soon. The princes are gone. They will not stay here since it's too dangerous. We're free to explore now. Gray said coolly. Thanks to them wanting to take us out in such a hurry, we've dealt with them. The only issue now should be the giant race. I would have gone over to intimidate them, but that wouldn't be good for us. We're already enemies with the gnome race. Adding the giant race to it will only make life more difficult. Yes, now that we have nothing to fear, I say we should go out to seek opportunities. Reynolds had been waiting for this for a while now. You two are already close to the peak of the Venerable Plain. We're lacking behind. We need to increase our strength too. War is coming. We all need to increase our strength. Klaus said. Since the gnomes are gone, it's best we go separate ways. Gray suggested. Whenever they enter places like this which are filled with opportunities, the best thing to do is to go separate ways. They can obtain more things this way. But staying together was the safer option. The others didn't see anything wrong with Gray's statement. Staying together would be good for their safety, but with the top gnomes gone, and the rare conflict with the giant race, they were actually very safe. So they didn't have to worry about getting killed by someone from the gnome race. The bunny leader was the first to leave. It was in the process of building an army before Gray called it over. Now, it wanted to continue its work. Gray and his friend stayed together for a little longer before they started to leave one by one. In no time, Gray was the only one left. Well, Void was still on his shoulder, so he had a companion. Klaus and Reynolds paired together, as usual. Alice went on her own. She had her sea lice with her. It has not completely recovered, but they should be fine against anyone below the late stages of the elemental venerable plane. I wonder what sort of treasure would make them need my help. Gray whispered. Chapter 13:21. Gray and Void started their journey through the secret realm. With the powerful gnomes no longer active in the secret realm, they didn't have anything to worry about. Gray didn't even bother to head back to the castle, which is the hideout of the gnomes. There was nothing left for him there. He knew the princes wouldn't dare to return, well, unless they brought reinforcement. However, that would take a long time, and he had to make the best of the current opportunity he had. He still had a few people he had to give treasures to. Although Arthel was presently under his father, technically, he was the one who brought him here, so he still had to be responsible for a few things relating to his training. There was also Corey, who was like his little sister. She needed a good amount of treasure to make her body grow faster into her current strength, so she would be able to increase her strength and fight stronger opponents. Gray didn't need her to stay weak. War was coming, and the stronger she was, the safer she would be. There was also the triplet from the Horned race, and also a few friends. He wasn't too concerned about his friends who weren't here, but the triplet needed all he could provide them if they wanted to boost their strength faster. They were still at the Sage Plane, and getting to the Elemental Venerable seemed very far from them. Unless Gray were to bring back a handful of treasures that would be helpful to them. At the thought of all this, Gray couldn't help but give a wry chuckle. He couldn't believe he was preparing for a war that might eventually end the human race. If only I was stronger? He thought to himself, but he soon tossed it to the back of his mind. There was no use bothering too much about something like this since he wasn't strong enough. If the sky was falling, there would be people who would hold it for him. Until he got to that stage, all he needed to focus on was getting stronger. With all the things he has learned so far, he was certain that against anyone on the same stage as himself, he was invincible. The merging of his chaos and essence energies made his attack power even more destructive. Adding his space element, as well as his miasma, he could insta-kill anyone at the peak if he attacked them without them being able to defend. Even Klaus is capable of achieving such a feat, so it was natural that it wouldn't be hard for him to do something like that. Is there anything good around? Gray turned his attention to Void. He had to make good use of the time he had on his hands. Void and the bunny leader were his best asset when it came to treasure hunting. With the bunny leader absent, Void was the only one tasked with sensing treasures. Void shook his head. He had already tried sensing if there was any treasure around, but there wasn't any that caught his attention. Gray didn't speak too much. If he saw anyone around, he would take it. If not, he wouldn't bother. Before any treasure can catch Void's attention, then it has to have a very high level. Void rarely looks at low-ranked treasures, so Gray had gotten used to it. The duo started exploring the secret realm. With their strength, there was nothing they were afraid of. Other than a few traps, which could be very deadly to them, there was nothing else. The rest things here all had the strength of a peak elemental venerable, which was within their ability to deal with. Time went by, and in the blink of an eye, for days had gone by. Gray and Void had been exploring the place, and thanks to Void, they've managed to only get one treasure. Neither of them knew what it was used for, but since Void said it was good stuff, Gray took it. Gray didn't know how the others were doing, but he felt they were doing okay. During these past 4 days, he had crossed paths with a few humans, and also a few people from the giant race. He didn't have any clash with the giant race, as there was no need. There was no treasure in sight when he encountered them, so he let them be. All the good stuff has been taken away. There's nothing else for us here, Void said in dissatisfaction. They've been searching for a while now, and they still hadn't encountered anything good. With his good senses, he would have been able to at least sense where a few treasures were located, but other than the one they didn't know what it's used for, there was nothing else they've found, and he was starting to lose interest in this place. There was nothing fun to do, and there were no treasures. We still have to wait for the others, so we can't leave now. Gray was feeling the same way as Void, but he didn't see any reason to leave. They might not see anything valuable in some of the treasures here, but Klaus and the others wouldn't mind taking a few things. Alice and Reynolds especially. They had the lowest cultivation stage and wanted to improve as fast as they could. Void took a glance at Gray and gave a little grunt of dissatisfaction before disappearing. Gray shook his head. He knew Void wanted to rest inside his spatial ring. With a sigh, he started exploring the place on his own. If there was anything of value, Void would come out. This, he was certain of. The day went by very quickly, and Gray took all he saw. He didn't worry if they were good or not. He took almost everything in sight that he felt was of value. He continued moving through the secret realm, not contacting the others. Across the secret realm, there was a certain atmosphere. Without the gnomes to cause trouble for humans, humans have been able to gather a lot of treasures. Unlike before when they had to be cautious, now, all they needed to do was to ensure they didn't have a fight with the giants and they would be relatively fine. The news of the gnomes being decimated by Gray and his friends quickly spread across the entire secret realm. Only those who were aware of Gray's presence knew it was his handiwork. The giant race's hideout. Are you sure it's the same person? A voice asked. I'm certain it is. Another person replied. The person added, he's the only one I know who can overpower the gnomes. I'd like to meet him. All right, I'll send out words for him. With his guts, I don't think he would reject your invitation. The person said. The duo spoke for a while longer before the figure left the place. The hall they were in was extraordinarily large when compared to that of the gnomes of humans. When the figure in the hall stepped out from the large doors, a giant figure could be seen. The figure had a familiar face. It was the giant Gray who went to meet at the time he was in the lower realm. He was the leader of the giants at that time. Now though, he was in a lower cultivation stage, but he still enjoyed a high status here. The person who was leading them was at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. He said some words to a few people and after describing what Gray looked like, he went back inside. Gray was the one they wanted to see. They had no interest in the other humans. He also told them not to get into any conflict with humans, just telling them to pass on the invitation over to Gray. A day later, Gray soon got word of the invitation. He was a little taken aback because he didn't expect the giant race would invite him to their hideout. Searching for a giant wasn't difficult, and before long, he was on his way to the giant race's hideout. Somewhere in the secret realm. A young lady looked at the giant before her, curious. She turned to the human who was with her. Who's this person they are inviting over? It's Gray. The young man beside her said. The young man was the younger brother of Sylvia. He was in shock at Gray's efficiency. It took less than a week before Gray had the entire gnome race in a chokehold. Now, the giant race was inviting him over to their hideout. What do you think they want with him? The young lady asked. I have no idea. But I'm sure he will go. Sylvia's younger brother said. Should we head there too, just to make sure it's not a trap? The gnomes might have contacted them. The young lady suggested. Chapter 13:22. The giant race's hideout. Gray was accompanied by a giant, so it was very easy for him to get into the place. He didn't delay and went straight to the main hall. The giant who was the present leader of the giants was present, and beside him was the giant he saw back in the lower realm. That's him, I can't forget his face. The giant who had seen Gray before spoke up. You're the one who dealt with the entire gnome race here? The leader of the giants asked, looking Gray in the eyes. Standing before them, Gray looked like a little child standing in front of adults. His head barely got past their thighs. Not really, I just took out their leaders. With no one to lead, the subordinates will naturally crumble. Gray replied matter-of-factly. He was calm and composed while in the presence of so many giants. There wasn't even an atom of fear in his eyes, only curiosity. To be honest, he was a little baffled why the giants wanted to meet up with him. You didn't call me here to speak about the gnomes, did you? Gray raised a brow. If that's the reason, then it seems I have wasted my time. Straightforward, nice. I'll go straight to the point then. There's something I need a few humans' help for. The leader of the giants didn't speak about anything else and went straight to the point. There was a place he needed to access, but unfortunately, only humans can open it. A powerful one at that. They had tried capturing a few people, but none of them had been able to open the place. When he heard about Gray, the thought of exploring that place came to mind, and he believed with Gray's prowess, he should be able to access it. After entering, they will discuss on how to share whatever treasures they find inside. I see. Who are you taking with you? Gray squinted his eyes. For others, 3 at the peak and him. The leader of the giants pointed at 3 people at the peak of the elemental venerable plane like himself, and then pointed at the giant Gray saw at the lower realm. I can bring other humans too. Gray asked an important question. If he was going alone, although he was confident they wouldn't be able to kill him, after all, Void was there with him. But he still had to be cautious when dealing with others, especially powerful people like the giant race. With a few people by his side, he would feel a lot safer. Yes, you can pick for others to go with us. The leader of the giants didn't want Gray to feel like he wanted to outnumber them, so he told him to take 4 other humans with him. Gray took a look at the people the leader of the giant race picked and sensed their auras. They were all top powerhouses at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. It would be very difficult for peak venerables on the human side to match any of them, unless they were people of Klaus and Reynolds' caliber, Alice included. Only top geniuses like his friends would be able to match up to these people. The issue is that none of his friends had the strength of a peak elemental venerable. Klaus might be able to unleash an attack on the level of a peak elemental venerable, but that was where he was given the chance, and it wasn't something he could do whenever he felt like it. Taking his friends with him didn't seem like the more reasonable option, but he didn't want to go on such an expedition without them. They too needed as much treasures as they could find. With Klaus' luck, he should get something good from this place. Gray fell deep in thought. Should I call Alice over? She might have not seen anything good during her search. He was stuck in a dilemma. While he was still thinking, he raised his head to look in the direction he came from. There, he could sense the aura of a few humans. Who? Who are those people? Gray muttered unconsciously. The leader of the giant race took a glance at Gray. Seeing his confused expression, he knew he had nothing to do with the arrival of the newcomers. Why don't we go and find out? The leader of the giant was the first to stand up. He walked out of the hall, heading for the pathway that led into their hideout. Gray followed beside him. He was also curious about the identity of these people. The aura he sensed didn't belong to any of his friends, so he was sure he didn't know the people there. A minute later, they were standing at the gate into the hideout. 8 people could be seen standing outside the gate. They didn't try to enter the place, just standing there and staring at the 2 giants who were the guards there. The reason the giants didn't attack was because they didn't sense any malice from them, and the humans said they just wanted to make sure their companion who came here was safe. They all knew of the invitation for Gray, so seeing others coming just to ensure he was safe didn't make them worry. Gray was safe, so there was no need to start a fight over anything. When Gray walked out, he was staring at the group of people when his eyes rested on the body of a young lady. It was the lady who came in with Sylvia's younger brother. Gray looked at her for a long time, not averting his eyes. Did I sense wrong? A confused look appeared on his face. He sensed the aura of a mark on the body of the young lady. Although it was very faint, he still sensed it. He had worked with the mark before and could sense it from a mile away. The fact that he only got a short sense of it made him doubt if it were true. Maybe it's something related to her cultivation. After trying to sense it again and failing, he gave up. The young lady, on the other hand, was amused with the way Gray was staring at her. Not just her, but everyone present could see that from the second Gray stepped out, his eyes had not left the body of the young lady. A few people looked at Gray and felt he had fallen in love with the young lady, just like most young people who had come in contact with her. She was a stunning beauty. However, they were all surprised when Gray's expression fell back to its normal indifference. He didn't even spare the young lady another glance. Rather, he took a look at Sylvia's brother. "You're here." He nodded to him. Sylvia's brother nodded as well. He took a step forward and said, "We heard you were invited by the giants, and we came to ensure your safety." "How did you know I'd come?" Gray asked with a playful smile. You dare to go to the gnome's hideout? There's no place in this secret realm you wouldn't dare to go," Sylvia's brother said. Gray chuckled but didn't say anything. To be fair, Sylvia's brother was right. There was no place he didn't dare to go in this secret realm. However, the only reason he came here was that he was curious about the reason the leader of the giants would want to see him. Now that he has confirmed it, he was satisfied. There was also the tempting offer of having to go search a place. He didn't know what was inside, but since the giants have been trying to open it, he felt there must be something good inside. "Thank you for your care, but as you can see, I'm doing fine." Gray appreciated their kind thoughts, but he wasn't really close to them, so there was no need talking too much with them. He was still thinking about who he would take with. It suddenly struck him, there are at least 4 peak elemental venerables present on the side of the humans there. All he needed was to take Sylvia's brother, and any other 3 peak venerables, and he should be okay. This will guarantee his safety, while also giving him a chance to obtain some good treasures. "You know what? I need your help. The reason I came here is that I want to go on an expedition with the giants. I need you and those 3 at the peak to come with us." Gray didn't tell them that the giants needed a human to help them open the place since he didn't find it appropriate. Rather, he told them he was going on an expedition with them. The 3 Gray picked were all at the peak, and he sensed they were quite strong. 2 of them seemed to be well over 30, only one of them was in his late 20s, very close to 30. Chapter 13:23. Sylvia's brother and the 3 men picked all paused, they didn't know what was happening. They came here to check on Gray, how come he's suddenly picking them to go with him on an expedition with the giants? What was worse was that the young lady who was the strongest amongst everyone present wasn't even picked by Gray. "Wait, what's going on?" The young lady was the one who asked the question. "They're going with me on an expedition, of course, it's their choice if they want to or not. If not, I'll just call my friends over. Although, it will take a while, they wouldn't mind." Gray replied in a nonchalant manner. "You know the reason I'm asking this question?" the young lady said, staring straight at Gray's face. Gray didn't flinch, he took a glance at her and said, "I don't know you, neither do I trust you. I can't let you watch over my back. You don't know them either." The young lady pointed at the trio he picked, as well as the giants. She knew Gray was familiar with Sylvia's brother, so she didn't add him. "What are your names?" Gray asked the trio, in which they replied to his question, "You see, I know them now. And I'm very okay with doing business with the giants, this is not my first time with them." The young lady was stunned. She didn't understand why Gray didn't pick her to join the expedition group. Of everyone present, if Gray wanted to pick someone, then she was the first person he was supposed to pick, yet he was completely neglecting her. Only her teacher has treated her in such a manner. She was a top student of one of the most powerful individuals in the entire Aurora continent, yet Gray was treating her like she was an everyday young lady. Sylvia's brother, sensing the tension, walked over to Gray to whisper a few words to him. He didn't want the duo to get on each other's head sides. "You don't get it, I don't trust her. She has a certain dark aura. I've only sensed it with a certain group of people." Gray didn't hide his words, staring straight at the young lady. There was no certainty she was marked by a necromancer, so it only meant one thing, she was one herself. Gray didn't have any plans of exposing her, but he also didn't want to travel with her. The eyes of the young lady widened when she heard this, she wanted to speak, but couldn't. For some reason, she could understand the meaning behind Gray's words. How did he sense it? She was stunned, her eyes suddenly turned hostile. Only a necromancer or gnomes could sense the mark on her? Gray is most definitely a necromancer, hence the reason he was able to sense it. And he must have mastered the technique to the peak, if not, how could he sense something her teacher used a secret technique to cloak? Gray saw the change in her eyes, and felt he was right in his speculation, she was definitely a necromancer. He didn't know how the Burchard family were not able to sense the dark aura on the young lady, nor did he care. As long as she didn't cross paths with him, then he wouldn't bother with her. "You're a necromancer." The young lady pointed her finger at Gray. Everyone on the side of the humans gasped in shock, while Gray on the other hand burst into laughter. "A necromancer will kill off so many gnomes? Do you only have water in your head?" Gray's question brought everyone back to reality. Yes, they all knew how much necromancers revered gnomes. It would be impossible for anyone who is a necromancer to think of even killing gnomes, much less doing it to such a level that a large bounty was placed on his head by the gnome race. Are you people coming with me or not? I can't stand here arguing with her, I have things to do. Gray asked Sylvia's brother and the other three. If they didn't show any interest in going, then he would just call his friends over. With Klaus and the bunny leader, he was sure he would be able to keep everyone alive, at least. Being ignored by Gray infuriated the young lady even further. With her teeth clenched, she walked closer to Gray. Then how did you sense it? She set up a barrier, blocking everyone else from listening to what she was asking Gray. On the side of the giants, they didn't interfere with what was happening. At first, they thought Gray was the one who called them over, but after seeing their dispute, they were sure Gray didn't have any thoughts of calling them over. Gray was even on the verge of chasing them away when he thought about bringing them with him. What should we do? One of the giants at the peak asked the leader. We watch. Whatever differences the humans have, they can settle it themselves. It has nothing to do with us. The leader replied calmly. He didn't expect to see something like this, but he wasn't too worried. From how the young lady acts, it was easy for him to see that she had a very high status. Gray not putting her in his eyes showed that his status was at least on the same level as the young lady. What he didn't understand was how come Gray, who was still in the 9th stage, could scare the entire gnome race in the secret realm, while this young lady who gave off an aura of a top powerhouse couldn't. When he probed the young lady, his senses were shattered the second it came close. This showed just how powerful her senses are. He wasn't confident in being able to defeat the young lady in a battle. In the barrier, Gray feigned ignorance and said, "Give it up, I don't like necromancers. I will not say anything about it to others, just don't bother me. I'm not a necromancer, and from the looks of it, you're not one either," the young lady said. Gray saw the seriousness in her expression and asked, "You're not?" The young lady shook her head. "Then the aura of necromancy I sensed on your body? I was marked." "Oh, ha ha, that explains it all." Gray gave his forehead a slight smack as he laughed awkwardly. "How did you hide it?" He couldn't hide his curiosity and asked, "How did you sense it?" The young lady didn't answer his question, rather, she asked a question of her own. Gray didn't think too much about it and replied, "I've been marked before." The young lady noticed Gray's wording and couldn't help but wear a confused look. From Gray's words, he was marked, but the mark was no longer there. How could this be possible? It's impossible to remove the mark. She couldn't believe her ears. "It's for you people. I'm different," Gray said and then waved his hand, destroying the barrier. He didn't want to extend the conversation any further. If the young lady continued asking questions, she would want Gray to help out with removing the mark. This was something he wasn't interested in doing. First off, he needed life force to deal with it, and there were no gnomes in sight. Besides, he didn't really like the young lady, so even if he could help, there was no reason for him to. Her mark was well hidden that even a few gnomes would find it difficult to sense it. Seeing Gray destroy the barrier, the young lady bit her lower lip and stomped on the ground. "You're not going, I'll go with them." She pointed at one of the men, the one with a long mustache. The man couldn't help but take a look at Gray, who gave a "I don't care what you guys decide" a look. He could only sigh and walk back. He knew this was a missed opportunity. The probability of death didn't scare him, they all knew that opportunity came with the dangers. Only the lucky ones comes out of these events on top. He had been on a few expeditions, but he didn't think there would be anyone on the same level as this one. Gray turned to the leader of the giants. "When are we leaving?" "I already have my group. I'll make a few preparation and we can leave tomorrow morning," the leader of the gang said, and then he added, "Those going are more than welcome to come reside inside before we depart." Gray smiled, he knew what the leader of the giants was doing. He was subtly chasing the other humans away. Although they wanted to collaborate for an expedition, it didn't mean they and the humans were on the same side, they were only allying due to aligned benefits. Gray didn't stand on ceremony and walked into the giants' camp, alongside the 5 going with him. Chapter 13:24. The next morning, Gray and the giants were already waiting outside to leave. The last person to come out was the young lady. She took a glance at Gray but didn't say anything. During the past day, she had been trying to talk to Gray, but it has all been futile. It was like she was speaking with a wall. Gray wasn't even answering any of her questions, he wasn't even looking at her. During the entire time, he had his eyes closed and didn't bother to spare her a glance. Void came out and took a deep look at her, but he disappeared soon after. He didn't want to alert others. The young lady was stunned. She had heard from Sylvia's brother that there was a small mysterious black cat that was always with Gray. She had wanted to ask about it earlier, but she didn't think it was appropriate, so she refrained. Seeing Void appear and disappear without leaking out even a bit of aura put her on alert. She was at the peak of the elemental venerable plane, yet she couldn't sense Void. If not for the fact that the secret realm would attack anyone about the elemental venerable plane, she might have concluded that Void was in the elemental sovereign plane. Had Void not appeared in her line of sight, she wouldn't have even sensed his presence. This showed how well hidden he was. Gray said to the giant leader, "Lead the way, there are still things to do." The leader of the giants didn't delay and nodded. He took to the sky, his giant figure shrinking to the size of humans as they flew through the sky. I wonder what sort of items they use in making their clothes. Gray thought deep down. The clothes of the giant shrunk with him, fitting his new size perfectly. He didn't bother to ask as there was no need to. He followed behind the leader of the giant, not saying another word. Sylvia's brother and the others were speaking on the journey. The direction they were headed was a little familiar, but they opted not to say anything. On the way, Gray got to find out the young lady's name was Ilaris. And the two men were Brax and Victor. Gray only listened to them on the way. He had also forgotten Sylvia's brother's name, and luckily for him, he got to hear it while they were headed to their destination. Before long, he was familiar with everyone even though he wasn't even speaking with them. It took about 1 hour before they got to the place they were heading to. Josh, Sylvia's brother, moved closer to Gray and said, "There's a place here that's only accessible by humans. However, we still haven't been able to locate it yet." "Don't tell me they found it." Josh couldn't believe his eyes. "I don't know, but I think so," Gray replied. He knew the others would be against letting the giants go inside, so he added, "Tell them not to make any rash decisions. The giants are the ones who found it. If we dare to attack them, we're only calling more enemies for us. I have my way in dealing with the gnomes, but not giants. I can't fight off all of them." Gray warned them. Josh nodded and relayed the message to the others. Ilaris was already about to speak up against the giants, but after hearing Gray's words, she refrained from doing so. She didn't want to cause more trouble for humans. Gray nodded internally when he saw their reactions. At least he didn't have to worry about any of them betraying the giants. It appears the others have heard of this place, they just don't know where it's located. Gray watched the reaction of the leader of the giants while he spoke. The leader of the giants nodded. "It's expected, but I know locating it would be impossible for humans. From the looks of it, only a giant can locate it, while humans are the ones who can open it." The giant leader's words made Gray realize it isn't as easy as it looks. Who would create such a place that would require humans and giants to work together? Could there be an underlying meaning behind this? Multiple questions came to Gray's head, but he didn't think too much about it. First off, they needed the giants to take them to the place first. The leader of the giants didn't go back on his words. He took Gray and his companions to the place. They were currently in a mountain range, and each mountain looked exactly the same. The 5 giants went to 5 different mountains, and after a few hand seals, a large door appeared in the middle of the 5 mountains. Gray and the other humans moved to where the door was located. The door looked ancient, and just the aura it gave off was intimidating. When Gray got close to the door, he heard Void's voice. "Be careful, this thing is dangerous." Gray retreated the instant he heard this, not because of Void's words, but because he sensed a powerful attraction force from the door. It was like something inside wanted to devour his blood. Yes, didn't know what it was, nor did he care to stay to find out. It was just too dangerous. Gray wasn't the only one, the others all retreated as well. "What's the meaning of this? You want to use us as sacrifices?" One of the peak elemental venerables humans turned to the giant, extremely angry. You don't understand, it needs the bloods of humans to open it up. Without it, there's no way it can be opened. The leader of the giants explained. If this thing takes our blood, we will be weakened. Gray spoke up, taking a glance at the giants. Although he wasn't scared, he didn't want a situation where the others will also be in danger because of him. Both parties stood on the same spot, facing each other. Gray was not willing to endanger his life as well as the life of others on just the words of the leader of the giants. He's not that foolish. The giants, on the other hand, were staring at them with utmost sincerity. Just from their looks alone, it was easy to see that they weren't lying. But Gray wasn't willing to take such an opportunity. If things went south, then it was over for the others. He still had Void, and with the help of the space element, he will not only survive, but he could also explore this place. The same couldn't be said for the others. Once they were weakened, there was no way they could get help. And since others saw him take them along, everything will be pinned on him. How can I make you trust us? The leader of the giants asked. He knew it wouldn't be easy to get Gray and the other humans to open the door with their blood due to how they would be after the extraction. We'll have to wait for at least an hour. We have no problems with removing some blood and storing it somewhere. After recovering, we can come here to open this door. Gray suggested. Do you think it will work? One of the giants turned to their leader. It's worth a try. But first off, you will have to remove some blood and put it there. If it reacts to blood that's not directly from your body, then there's no harm in doing it that way. The leader of the giants said. Gray didn't argue. He cut open his arm and the injury only opened up for a second before healing up. He managed to extract a small pint of blood and he tossed it in the direction of the door. The door absorbed it in the blink of an eye, and red marks started to appear on the door. But the marks didn't go far before fading off. It was clear that the blood it received wasn't enough. Those present didn't look at the door, rather, their attention was on Gray. The speed at which he healed was frightening. Even those at the peak wouldn't heal that quickly, yet he healed up so easily. It was as if his body was in a hurry to stop any leakage. That was not the only thing they sensed, there was also the massive energy stored within Gray's body. It was a shocking thing to think about. Gray cut his arm open for less than a second, yet they weren't able to come to terms with how things were. The giants were also in awe at Gray's healing speed. They didn't think too much about his blood, although they felt it was almost identical to that of a powerful magical beast. How could a human possess the blood of a magical beast running through his veins? Chapter 1325. Gray wasn't too interested in what the others thought, but he realized something when he did this. He had absorbed the blood essence of a dragon, one of the top bloodlines in the magical beast world. Originally, he didn't think too much about it, but now that he studied his blood more intently, he realized it was no longer as it used to be. To a certain extent, it has changed completely from that of a human. He rarely bleeds when fighting, and even on the few occasions he does, his bleeding stops very quickly, and due to the intensity of those battles, he doesn't even have the time to notice the changes in his blood. But now that he was the one who actively cut himself open and extracted some blood, he realized his blood was not like anything else. He had eaten a good number of magical beasts, and those had in some way integrated themselves into his blood. There have been a few high bloodline magical beasts he has eaten which has also helped him out in this. Don't expose your blood outside. You've attracted the top magical beasts in the area. Hide. Void's voice echoed in Gray's head. Void almost wanted to ask Gray if he was stupid. But he refrained from doing so. Gray was human, even though he absorbed the blood essence of a dragon. Although there were some changes, he didn't think Gray's blood would change this much. To a certain extent, it can be said that there was something off about Gray, hence the change. Even the people from the Vergil family wouldn't have such a change to it. They might be able to activate a dragon's innate ability and also attain scales, but gaining such a change in their blood was almost impossible to achieve with only one blood essence. How did this happen? Gray asked. Even he didn't expect this change. You've taken in too many natural treasures. This must be a result of one of them, even I didn't notice it until just now. You have to be very careful henceforth. Also, try to tell those present not to say a word about it outside. You already know the consequences," Void said and gave him some warning. Gray already knew this. He took a glance at the others and said, "We should look for somewhere to rest. You guys will have to cover my side." They understood the meaning of his statement. From the looks of it, it seems he wasn't aware of the change in his blood as well. Also, to prevent any issues, I wouldn't want this to spread out. Gray's eyes were cold as he locked onto the faces of all the humans present. The cold gleam that went through his eyes told everyone all they needed to know. If word of this spreads, Gray wouldn't mind killing the person. Every single person from a top family or faction knew who Gray was. The son of the great Lucas Dawson, who himself is a generational talent, even more freakish than his father. The Dawson family is renowned for their strength, and more recently, the freakish strength of Lucas Dawson. Gray got fame when the news of the gnomes wanting him dead spread out. For the emperor of the gnome race to issue out a kill order on his head, and also placing top treasures on his head, told everyone one thing: he was someone the gnomes didn't want to see grow. The few people who knew of Gray's presence in the recent happenings in the secret realm further confirmed he has a way of dealing with the gnomes which the gnomes knew about and want to kill him off as soon as possible. Of course, a few people have brought up the question, but Gray has been mute. He has too many secrets. Luckily, he is the son of a powerful man, and from a powerful family. Everyone would think twice before offending. Let's leave. I seem to have attracted a few beasts over. Peak rank 7 ones, I don't think we want to get entangled with them, Gray said to the giants and humans. Everyone present had already sensed the magical beasts racing over and knew it had to do with the blood that came out of Gray's body. Although it wasn't even up to 3 seconds, it was powerful enough to draw the attention of these top beasts that would rarely move when some natural treasures form. The leader of the giants took a deep look at Gray. He didn't say anything and returned to a human size before leaving with Gray and the other humans. The other giants naturally followed him, not daring to ask any questions. A few seconds after they left, a large golden eagle appeared in the sky, its beak radiating a powerful light. It gave a loud squeal as it looked around. Before long, different types of magical beasts started to appear, including a gigantic tortoise. The tortoise appeared to be walking slowly, but in truth, it was traveling over 10 kilometers within the space of 2 seconds. All the top rank 7 beasts appeared and studied the area. They could sense that the owner of the blood was nowhere to be seen. Nonetheless, the thickness of the bloodline and also the quality of it was not something they wanted to give up on. They were all top beasts who all had a territory they were keeping watch over. Most of the time, they wouldn't get into conflict with each other since it would only benefit another, but in this case, none of them was willing to back down. But being the smart beasts they were, they decided not to get into any conflict until they acquired the beast that possessed the bloodline. Only after acquiring it would they make a move. They all agreed and dispersed. Even though they didn't trust each other, they knew that whatever beast possessed such a high bloodline would be no pushover. So even if one of them finds it, it would not be able to kill it with ease. Chapter 1326. Gray didn't bother to extract any blood from his body since he didn't want to attract any more attention to himself. Rather, he brought out a top-tier healing tonic and offered it to anyone willing to fork out more blood. Brax was one who agreed to his offer, and he offered more blood. With the help of the tonic, he not only recovered, but he sensed that he grew a bit stronger. It might seem negligible, but in his current cultivation stage, growing every bit was very valuable. Gray thanked him, and after a few more hours they went back to the mountain range. With the presence of the magical beasts there, they had to be very cautious. Given how they were moving around, they all knew what the magical beasts were searching for, and if they were to see any humans or giants around, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. When they headed back, the 5 giants went to their positions, and after doing the hand seals, the door opened up. The blood that had been stored was released into it. Unlike the enthusiasm the door showed when it was absorbing Gray's blood, it was a little slower when it started absorbing the blood of regular humans. It only showed an increase in pace when Alaris blood was placed on it. The lines on the door started to glow with more intensity as well, and the ruin marks started to show. Gray, unlike the others who were just watching the door open up, was studying how the door was absorbing the blood and also the ruin marks on the door. He was not only looking at it, rather, he was drawing it mentally to ensure he didn't forget it. He has always been curious about anything relating to arrays, so seeing this piqued his interest. At this pace, the beasts will sense it and attack us. One of the giants spoke up. The door hadn't shown any signs of opening up, and with the glow the door was giving off, it was only a matter of time before the magical beasts in the area notices it and rushes there. With how smart these beasts were, they wouldn't attack since they were also hoping to acquire some good treasures as well, and any place that would require both the giant and human races working together would definitely possess impeccable treasures. Don't worry, I'll set up an array to make it hard for them to sense anything from here, Gray said. As much as he wanted to study the ruin marks on the door, he also wasn't interested in getting entangled with these top magical beasts. They were too tricky to deal with. And some of them might even be thousands of years old. Magical beasts with such age would be even more powerful when compared to a regular genius peak elemental venerable. With the experience it has amassed and also the multiple battles, it would not be easy to deal with. Gray brought out a few energy stones, mixed with chaos stones. He tossed them in different directions, and with a few hand seals, a large barrier covered the area. With this barrier active, there was no way the magical beasts would be able to sense anything unless they were very close to the area. However, Gray's expression changed when he noticed a large eye staring at him. The most shocking thing was the fact that the eye was from a mountain. He took another look at the mountain and realized it wasn't a mountain, rather, it was the head of an extraordinarily large beast. Crap! We've been seen! He alerted the others. The only reason he hadn't made any move was because the creature wasn't making any moves. Instead, it was just staring at everyone present. Its eyes soon locked on the door, and the blood that was being absorbed. A soft growl came out of the creature's mouth. It soon opened its mouth and spoke. I have no interest in what you people are doing, I just need to know the whereabouts of whatever's blood was used here a few hours ago. Gray's heart sunk. He knew this was what the creature was definitely getting at. He looked behind the head of the creature, and all he could see was a mountain. He was about to ask what it was when Void's voice echoed in his head. That's a king tortoise. They are very rare and possess an exceptional bloodline. Their abilities are even more heaven-defying. Of course, it's not on my level, but it's top-notch nonetheless. If you can get parts of its blood essence, you might be able to attain their innate defensive abilities. All king tortoises have the same types of innate abilities, and they are all defensive abilities. Gray was tempted after hearing Void's words, but when he took a glance at the tortoise, he knew this thing was well over 1,000 years old. Its defense must be at the very top when it comes to peak rank 7 magical beasts. One has to know that the defensive abilities of magical beasts are far superior to that of humans, much less a magical beast like this that focuses mainly on defense. Gray recalled his encounter with another powerful magical beast like this. We only came here a few minutes ago, we have no knowledge of what you're talking about. Gray wasn't the one who spoke, but it was the leader of the giants. He knew that if this tortoise were to get into a struggle with them, the other magical beasts would be drawn over from the battle. The best thing to do was to speak amicably with it and hope it doesn't try to force the matter. I'm no fool. You people left after sensing that the blood attracted us. I sensed the movements here, but I lost you guys. The reason I didn't move from here was because of this. The tortoise couldn't be fooled by their words. Chapter 13:27. Make a deal with it. Since your blood is already like this, all it needs is a small amount. You can also get some of its essence for yourself, Void said to Gray. Gray already had the thought of making a deal with the tortoise. This way, the tortoise would get what it wants, while Gray would also get what he wants. If he gives the tortoise some of his blood essence, the tortoise wouldn't mind giving him part of its own. I'll speak with it, you guys continue, Gray said to the others and then stepped out of the barrier. Ilaris looked at him, curious about how he was going to deal with the giant tortoise. She wasn't afraid of having a conflict with this tortoise, even though it's powerful. She was confident she would be able to take it down. Outside the barrier, Gray created another barrier to isolate himself and the tortoise. If you're willing to make an exchange, then I might give you the blood essence you want. He stared at the large eyes of the tortoise. What type of exchange? The tortoise questioned. A like-for-like exchange. Your blood essence for mine, Gray replied with a serious expression. You're the owner of the blood? The tortoise asked in disbelief. It found it difficult to accept that Gray, a human, possess such a terrifying bloodline? Multiple thoughts flashed through its head, but it still wasn't able to come up with anything. The blood is mine, and I'm aware you need it to advance. Gray nodded. The tortoise didn't speak for a while, seemingly thinking about the pros and cons of the exchange. The blood essence will indeed help him advance after so many years, but if he were to give Gray some of his blood essence, he would need some time to recover and would fall into a short time of weakness. With the other beasts lurking, it would be very dangerous for it to make such a deal. I cannot agree to that. It shook its large head. It was too dangerous. It's only fair to make a trade of the same value. Gray wasn't willing to let go of this chance. He knew if he can't convince the tortoise, he would miss out on a golden opportunity. You do know the situation you're in. The tortoise wasn't flustered. It said, all I need is to spread out my aura and the others will rush here. Someone with such a bloodline will not be easy to defeat. I'm well aware of this fact. I have no issues with sharing you with them. Gray chuckled when he heard this. If you wanted to share me with them, you wouldn't be talking to me in the first place. There's no need to speak too much. My offer is the same, my blood essence for yours. If you're not willing, I'll leave. If you believe you have what it takes to stop me, you can try. The tortoise saw confidence oozing all over Gray, and from its perspective, it knew there was no way it would be able to stop Gray from leaving. If the golden eagle was the one who encountered Gray, it would have been easy for it to keep Gray due to its speed. Also, don't act like you don't want to be the king of the mountain. Gray added, with this blood essence, you'd advance, putting you above the others. The tortoise was well aware of what Gray was saying, and that was also what was in its head. It just didn't want to take the risk of weakening himself for a period of time due to it. Its enemies were numerous, and they would capitalize on his weak state. If it was killed before even using the blood essence, then it was useless to take it. The opportunity was almost impossible to reject. The tortoise fell into silence, contemplating the matter. After a while it said, I'll make the exchange with you, but not here. Gray was elated when he heard this, but he didn't show it out. He looked at the tortoise and said, I have no problems with that. Fine, come with me. The tortoise threw out its front claw, grabbing in Gray's direction. The claw seemed slow, but within a blink, it was already in front of Gray. The expression of the tortoise changed softly when it realized its claw phased through. There are certain things I have to wrap up first. I'll come find you after that. Gray said politely. The tortoise took a glance at the door and knew it was what Gray wanted to deal with first. All right, but how can I be sure you'll come? It asked. I need that more than you do. Gray replied. The tortoise saw his seriousness and nodded. Gray tapped the claw of the tortoise and it sensed a strange, almost indiscernible aura. If it didn't see Gray tapping it, it would never have even tried to focus on this. I've tagged you. I can track you wherever you are. Gray said. The tortoise nodded and vanished into the mountain range once again. It was like it was never there in the first place. Gray heaved a sigh of relief before heading back into the barrier. The door was already more than halfway glowing, and it was also showing signs of opening. The others took a glance at Gray. None of them knew what he said to the tortoise, but from how it left, they knew Gray had sorted out whatever the issue was. I thought it wanted to attack you when it threw its claw at you. Ilaris said, hoping this would get Gray to speak about what he said to the tortoise. It's smarter than that. Why stand a chance to gain nothing when you can get everything? Gray shrugged and focused his attention back on the door. The giants didn't ask him about it since they didn't think there was a need to. Only Ilaris asked about it, but from Gray's reply, it was evident he didn't have any intentions of speaking about it. The door will be opening soon. In what manner will we go in? Brax asked. It's wide enough, we will all go in at the same time. The leader of the giants said. When Gray heard this, he looked at him with a knowing smile. In places like this, those who go through first stand the chance of getting anything in sight before the others arrive. The issue is that there's a probability of facing a life-threatening attack that might take the life of the person. The leader of the giants was scared something like this would happen, so he didn't dare to take the risk. It was riskier to let the humans head in first, cause they might set an ambush for them at the other side, which will in turn put them in grave danger. No one had any issues with what he said. even the humans had the same reservations, so it was better if they entered at the same time. After a few minutes, the door finally opened. It took more than they expected. Luckily, they extracted extra. On the other side of the door was a desert. A pyramid could be seen from the side they were standing on. Everyone took a glance at each other before advancing into the place simultaneously. On the other side of the door. The second they appeared in the desert, the door closed shut and disappeared from everyone's sight. They all expected something like this, so they weren't surprised. They were soon hit by a wave of hotness. Their bodies started to dry up from the heat in the atmosphere. Gray didn't have any issues as water coated his body. Not just Gray, but the others who had the water element used it, covering themselves with it. They helped those who didn't have the water element, keeping all of them moist. That's the only thing here, it seems. One of the giants pointed at the pyramid. We should head there. There's no use staring from this side. The group started to advance cautiously towards the pyramid. Although they hadn't sensed anything or seen anything else, they didn't want to get comfortable. Void, can you sense anything good? Gray asked. With Void's sharp senses, he would be able to sense if there were any treasures inside. Nope. Void replied a few seconds later. Why does it sound like you're not close by? Gray asked. One of the things he has noticed when communicating with Void telepathically is that whenever they are apart, and not close to each other, their voices would take a little longer to relay to the other person. Nothing, I dozed off. Void replied hurriedly, but it was still slower compared to before. Fuck. Gray cussed out loud. Void, leave some for me. Damn it. Void had rushed to the pyramid, not waiting for him. When the others saw Gray's sudden outburst, they were stunned. Gray didn't even try to explain. He said, we should hurry up, there doesn't seem to be anything blocking our path. Chapter 1328. Gray was the first to get close to the pyramid, but he quickly slowed down when he sensed trouble ahead. He had a certain feeling of unease and knew that it was his senses warning him about any possible danger. There's something ahead, I just don't know what it is. He said to himself while looking around. The others had already caught up with him, and just like Gray, they were also getting the feeling of unease. Something's ahead. One of the giants said. The eyes of everyone were serious at the moment. They didn't know what was ahead of them, so they had to be cautious. Void, what's ahead? Gray tried to see if he could get some answers from Void. A scorpion, not too hard to deal with, for me, that is. As for you guys, it will be quite difficult. Void answered. A scorpion. Gray calmed down when he found out what it was. The pyramid was right in front of them, and whatever they faced would not be above the peak of the 7th rank since they were still in the secret realm. He was only cautious when he didn't know what it was, but with Void's help, he knew what he was getting into and was already planning on how to deal with it. It took only a few seconds before the scorpion shot out of the sand, attacking the group who didn't expect it to come out from the sand. Even Gray was taken by surprise, to show just how well the scorpion's camouflage was. Gray and the others were able to compose themselves and block the attack of the scorpion, ensuring no one was taken out by the attack. Gray was the one at the forefront, so the scorpion's deadly tail was aimed at him. It was hoping to kill him off with a single attack. It swung its pincers at the others, sending a deadly sand attack at them as well. Gray was blown away by the new form of elemental attack he just witnessed. This was the first time he saw anyone or anything control sand just like the other elements, and for a brief moment, he was stupefied. This made the tail of the scorpion almost hit his left shoulder, but he was able to gain himself back and with the help of his frightening speed, he dodged the attack before unleashing an attack of his own. His blue flames, like a sharp knife, headed straight for the tail, wanting to cut it off. When the flaming blade made contact with the tail, Gray was left speechless as the attack didn't even leave a scratch on the tail of the scorpion. Magnificent defensive ability. He couldn't help but praise deep down. His fire was his top elemental attack aside from the fusion orb, yet it didn't seem to cause much harm to the scorpion. This speaks volumes about the fantastic defense of the scorpion. How are we going to deal with it if its defense is so tough? This was the question on everyone's minds. They've all dished out an attack, and just like Gray's flames, the attack didn't have any effect. The scorpion screeched loudly and charged at them once again. Its speed was heaven-defying. With a short movement, it had dashed into the middle of the group. It noticed Grey was too fast and powerful for it to take down, so it changed its tactic. Its current aim was those who were below the late stages of the elemental venerable plane, Sylvia's brother to be precise. Grey was just as fast as it was when it came to movement speed. When he saw that it was targeting Sylvia's brother, he didn't stay idle. Within a second, he switched places with him, standing in front of the scorpion. The scorpion was taken by surprise when its original target turned into the trouble guy it wanted to avoid. When Grey appeared, he bolted at the scorpion, aiming a punch at its head. The scorpion waved its pincers at it, but he maneuvered mid-air, dodging them. He got close and unleashed a blow on the head of the scorpion. Boom! A powerful explosion sounded out as a large dust cloud appeared. The ground where the scorpion was standing sank. Grey jumped into the air and used the fusion orb, unleashing a destructive space elemental attack with it. Dimensional slash. He muttered. Bang! Bam! The sound of his attack making contact with something hard reverberated across the area. Everyone around had retreated, and when they saw how Grey was able to deal with such attacks in quick succession, their view of him changed, especially the giants. They felt there was a reason Grey was a menace to the gnomes. After all, how could one man challenge the entire gnome society here and win? But now, they understood it was not just that advantage, he was shockingly powerful too. Adding his terrifying battle awareness to it, he was an enemy nobody wanted to have. Grey appeared beside Sylvia's brother, staring at the explosion ahead of them. Thank you. Sylvia's brother thanked him for saving his life. As long as you're with me, it's my obligation to ensure your safety. I might be stronger than her now, but she's still scary. Grey replied. Sylvia's brother understood what Grey was saying. From what he knew, Sylvia tormented Grey, making him fight competition after competition. To some extent, although she was making Grey grow stronger, she wasn't giving him any chance to do anything else. Fighting constantly will make anyone tired. And threatening to beat him up on a few occasions when he refused to go to the competitions. To some extent, Sylvia could be said to be the one who contributed to Grey's current freakish battle senses. Fighting so many battles in such a short time will make anyone grow at a frightening speed. This was exactly what happened to Grey during the time he spent with Sylvia. Screech! They all heard a loud screeching sound come from the place of the explosion. Along with the sound was a beam of light that shot at them. The light possessed destructive power that made everyone's hair stand on edge. Grey and the others dispersed to different locations, making sure the light beam didn't touch them. They could all sense the power contained within the light beam. Alaris looked at the explosion and couldn't help but shudder. If she was hit with such an attack, she wasn't certain she would be able to defend against it. She turned to bang. The light beam hit the ground, causing a powerful explosion to set off. Grey made sure to take Sylvia's brother with him since he didn't want to endanger his life. Alaris looked at the explosion and couldn't help but shudder. If she was hit with such an attack, she wasn't certain she would be able to defend against it. She turned to look at Grey, and the question popped in her head. Will he be able to defend against it? She didn't know what the answer would be, but she knew her defensive abilities were not on the same level as that of Grey. The giants didn't dare engage the scorpion in a fight. How do we deal with it? One of the giants asked. Its defense is too strong, we can't break it. Another one replied. Grey appeared close to them and asked, do you have the same strength while in this size as when you're in your large form? The leader of the giants nodded. Grey continued, elemental attacks can't work on it for now. We should use brute strength. He turned to the others, anyone with the earth element can join in on the battle. The ice element can be used as well. He knew his blow to the scorpion hurt it, and if the giants joined in, they would be able to deal more damage to it. The giants are known for their immense physical strength. Adding the earth element as well as the ice ability of the water elementalists present, they should be able to defeat the scorpion in no time. The giants followed Grey's plan and they all stood in different directions. The dust cloud from Grey's previous attack died down and the figure of the scorpion appeared. It looked to be all right, but everyone present had very sharp eyes. They were able to discern that Grey's blow was able to leave a small crack on the head of the scorpion. They all couldn't help but take another glance at Grey. One has to know that they've tried all forms of elemental attacks and nothing worked, yet Grey was able to cause a crack on its hard exoskeleton of the scorpion. Grey, on the other hand, didn't think about it too much. He felt it was only natural. After all, he made use of his fire element in the attack as well. And his dimensional slash was aimed at that same spot. He was even surprised at the fact that the scorpion was able to only sustain that little damage. Any other magical beast would have been seriously wounded, yet the attack was able to only leave a small crack on its head. Chapter 1329. Grey was the one who led the attack. He was the one who brought the idea of them using physical attacks and also earth and ice attacks, and with the help of his space element, he was more mobile. The plan was for him to attract all the attention to himself and give the others free rein to attack the beast without having to face too much resistance from the scorpion. When he arrived in front of the scorpion, he didn't hold back and unleashed a powerful lightning bolt at it. The scorpion moved its pincers to block the attack, but Grey drew close to it and attacked once again, this time with his fist. He struck one of the pincers of the scorpion. However, the result of the punch was completely different from the previous attack. The last time, the scorpion didn't expect his punch to pack that much power and didn't do much to defend against it, and it was also taken by surprise. Now that it knew Grey's ability, it didn't dare to take him for granted. It reinforced its defense before taking Grey's blow. Unlike the previous time that it was sent flying, it only moved back by a few meters, using its other pincer to swipe at Grey. Just as Grey was dodging, it unleashed a beam of light from its mouth. Grey, seeing where its attack was aimed at, couldn't help but cuss out lightly. The attack was so well timed by the scorpion that he was forced to either take that attack head-on or take the pincer attack head-on. Grey wasn't one to be stuck in a dilemma when placed in such positions. Without even thinking, he moved back to where the pincer was coming from and silver scales appeared on his arms as he crossed them in front of him, blocking the attack that was coming his way. Like a broken kite, Grey's figure shot through the air, slamming into one of the sand mountains on the side. At the time the scorpion's attack just hit Grey, the giants, as well as the other earth and water elementalists, attacked, not giving the scorpion any chance to reinforce its defense or even prepare for their attacks. They all made sure before attacking, the scorpion wouldn't have the chance to block it. It was a well-planned move, and to be honest, it was a good plan. All their attacks landed on the large body of the scorpion at the same time. The punches of the giants, as well as the earth elemental attacks. The ice attacks weren't as many as the earth elemental attacks. All the attacks simultaneously hit the scorpion and it let out a pain screech before burrowing into the ground, rushing to leave the area. Bang! The scorpion, which just disappeared into the ground, was sent flying into the sky, and it crashed into the ground, causing sand to fly all around. Grey's figure appeared from beneath the ground. He had been waiting for this opportunity after being sent flying by the scorpion. Luckily, he had the space element, so it was easy for him to return here. When the others saw Grey's figure, they were a little taken aback, but after recalling how easy it was for him to move from one location to another, they stopped getting surprised by it. It's a good thing I marked it while dealing that blow, Grey thought to himself. The large frame of the scorpion sprang back up, confusion evident in its eyes. It thought it had escaped, only to find a powerful force sending it flying from the ground. It looked around and saw the person behind it. A hint of hatred flashed through its eyes when it saw Grey. Grey was too difficult to deal with, and seeing how Grey's condition was, it couldn't help but feel aggrieved. Even after taking the full force attack of the scorpion, Grey was perfectly fine. Other than the sleeves of his clothes which ripped apart, there was nothing else. It was as if he didn't get hit by the scorpion. The scorpion wasn't the only one shocked. Ilaris and the other two at the peak were beyond shocked. They all saw Grey taking the blow, but none of them noticed Grey's arm turning silver during the last second before getting hit. So they didn't understand how Grey was able to take the blow without sustaining any injuries. The scorpion moved very fast, and before they knew it, it was already in front of Grey. Its dangerous tail stabbed at the place Grey was standing, but it didn't meet any resistance, hitting the ground. The figure of Grey which was there started to fade off. An afterimage, one of the giants said with a serious expression. Just how fast is he? His extraordinary speed. A freak born for battles. Grey, having the space element, already made him extremely difficult to handle when fighting against him. Now, the fact that he could leave behind an afterimage showed them that he was still very fast without his space element. This meant that if they were planning to seal the space to deal with him, he was still very dangerous due to his extraordinary speed. A freak born for battles. This was what they felt Gray was. All the abilities Gray has displayed prove why they felt he was born for battles. He had multiple elements, could easily go from one place to another, and was terrifyingly strong with both his elements and physical strength. He was the perfect warrior. The scorpion didn't stand idle after missing the first attack, it sank into the sand and disappeared. Before anyone could figure out where it or Gray was, they all heard an explosion come from the area where Sylvia's brother and the other giant that was in the mid-stages of the elemental venerable was located. The expressions of everyone changed. However, they noticed the explosion wasn't because the duo took a blow, rather, it was the clash between Gray and the scorpion. The duo was perfectly fine thanks to Gray, who made sure the duo didn't feel any impact from the attack. "Stay in the air, don't give it the chance to attack you guys," Gray said before trying to force the scorpion back. The others at the peak came at this time and they all attacked, embroiled in a fierce battle with the scorpion. Magical beasts, especially types like this scorpion that didn't only have a powerful attack but also possessed a powerful attack, were very rare. They were too difficult to handle. Even when fighting against multiple people at the peak of the elemental venerable plane, it was still not overwhelmed. But after taking a few hits from the giants and Gray, it started to show signs of wearing down. Although its armor only had a few cracks, it was evident that its innards had suffered a great deal of damage from the attacks. Everyone could see this as the speed of the scorpion reduced significantly. The scorpion unleashed a light beam, forcing the others back, but just as it was about to sink into the ground, it felt a powerful suction force drag it into the air, in the direction of Gray, who had his palm outstretched. Gray already alerted the giants to be prepared for the next round of attacks. He didn't want the scorpion to escape, and he wasn't in too much of a hurry as he used to be. The reason for this was because he had sensed that Void's movement had come to a stop. This meant that he wasn't going any further. Something must have stopped him. "I'll kill this guy and make use of its armor." Gray's eyes shone with a brilliant light as he looked at the scorpion. He exuded a shocking killing intent that frightened not just the scorpion but everyone present. If Gray targeted a weak-willed person with this killing intent, the person wouldn't be able to even lift their hands to defend against an attack from him. The scorpion wasn't one of such. It was powerful and had seen its fair share of battles. Unless the strength gap was insurmountable, then it would never give up when battling someone like Gray. Gray attacked with conviction, making use of the space element once more to attack. This time, the power behind his dimensional slash was even greater than what he had ever shown. He mixed the attack with a hint of spatial distortion, making the attack even more dangerous. The giants attacked as well. Due to being dragged back against its will, the scorpion was forced to block the attacks coming its way, including Gray's fearful attack. Bang! Bam! All the attacks hit the body of the scorpion, but all the focus was on Gray's attack. The giants felt dread when they saw the attack and the intent behind it. Some of them were asking themselves if they could block the attacks. Elaris took another glance at Gray. And for the first time in her life, she started to doubt her abilities. Chapter 1330. Gray wasn't bothered with the expression of the others. His attention was focused on the scorpion, which used its pincers to block the dimensional slash. A pained screech was heard before the sound of something large hitting the ground, along with a little dust cloud. Gray tossed a fireball in that direction, but it wasn't a normal fireball. He only used it to force away the dust cloud. A battered scorpion appeared before them. On the side was one of its large pincers, detached from the other part of its body. Gray's eyes lit up when he saw this. Due to the scorpion using some of its strength to block the attacks of the giants as well as the others, it wasn't able to focus its full attention on Gray's attack, which gave Gray the chance to cut off one of the pincers. The scorpion screeched in pain, and they could all sense that it was about to go berserk after losing one of its pincers. Such an injury was very dangerous to it, and it was being clouded by rage at the moment. Its eyes locked onto Gray, and even the others could feel the tenseness in the atmosphere. Gray had a warm smile on his face. It was as if he hadn't even done anything to the scorpion. Well, in all honesty, if they didn't fight back, the scorpion would have killed them, so they weren't in the wrong. The only thing was that Gray's smile looked a little evil, given the fact that he just cut off one of the pincers of the scorpion. It's wounded, it'll be even more dangerous now. You guys should be careful, and make sure its full focus is on me before attacking. I can't save everyone. Gray warned. We're not weak. Elaris was the one who spoke up. Gray's statement made it seem like they were weaklings who needed his protection. Gray shrugged and didn't bother with her. The only person he was obligated to protect was Sylvia's brother. He only warned because he didn't want any issues to come up because of anyone's ignorance. Just like before, Gray took the lead once again, attacking the Scorpion. He didn't use the dimensional slash once again. Such a powerful attack always takes a lot from the user. Mixing it with spatial distortions made it evident. Gray doesn't usually face things like this due to his immense reserves. Not just him, but most elementalists always use elemental attacks they know wouldn't take up too much essence so they could fight for a longer period and also protect themselves. Very few of them tend to use elemental techniques that would take up large portions of their essence reserves, but for someone like Gray who has more than triple what any normal elementalist has, he barely gets to face such events. But the dimensional slash he just used showed him some signs of using up too much essence. The Scorpion attacked Gray, but even in its berserk state, it was still watching around, wary of not the other's attacks, but of Gray suddenly unleashing the attack he used a few moments ago. It didn't want to take such an attack again. This time, it didn't dare to get close to Gray. With the help of its ability to manipulate sand, it was attacking from a good distance away. Gray was continuously edging closer as he blocked and attacked the Scorpion. The others were also getting closer to the Scorpion. Sensing that it wouldn't be able to defeat them, the Scorpion gave up on stopping them and rushed straight at one of those using ice. It wanted to kill that person before escaping. The person it picked was Victor. Victor didn't expect the Scorpion to come after him since its focus had been on Gray since the start of the battle. However, he had been in a few battles and knew not to panic. Using the earth element, he covered himself in armor before attacking with a large hammer. The hammer was an elemental weapon imbued with the earth essence. The hammer increased in size and its weight increased significantly. The hammer crashed into the Scorpion and it halted its movement. That was enough time for the others to react to the Scorpion's change of opponents. Gray was the first to react. After already marking the Scorpion, it wasn't hard for him to appear close to it. After appearing, he attacked with the earth element, creating a large earthen hammer and slamming it at the same spot Victor's hammer hit. The Scorpion, which halted its movement, was forced back. Elaris made a move at this moment. With a move of her hand, an ice hammer appeared and it struck the Scorpion at the same spot Gray and Victor's attack hit. Not just her, but the other giants attacked. Their target was the same spot. After the third giant's fist hit the spot, a cracking sound resounded in the area. The Scorpion's hard shell had been broken through. Unlike the previous times where only cracks appeared, this time, its soft flesh came into view. The Scorpion screeched in pain. When Gray saw the meat poking out of the broken shell, the first thought that came to his head was, "It looks delicious." Void, come back. Have you tasted Scorpion meat before? Who? Scorpion meat? Void replied. Gray could almost see Void drooling when he heard how he responded. "Yes, I'm about to kill this thing, and the meat looks delicious." Gray's words enticed Void. "Keep some for me, I'm coming." "I'm not going to cook it now, you starving cat." There was no way Gray would cook it now. He still had to search for treasures. What time does he have to deal with cooking? "All right, but be fast with it. I want to taste it. From how it looks, I think it will be delicious." Gray laughed and continued his attack on the Scorpion. At the moment, the Scorpion was trying to escape with all its might. But there was no way Gray would allow his dinner to get away so easily. Even when he didn't have the thought of eating it, he would not let it escape, much less now that it has enticed his hunger. If not for the treasure, he would have eaten the Scorpion immediately after killing it. He secretly kept the pincer he cut off the last time. With only one pincer, the Scorpion wasn't as dangerous as it used to be. Gray once again used dimensional slash, mixing it with spatial distortions to ensure it was very powerful. With a single slash, he was able to cut off the tail of the Scorpion. And just like before, he kept it in his spatial ring. This time, he wasn't subtle, and the others saw it, but they didn't care. They were more interested in the treasures that lay inside the pyramid. In no time, Gray had cut off all 8 legs of the Scorpion, as well as its last pincer. When everyone saw the condition of the scorpion, they took a peek at Gray, who was looking at it weirdly. It didn't take long for them to understand what Gray wanted. They could all see the excitement in his eyes, and with the continuous licking of his lips, they knew he wanted to eat it. Ilaris found it odd that Gray had such a character, while the others didn't think too much about it. They've all seen top experts who loved eating different delicacies. Gray was the one who dealt the killing blow, and before the others could heave a sigh of relief that the powerful scorpion had been killed, Gray kept it in his storage ring. His countenance returned to its normal indifference after keeping the body of the scorpion. He opened his arm and tossed a small black orb at the leader of the giant. It was the core of the scorpion. This was a peak rank 7 magical beast, and although no one said anything about Gray keeping its body, they all eyed its core. The only reason they kept shut was because Gray was the one who made sure they could kill the scorpion. Receiving the core from Gray reaffirmed their assumption about Gray only wanting the body of the scorpion. Of course, they all knew that the body of the scorpion was also a good thing to possess, since there were a few valuable things in it, but nothing was as valuable as the core, which Gray passed to the giant without hesitation. "Keep it, you're the one who made it possible." The leader of the giants gave it back to Gray. Gray held it and chuckled. "I already have a few of these to play with. Who wants it?" Victor raised his hand and Gray tossed it to him as if it was a useless item. Victor didn't know if he should be happy or sad at the core he just received. After all, it was as if everyone was rejecting it. Chapter 1331. The group of 10 headed towards the pyramid. They've already dealt with the scorpion and they increased their speed. It took them only a few minutes before they got to where the opening into the pyramid was located. Gray was standing behind the leader of the giant. Even though he had already shown some of his prowess when it came to fighting, there was no use in bothering with who was leading the group. All he was interested in was getting treasures he could use to help those around him. The leader of the giants didn't rush into the opening. He sensed it for a while to know if there was any danger. After getting nothing, he walked in, accompanied by Ilaris. Gray was behind them. He already knew there was nothing ahead that would stop them thanks to Void, who was the first to enter. After entering the pyramid, all they saw was a long path ahead of them. They moved along the path, carefully observing the place. As they were moving, Gray was focused on the marks that were on the wall. From his observations, they were a form of writing, but they looked very similar to array lines, which he found a bit odd. Could it be that arrays are a form of language? He thought to himself. He has always been fascinated as to how arrays came about. After all, it was quite strange that drawing some lines would make someone grow stronger, or become faster, or the other abilities array has been able to give elementalists. The lines were also strange yet so wondrous to see. Gray was staring at the marks and making a mental note of some of the marks. The marks were similar to the ones he saw at the door. Due to encountering the tortoise, he was forced to stop his observation. Now, he didn't have to bother with anything. Before they knew it, they got to a place that led to 3 different places. All 3 paths looked alike, but they all knew they led to different places. "What now?" one of the giants asked. "We have 2 options: go into the same path to ensure our safety and risk losing more treasures, or spread out so we can get more treasures but risk getting in danger." The leader of the giants told them their options. "We should split up. After all, the goal from the start was getting into this place. Since we're already here, there's no need to team up. This will save us the trouble of having to clash due to wanting the same treasure." Gray was the one who answered. The leader of the giants nodded to Gray's words. Although they didn't sound kind, it was the truth. They might be getting along for now, but that was all because there was nothing that would cause a clash of interests. Once there was, then they would clash. "Thank you for helping us open this place. I'll be leaving with my people now." The leader of the giants took the middle path and left with the other 4 giants. "Why did you say that?" Ilaris asked, a little annoyed at Gray. "I don't think you come out often. If not, you'd know the sooner we split up the better it is for everyone." Gray didn't bother with her and went straight to the path on the right. That was the side he was sensing Void from, and with Void picking that path meant only one thing: it held more treasures. Ilaris felt irritated at the way Gray was treating her. If not for the fact that she didn't want to fall out with him, she would have attacked him the second he spoke to her in such a manner. She still followed behind Gray. Sylvia's brother and the other 2 followed behind them. they knew that with Gray and Alaris taking this path, they didn't have any other choice. Besides, now that they were separated, if they were to be caught by the giants, they risked getting attacked by them. After all, the only reason they were together was due to an alignment of interest. Now, the goal had been achieved, and they didn't need each other any longer. Gray continued following Void, and before long, they got to a large opening. The place was like a hall, and there were chairs around. A tomb could be seen in the middle of the hall, and things made of gold and some other materials could be seen. These things didn't attract too much attention from those present. Rather, it was the flowers that were planted around the tomb that drew the attention of everyone present. These flowers all possessed different elemental essences and a very large concentration of said elements. Amazing! Brax muttered. Gray didn't hurry to get close to it. He was a little wary of this place. He didn't believe it would be that easy to acquire these things. Not just him, but the others as well. However, after watching it for a few minutes, they realized it was safe to walk close to it. Alaris headed for the flower that gave off a chilly aura. Snow could be seen around this particular flower. Gray wasn't in a haste to check out the flowers. He was observing the tomb, wondering if it was inhabited. What sort of person would be buried in a place like this, surrounded by gold and other forms of treasures? This was the question in Gray's head. He suddenly found something odd. Void saw shiny things, yet he let them be. Void would normally take any type of shiny object regardless of whether it was of value or not. Yet Void let go of these. Something's wrong. Gray's eyes opened and he studied the place. The problem was that he still couldn't sense anything wrong, but he was getting a growing feeling of unease. "We should leave," he said to the others. They looked at him, and Alaris was the one who spoke up. "What is it with you? If you want to leave you can. You're not the leader of this group, you know." "I have zero interest in leading anyone." Gray started walking towards the exit of the place. He was about to take a step outside when he sensed danger. Turning around, he noticed something no one else had. The tomb was open. "Fuck it! I hate these types of opponents," he complained and rushed to where Sylvia's brother was and grabbed hold of him. Sylvia's brother was about to ask what happened when he saw a large skeletal hand grabbing at him. "Don't go, nourish me." The eerie voice sent a shiver down his spine. The skeletal hand was getting closer to him and he could feel his essence being drawn from him. No wonder Void didn't stop. Void's intuition towards danger was very high, and he knew staying to pick up treasures would put him in some danger. "We're leaving." Gray threw a stream of fire at the hand and dragged Sylvia's brother with him. He didn't care about the safety of the others. Since they wanted to listen to Alaris, he didn't have any reason to bother about their safety. Alaris moved fast. She froze the hand coming towards her and rushed towards the exit. Brax and Victor followed behind her. The moment they left the place, a skeleton with little parts covered with decayed flesh appeared. "It's been so long. How much longer will it take before I can awaken? Even these flowers are useless." The skeleton spoke in a cold tone. It soon sensed something, and when it looked at the flowers, its expression changed drastically. They were all gone, all 16 flowers. "Damn it! When did they take them?" It roared furiously. These flowers were products of hundreds of years of planning, and they were all gone. "How? Who?" Its bluish flaming eyes, just like an inferno, spiked up. It realized when the flowers were taken. The time he was attacked by the stream of fire, he noticed something strange about the flame, but due to how quickly everything happened, it didn't think too much about it, and there were others it targeted. But now that they were all gone, it realized the abnormality with the flame. "I'll kill you." The skeleton, which had not left this place for hundreds of years, moved towards the exit of the tomb. Its treasure was stolen and it wanted it back at all costs. Other than Gray, no one else understood the meaning behind the roar of the skeleton. Gray had a nonchalant expression on his face, but he was elated deep down. The flowers were taken by none other than him. He didn't actually need the flames to force back the hand, since there was no way it would be able to reach him, but there was no way he would give up such an opportunity. He used the flames to hide his true intentions, and no one knew he took it. Well, the skeleton knew, but it was none of his business. Unbeknownst to Gray, he was being hunted down by the skeleton. Chapter 1332. The human group of 5 didn't know there was a skeleton chasing after them. After leaving the tomb, they all felt a sense of relief and a little hint of sadness. If they were able to get even one of those flowers, they would have been able to benefit greatly from it, but unfortunately, they were unable to get anything from it, which was a little frustrating, especially after seeing just how good they were with their own eyes. Gray was the only one who didn't show any signs of reluctance after leaving the tomb, but the others didn't suspect anything since from the start he didn't even bother with any of the flowers. Rather, he urged them to leave the place. If Gray hadn't been as sharp as he was, Sylvia's brother would most likely have been hurt by now, or even worse, killed. The path before them was still as long as the previous ones, and they didn't have any choice other than walking it. They didn't dare to rush through the path since it was unknown what dangers lay ahead. All they could do was cautiously walk through while ensuring their safety. Sylvia's brother was standing closer to Gray now since he had saved his life twice. He knew what he should do if he wanted to guarantee his safety in this pyramid. Gray was the only one who was walking ahead with a blank expression. With the help of Void, he knew the areas that possessed the best treasures. The only drawback was that with top treasures came danger. The better the treasure, the more dangerous he felt it would be. This was something that had been happening for a long time now, and everyone present was aware of how the world works. But none of them is willing to give up on the opportunity that has presented itself before them, Gray included. Unless he knew it was a certain death situation if he went for a treasure, he would never back down. Not again. Brax complained when they arrived at another intersection. This time, there were 4 paths. Ilaris unconsciously took a glance at Gray, and to her surprise, he was already walking towards the last path on the left. He didn't even pause to take a glance at the other 3 paths, he just walked straight into the path. Damn it! She muttered through clenched teeth, but she still followed him. She had seen how powerful he was, and even though she didn't want to admit it, she saw him as an equal. She felt the only reason Gray was powerful was due to his unpredictability. Having multiple elements and being able to unleash such powerful explosive attacks with his fists was something that set him apart from others. Nevertheless, she didn't think she would lose against him. The only reason she was following him was to make sure all 5 of them who entered this place came out alive. If Gray were to encounter something he couldn't handle, Sylvia's brother would undoubtedly die, and that wasn't something she wanted to see. Gray heard the grumbling Ilaris, but he couldn't care less. He wasn't forcing them to follow him. From the start, he didn't even want her to be in the squad. Ilaris was more annoyed at the fact that Gray wasn't even giving her any face. He was acting like she didn't exist, something that had never happened before. For someone who has grown accustomed to always getting attention from those around her, it was a new feeling being treated in such a manner by Gray. Even her teacher didn't treat her in such a way. While she was still being pissed about what Gray was doing, they soon walked into an underground stream. Gray was standing before the stream. He placed one of his fingers inside as if he was testing something. He removed it just as quickly as he put it inside. The others only saw a ripple on the surface of the water. Other than Gray, no one else knew what happened. There's no way we can defeat it inside the water. It's in its best environment. Gray felt a headache when he thought about what they had to face. A powerful magical beast was lurking in the underground stream, one that possessed frightening attack power. When in the water, it's a fearsome beast to battle against. There's a treasure inside the water. Ilaris pointed at the shiny object that was lying deep in the water. Even with how dark it was, and the depth of the stream, it still couldn't hide the gleam of such a tremendous treasure. And something is waiting to kill you the moment you attempt to take it. Gray said, bringing the others back to reality. Yes, there was a treasure lying there, but there was also something in the water that would not hesitate to take their lives. How many? Ilaris asked Gray. 3, all at the peak of the 7th rank. Gray answered her question, which came as a surprise to her. I can deal with 1, although troublesome, but not impossible. With your strength I know you can too. The others shouldn't have any problems with taking care of the last one. Gray didn't bother with Ilaris' reaction as he gave the order in which they would be able to take what lay in the depth of the stream. Ilaris pouted as she didn't like the fact that Gray was the one giving the orders, but there was nothing she could do about it. Gray was the one who checked the water and knew how many opponents they had to face. Other than herself and Gray, Brax and Victor were also at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. They would have an even easier time than them when dealing with the beast hiding in the water. Tens of lightning arrows appeared in the sky and shot into the water. Gray wanted to see if he could force out the beasts inside. His attack paid off as a large creature jumped out of the stream. Its exceptionally large figure and green scales running through its entire body would make anyone doubt if they could ever break through its defense. Not again. Gray felt like crying. Chapter 1333. Gray groaned coldly while staring at the beast in front of him. It was none other than a crocodile. Of all the things he has come to hate amongst magical beasts, it was types like these that had such strong defenses. Take the scorpion for example. It isn't that the superiority in strength was large, but its defense was just too powerful that it took such a large group of people to take it down. Now that he has to fight one on his own, all he felt was pain. The good news now was that of the three beasts he sensed inside the water, only this crocodile had shown itself, which might be a bonus for them. If they could kill it with their numbers advantage before the other two stepped out, they would have already established a good position for themselves in the battle. The crocodile stared at the intruders coldly, and contrary to what they expected, it didn't attack. Instead, it tried to communicate with them. "Leave this place, I'm in no mood to fight anyone." The voice of the crocodile echoed in their ears. Gray studied the crocodile and almost burst out laughing. A small part of its tail had been gnawed off. The place was so small that it was almost impossible to notice, but with Gray's keen eyes, and a little hint from Void, he was able to see it. When he saw the crocodile, he asked if Void wanted to eat it, and Void said he had already tasted it and didn't like how it tasted. The crocodile expressed its desire not to engage in any form of battle at the same moment, which made Gray almost laugh out loud. The crocodile looked traumatized by the experience it had with Void. "Do you think that thing can benefit any of us?" Gray pointed at the shiny object. Void didn't take it, which meant it most likely wasn't a shiny object. It might be good, but not what he wanted. The crocodile was irritated by Gray's words, and just when it was about to snap, Gray whispered so only it could hear. "My cat doesn't think you taste good, but I'm a very good cook. I can make you taste good. All I need to do is call him back." The moment the crocodile heard those words, its large body shivered. Gray was astounded. He couldn't believe Void, the small cat that could barely fit into his palm, left such a large creature in such a state. Size truly doesn't matter. The crocodile looked at Gray and the others and indicated to Victor before saying to Gray, "It's not something that will be of use to most people, but it might help extend his life force." Gray's pupils contracted when he heard this. He wasn't close to Victor, but he never thought he would have an issue with his life force. Victor didn't look like someone who had a problem with his life force, and he didn't look to be over 40, so Gray never really thought there would be an issue with him. "Then bring it," Gray said to the crocodile. The crocodile didn't delay and brought it over to them. Gray took it and tossed it to Victor, who couldn't believe his eyes. They could all sense the item oozing with life force. "We have no use for this, but it might be of use for you." Gray left those words before turning his attention to the crocodile. Since it was willing to communicate, he was quite curious as to how it got into this place. Due to the long process it took them to get into this place, he didn't think it was that easy for anyone to bring in a magical beast in their free time unless it was the person who created it in the first place. "I've been here all my life." This was the answer Gray got, something he wasn't hoping to get. No matter what he asked, the crocodile didn't show any signs of knowing the answers. Gray could only give up and leave with the others. There was no need to stay behind, and since the crocodile let them leave in peace, it was for the best. The group of 5 passed through the underground stream before heading into another path. While the humans were having a relatively easy time passing through each obstacle, it wasn't so easy for the giants. They faced different dangerous situations, but the rewards have been massive as well. The leader had ensured that nothing happened to the others. Of course, he couldn't always save them, but he made sure none of them suffered attacks that could kill them or fatally wound them. They were also heading deeper into the pyramid, just like Gray and the others. Time went by and before they knew it, they've been stuck in the pyramid for over 2 days, in search of the center of the pyramid. They all knew the best treasures lay there, but locating it in these maze-like paths was no easy feat. Void was the one leading the humans, and if not for the continuous good items they would occasionally get, Ilaris would have been irritated by the fact that Gray was just randomly jumping from one path to another without even thinking. At this rate, we might never be able to leave this place. Sylvia's brother spoke up when the group appeared at a hall. This hall wasn't like the tomb, but this wasn't the first of its kind they had seen these past days. We can. But with the treasures still present, I don't think there's any use in us rushing. Gray didn't feel any pressure. What if the giants beat us to the center, what then? Elaris asked. We go home. We don't always have to win in such tussles. Gray was unbothered. He knew there was no way in hell the giants would get to the middle first before Void, so he wasn't afraid. The worst that could happen was that he would have to beg Void for a few treasures when he gets there before them and take everything. Chapter 1334. Void was slowly edging closer to the center of the pyramid. The same could be said for Gray and his group who were following behind him. The giants were also advancing closer to the center of the pyramid. After 2 more days, Gray and his group got to a door Gray believed led to the center of the pyramid. The reason for this thought, well, let's say a black little cat found it difficult to get past the door. Void had been stuck there for a while now and led Gray right to him. When Gray and his entourage were almost there, he hid in the void. With his impeccable hiding skills, other than Gray, no one else would be able to sense his presence. This should lead to the center of the pyramid, or at least to a new area. Gray said. He had grown tired of seeing the same long empty paths. Elaris looked at the door. How do we open it? She asked curiously. Gray looked at it. He had been studying the ruin marks he was seeing on the path and had gotten a little understanding of them. Unfortunately, it was not enough for the door that was in front of them. I have no idea. Maybe we should attempt the same method as we used in entering this place. Who knows, it might work. He suggested. I was thinking the same thing. Brax agreed with Gray's words. Compared to the first time, he was more relaxed. After gaining a few treasures thanks to following behind Gray, he was more than elated. This had been the most fruitful journey he had ever had. He cut open his arm and the second the blood got close to the door, it lit up and ruin marks appeared. The door shook softly before going quiet. The light only came up for barely a second before going off. Looks like it will work. Sylvia's brother spoke up. The others nodded and followed Brax. Other than Gray, the rest of them were giving their blood in hopes the door would open soon enough and they get the chance to acquire different treasures. In no time, the door had drunk enough blood and it started to rumble loudly. After shaking for almost a minute, while still violently sucking the blood from the bodies of the 4 who were feeding it, it started to slowly open up. Just as the door was opening, Gray felt a sharp sense of danger and without hesitation, he set up all his defenses, even making use of his dragon scales, not caring if the others would see him in that form. Bang! A powerful attack struck his back, leaving a large wound in it. Everyone present was shocked when they saw Gray's blooded figure shooting past them and crashing into the door which just opened. The rest of them didn't need any warning before rushing through the door and cutting off the supply of blood. The place they appeared in wasn't like the other places they've been visiting. This place was like a different world. They were on a small hill, but that hill presently had a newly formed crater, and a blooded figure could be seen inside of it. Gray wasn't moving, but they could tell that he was alive. Void's figure appeared beside Gray, and before anyone could get close, he shut off the space while tossing all the healing tonics he had with him at Gray. Gray's injury was severe. Even with the help of setting up all the defenses he could make use of, he was still left in such a sorry state. This goes to show just how powerful the assailant was. Sylvia's brother and the others only saw a glimpse of Void's figure before the place was sealed and started giving off a fierce white glow. With Void present, Gray also made use of his light element to help hasten the healing process. He didn't know what was hidden here. If he were attacked now, he would be in danger. It took over 10 minutes, but no one left the place. Gray finally stood up and couldn't help but cuss at whoever attacked him. The attack power was well over what someone at the peak of the elemental venerable plane could make use of. If he even used the best form of his fusion orb, he wouldn't be able to unleash such a powerful attack. Void removed the seal from the area while standing on Gray's shoulder. Gray took a glance at everyone present, his face slightly pale. "Did anyone see who did it?" he asked. They all shook their heads. At the time Gray was attacked, he was the one furthest from the door when they were giving it blood, and since all their attention was on the door, they didn't get the chance to know who attacked Gray. Even when they could have looked behind, they were worried at the fact that Gray, the person with the best defense, could barely block the attack. While they were inside trying to figure out who attacked, a voice could be heard in the passageway. How did he survive that attack? Even a first-stage sovereign will find it hard to survive, especially given the proximity. You have to hand it to the kid, his senses are very sharp. There's nothing good about him. I want him dead. He took what's mine, I need them. There was not just one voice, but multiple voices. However, there was malice in one of them. The owner was the one who attacked Gray. If Gray were to see who attacked him, even with his current state, he would want to fight the person to the death. He hated being sneaked up on, especially by such a powerful figure. I'll kill you, just you wait. Gray said through gritted teeth while looking at the door that led into this place. He wasn't even in the mood to check out the place. Chapter 1335. Ilaris and the others looked at Gray, and their eyes turned to the small cat that was on his shoulder. No one saw it with him when he was coming in, only when he was injured a few minutes ago did the cat suddenly appear. Since when did you have that? Ilaris asked, pointing at Void who was on his shoulder. He has always been with me. Gray replied casually. Without having to worry about who attacked him now, he turned his attention to the place he was in. He could sense a good amount of elemental particles, it was almost on the same level as his chaos space. Of course, he hadn't ventured to the deepest part of each element's region, and for a long time now, he hadn't even bothered with it. His grades were increasing, and there was no need to bother too much about it. Gray's armor repaired itself with the abundance of essence in the area, fixing the destroyed part on the back and fixing up Gray's clothes once again. Seeing that Gray was all right, another person asked Gray a question he expected to come. How do you have scales? Brax was the one who asked. His body posture showed that he was prepared to attack. Gray chuckled and asked, you haven't seen or heard of people being able to show some attributes of magical beasts? He wasn't worried he would be attacked, even if they dared to attack him, he wasn't worried. He might be hurt, but he could still escape with his speed. We know of the Vergile family, but not of others. Victor answered. Don't keep yourself limited, you'll find out things aren't that difficult to achieve. Gray advised before adding, oh, keep this to yourself so as not to attract too much attention. I don't want people bothering me. Gray was unbothered by the way they were looking at him, rather, he was now fully interested in the hill they were standing on. There was a sky above them, and he could feel the breeze on his face, but he also knew they weren't in the outside world and were still in the pyramid. This wasn't even a special place created in the pyramid, it was part of the pyramid just like the underground stream and other halls. Gray looked towards the top of the hill and saw stone carvings that stretched to the sky. He walked closer to the stone carvings. There were markings on it that looked similar to the ones he saw on the door and also on the paths. The markings were even more intricate than ruins, and the only form of understanding he has got from his observations over the past few days is that they were a form of writing and not casually drawn arrays. It was as if the writings were trying to tell him a story, but he hadn't been able to comprehend the meaning behind them, so he was lost. The more simulations he made in his head about the writings and drawings he made, the more he felt it was just too complex. It was as if he was trying to understand everything about the world in one go. This was how this thing felt to him. What he found a bit annoying was the fact that he hadn't seen anything that could be of help to him in his endeavor. He was studying blind and coming up with assumptions on his own which might be completely wrong. He placed his palm on the carvings on the stones, but other than the coldness from the stone he didn't feel anything. Where's this place? Sylvia's brother asked. The stones looked very mysterious, and he could also sense an odd aura from them. The stones looked like they were the pillars keeping the world afloat. This was the feeling he got while staring at them. It's magical! Ilaris exclaimed softly as she worked close to the stones. She ran her fingers across the surface of the stone, the coldness sent a chill down her spine. Brax and Victor looked around, and in this entire place, other than the extraordinary abundance of essence, all that was in sight were these large stones that stretched into the sky. They all walked closer to it and tried to feel it. The stone didn't seem to be made from ordinary rock, but from a material none of them had ever seen. Gray tried to manipulate the stone, but to his surprise, there wasn't any form of reaction from it. Not under the earth element? He was a bit confused. He repeatedly tapped it and increased his force as time went on, trying to see if he could cause any form of destruction to it. But the stone didn't budge. It was as if Gray wasn't trying to destroy it. This thing is strange, stop hitting it. Void stopped Gray from hitting it any further. Gray, who was already preparing to use all his strength, stopped attacking it. He knew Void had a great intuition, so he didn't dare to continue. There were 5 stones that were in different positions, for making a square while the last one was in the middle. Gray walked away from the one he was studying and walked towards the one that was in the middle. Attacking it was no use, so the best thing he could do was at least study it and try to see if he could decipher the marks on it. He started to look at each mark, trying to see if they had a meaning while flying into the sky, heading higher as he looked through each mark. While looking at the marks, he was making a mental note of each, drawing them in his head, trying to see if all of them were drawn out and whether he could get something useful from them. The higher he went, the more intricate he felt the marks were. A strange feeling started to grow in him. Unknown to him, the more mental marks he was drawing that were in correlation with this one, a dim glow was starting to appear on his body and those markings were slowly appearing on his body. Chapter 1336. As Gray went higher, the symbols appearing on his body became more noticeable, not just to himself but to the others. What's happening with him? Victor asked, amazed that Gray had made the stone show some kind of reaction after such a short time interacting with it. Gray was also amazed at what was happening, and he never thought his casual attempt to comprehend the marks would produce such an effect. I wonder what this means. He thought to himself, but didn't dwell too long on it. After all, he wasn't even halfway through the marks on the stones. The others watched as Gray continued to ascend higher, the marks on his body glowing brighter and brighter. Brax decided to copy what Gray was doing and started circling the stone he was previously studying. He looked at each mark diligently while slowly ascending. Unfortunately for him, Gray wasn't casually staring at the patterns, he was making mental notes of them in his head, which might have resonated with the stone, causing the phenomenon they were all witnessing. Ilaris looked at Gray with her bright eyes, curious about what he was feeling now. While the others were wondering what Gray felt from the glow on his body, he also wondered what the light and marks represented. He hadn't felt any changes since the marks started showing on his body, which he felt was odd. Void was the only one who didn't react, and he couldn't care less about what was happening to Gray. His eyes were set on what was hidden beneath the stones. The pillars might be precious to others, but not to him. He came here from the start because of the treasures hiding underneath these pillars, and from the looks of it, only Gray could break the seal blocking his path, successfully. Gray continued with what he was doing while the others could only watch without being able to do anything. After a few minutes, Gray was at the peak of the pillar. He was expecting some sort of reaction from the pillar, but to his shock, the pillar only gave off the same lights on his body. What the hell? He complained internally. After carefully studying the marks and with the sudden glow on his body and the pillar, he thought something magnificent would happen when he was done with it. Who knew the pillar would only give off a light and nothing would happen? A waste of time. He muttered to himself before looking at the top of the other 4 pillars. His eyes shone with delight, and he chuckled softly, giving a self-deprecating laugh. I can't believe I missed it. After all my years learning arrays, I still miss something so easy. Now that he was looking at the pillars from above, he got the catch of what was happening. It was a simple array. Of course, with how it was from the start, it was tough for anyone to realize it was an array, especially when there was a sudden reaction when he was taking mental notes of the marks on the pillar. In all sincerity, he was expecting something to happen. Only now did he get the hang of what he needed to do before anything will happen. Gray started the same process on the other 4 with one lit pillar. It was useless to tell Ilaris and the others since they weren't array masters. Ilaris and the others gave him space to continue with whatever he was doing. It took a little longer than he thought, but in the end, all 5 pillars were brightly lit after just over 30 minutes. When the last pillar fully lit up, the other pillars reacted to it. All 5 pillars sent a bright light into the sky, before merging. The light in the sky soon descended, stopping at the central pillar and creating a small passage large enough for humans to walk through. Before anyone could react, Void was already gone. Other than Gray, no one else sensed the quick movement of Void. Fuck! Gray cussed out again due to Void rushing into the place before him. After cussing out, he didn't waste any time and charged in, right behind Void. He would not let Void benefit so much from his hard work. Void barely did anything. He couldn't take away the fact that without Void, they wouldn't have been able to locate this place, and even if they did, it wouldn't have been with such ease. Nevertheless, knowing how greedy Void can get, he didn't dare to give him too much time alone in there. The chances of him wiping the place clean before they entered were very high. Ilaris wanted to ask Gray how he knew how to open it, but then she heard Gray cussing and rushing into the opening. She looked at the disappearing figure of Gray, unsure of what to feel about his actions. "Let's go." She went after him, reminding the others not to slack behind. Brax and Victor also rushed in, leaving only Sylvia's brother behind. He found Gray's behavior strange, but since he wasn't close to Gray, he didn't speak about it and entered through the opening behind the others. If they knew there was a little thieving cat on the verge of stealing all the treasures they might grab from this place, they wouldn't be moving as slowly as they were. Inside the passage, a small black dot shot through the place with lightning speed. Behind it was a far larger shadow moving just as fast, if not even a bit faster. Void! What? Slow down. No. Damn it, Void, if you take everything, I'll kill you. Gray and Void continued exchanging words as they headed deeper into the place. Void was following his sharp senses, while Gray was following Void. The duo didn't even take a glance at their surroundings. If they did, they wouldn't be in such haste to get to the treasure. Ilaris and the others weren't as brash as the duo, and the sight before them made them feel a cold chill run down their spines. Chapter 1337. On the side of the path were corpses, and all of them looked very lifelike. To a certain extent, these corpses could be said to be staring at them. The feeling they got from the corpses was one of dread. It was as if their souls were being stared at by a supreme being they couldn't hide from. Gray and Void, who were at the forefront, got most of the attention from the corpses, and after a few seconds, they sensed the eyes of the people watching them from the side. Void paused when he saw the people staring at them, and without hesitation, he vanished, hiding in Gray's storage space. Unlike Void, Gray didn't have anywhere to hide. He felt these weren't just corpses, even though they were apparently dead. He stopped his movements and waited for the others to get to where he was standing. Other than staring, the corpses weren't making any movements, making Gray sigh in relief. He knew they might have been in danger if the corpses had made other movements. "What do you think they are?" Sylvia's brother asked, a little worried at how intensely the corpses were watching them. "Dead, that's what they are." Ilaris regained her composure and replied. She had studied the corpses. Other than moving their eyes in their direction, they weren't doing anything else. Gray, who was ahead of them, had also come to this conclusion, but he decided since Void was with him, there was no use in leaving the others behind. Although it looked strange, he wasn't the type that would take all the treasures and leave nothing for the others. The only reason he rushed in was to stop Void from taking everything. "You're no longer rushing to take everything?" Ilaris asked with a mocking smile before adding, "Don't tell me you're scared of dead people." Gray didn't bother with her and turned his attention to the path before him. He could sense some danger in front of him, but he was confident it was something he would be able to deal with. Since he was already ahead of them, he continued leading the way. Ilaris scoffed and followed behind him, ensuring a reasonable distance between them. She wanted Gray to be the one to deal with all the troubles that would later surface. Being greedy comes with a cost. She felt the only reason Gray stopped was because he realized the danger ahead of them and didn't want to deal with it alone. Ilaris wasn't the only one with such thoughts. Sylvia's brother had the same opinion about Gray. After all, he rushed in the moment it was open, only pausing after getting far away. He only felt Gray would wait for them because he wanted their help to resolve the problem. "You want me to solve the problem for you? Hey! You must be dreaming." Gray chuckled and advanced calmly. He knew his actions were wrong, but the fact that Ilaris wanted to take advantage of him was something he would not let happen. Since he wanted to act smart, he didn't mind playing with her. Before long, the danger he sensed ahead appeared. It wasn't something that was difficult for him to handle, but he wanted Alaris and her group to suffer, except for Sylvia's brother. A large bull was blocking the path ahead, and it was at the peak of the 7th rank. When it caught sight of Grey, it charged at him. Grey didn't flinch, and with a soft movement, he dodged the bull, taping it on the side. The bull suddenly disappeared, and Sylvia's brother was on the spot the bull was previously standing on. Grey had his hand across his shoulder with a soft smile on his face. The bull, on the other hand, appeared on the spot where Sylvia's brother was previously standing. Its sudden appearance shocked the group, especially Alaris. But then she recalled there was someone proficient with the space element in the group. The person was ahead of them. Such a hateful fellow. Alaris cussed internally and immediately acted, forcing the bull to go behind them. She was the strongest and acted first. Luckily, Sylvia's brother stood behind them, so it wasn't hard for them to negate it when it turned around. She sent the bull flying, but with its sturdy skin, it didn't feel any pain from the attack. It opened its mouth, and a fiery light shot at the group. Grey made a move this time. He didn't want it to seem like he was trying to have any sort of conflict with Alaris and the others. He appeared before them, and his blue flames rose, shielding the others from the attack of the bull. The bull charged forward when it saw its attack wasn't effective. Grey was standing composed when the bull was within 15 meters of him. He took a step forward, planting his right foot on the ground. The charging bull suddenly felt its large body pulled by an irresistible force. Due to the suddenness of the attack, it could not defend against it even though it possessed tremendous strength. The bull fell to the ground, and Grey used the earth element to imprison it. With its entire body held down, it was unable to break free. If it had been standing, then the chances of breaking free would have been high, but in a situation like this, it was almost impossible to escape from Grey's clutches. "You guys all right?" he asked after incapacitating the bull. "You're the one who sent the bull here. I wonder if you want us to be all right," Alaris said. Grey refusing to take her with him at first, and then his unwillingness to help her with the mark gave her a wrong impression of him. Yes, she wasn't going to deny that Grey was remarkable, but she also felt he was prideful. Grey wanted to speak, but refrained. He didn't have the time to argue with her. He shook his head and walked closer to Sylvia's brother, who was still where Grey left him. Chapter 1338. Grey led the group, with Void directing him on where to go. The treasure was getting closer and closer, and Void could sense it. The others followed behind Grey. Alaris was still annoyed that Grey sent the bull in their direction. As they went deeper into the place, they soon got to a door. Grey saw the same signs on them, but this time, they didn't need to do anything. All Grey did was push it, and it opened for them to step in. The door led to a large room. Multiple tables were standing in direction locations in the room, and items were on each table. Grey was dumbstruck at the sheer number of top-tier treasures he was seeing. Not just Grey, even Alaris, who was from a top faction, was also left speechless by what she saw. Void appeared once again, his eyes lighting up as he saw the things laid there on the table. Before anyone could move, he was the first to make a move. He went for a golden ring lying on the floor close to one of the tables. Grey's head almost exploded when he saw this. There was no way Void would take a useless ring when there were countless treasures here. He immediately went after him. The others didn't mind Void going after the ring. After all, it was on the ground. If not for Void rushing there, they wouldn't notice it. The others all went for different treasures. There were quite a lot of treasures there that attracted their attention, and they couldn't wait to take it. With Grey and Void going after the ring they deemed useless, there were fewer contenders for the treasures they picked. Over 20 tables were in the room, and all 20 of them had a top treasure on top of them, from elemental weapons to rare magical beasts' cores and rare flowers. All kinds of treasures lay on the tables, and they were all up for grabs. Grey caught up to Void and stretched to pick up the ring. Void was faster, and with his smaller build, he maneuvered right through Grey's fingers and took the ring from his grasp. "Fuck! Void, give it back," Grey said, a little annoyed. Void naturally didn't pay any heed to his words. He opened his tiny mouth and swallowed the ring with a satisfied smile on his face. Veins appeared on the side of Grey's head. He knew since Void had already kept it, it was almost impossible to take it from him. What was worse was that he didn't know what was inside the ring, so even if Void decides to trick him later, there was no way he would be able to know if it was a trick. Greedy little cat, he said through gritted teeth before moving to another treasure. There was no need to bother about the ring and its contents, he knew there was no hope. Void laughed in satisfaction. He, too, went after another treasure. The others had already taken their first choice of treasures and were going after the next ones. Seeing Grey and Void going at the treasures, they were flabbergasted. In a second, each of them had cleaned 5 tables. One has to know that some of these items weren't easy to take from these tables, but Void was directly going past while Grey acted like he wasn't being repelled. It was a shocking yet annoying sight to behold. Unlike Grey and Void, they needed some time to break through some of the table's defenses. Grey stopped after they ransacked 10 tables, but Void didn't have any plans of stopping. He moved quickly, rushing for the next table. Grey acted quickly, stopping Void from taking anything more. Enough, do you want them to hate us? It's not like they like you in the first place. What's the point of letting them have any? We all know that the treasures are taken by those who can acquire them. They might get upset, but there's nothing they can do. Do they want to blame you for their uselessness? Grey paused when he heard Void's words. To be honest, Void's words were logical. It was common knowledge that treasures were taken by the capable. If one can't even move as fast as the other, then they would lose out. He still stopped Void from taking anything else. Of course, he didn't care about what Alaris and the others thought of him, but it wouldn't be nice if he took everything and left nothing for them. Void grunted but disappeared when he saw that Grey wasn't giving him an inch. He already had enough, so there was no use arguing over if he should get more or not. Grey was satisfied when he saw this. Alaris and the others heaved a sigh of relief when they saw Grey stop Void from taking anything else. Seeing that Void was just as fast as Grey, if not even faster, they knew the chances of them catching him was almost 0. The other 4 didn't waste too much time and started to go through the other things. In no time all the tables were cleaned and every single treasure was taken out. All right, we better get going. Since they've collected everything, Grey saw no point in them staying there. Alaris and the others had the same thought as well. As they headed toward the door, Grey felt a cold chill down his spine and hurriedly retreated, dragging Sylvia's brother with him. Boom! A small explosion happened on the spot he was previously standing. Alaris and the other 2 were a tad slower, but they managed to escape from the impact of the explosion. They couldn't help but take a look at Grey once again. His reaction speed and sensitivity to danger was way higher than theirs, Alaris included, which was a little shocking. Grey squinted his eyes and looked at the cause of the explosion. His eyes widened when he was greeted by pearly white bones. It was the bones from a palm. Chapter 1339. Kid, you have something of mine, return it. An eerie voice came from the dust, and the full skeleton came to view. Its greenish flamey eye struck fear into the eyes of everyone who stared at them for too long. Grey was able to recognize the skeleton in an instant and his expression fell. He never thought the skeleton would come after him. In his defense, the flowers were there for the taking. This is troublesome. He caressed his head softly. I've been hunting you for a while, where are my flowers? The skeleton asked coldly. I have no idea what you're talking about. But I have some flowers with me, I don't know if they're yours. Grey replied with an innocent expression. The eyes of the skeleton flared up when it heard Grey's words. Kid, don't try to act smart with me. I've seen it all. The skeleton was not having Grey's smart play. Grey saw their situation and given the space in the room he couldn't help but feel slightly annoyed. If he were alone, he wouldn't be afraid to fight with the skeleton, but with others here, he didn't want them to get hurt. Not just that, but the others wouldn't want to help him when they wouldn't be getting anything out of it. Void, wanna help out? I'll give you 1 flower. Grey asked Void for help. Void didn't reply to him. Fine, 2 flowers. He increased the offer. Void finally spoke up, it's too strong. Give up on them. Grey was taken aback by Void's words. From his usual experience with Void, he didn't take Void for someone who was scared of a battle, but from the looks of it, Void was afraid of getting into a battle with this skeleton even with Grey assisting him. Tough. Grey thought to himself before bringing out all 8 flowers. When the others saw the flowers with Grey, they were beyond shocked. Of all of them, Grey was the first to leave the room, yet he managed to take all 8 flowers. One thing worth noting was that the flowers had all lost a bit of essence compared to how they were the first time they saw them. What did you do to them? The skeleton was irate. Nothing, I swear. When I took them I accidentally absorbed a bit of them, I didn't even expect it to happen. Grey explained. Even though the flowers were in his spatial storage, he was still able to absorb some of their essences. When he tried to, he realized how easy it was for him to, and before he knew it, he had absorbed quite a bit of essence from all 8 flowers. The skeleton looked at Grey, shocked. The only thought in its head was how Grey was able to absorb all 8 elemental essences from the flowers. Oh, my cat has some elements that I don't have, so he absorbed some too. Grey threw some of the blame to Void. He knew it would be dangerous if the skeleton knew he could use all 8 elements. Kid, you will have to compensate me, the skeleton said. Grey heaved a sigh of relief when he saw this. Since the skeleton was ready to speak to them in a calm manner, then they would be able to agree on something. From the looks of it, the skeleton didn't want to get into a fight with them, which Grey felt was logical. The skeleton might be strong, but there were more people present and its strength was only at the peak. It might be able to take on 2 of them, but with all of them combined, the chances were slim. Grey thought about it and brought out an orb. When the skeleton saw it, its eyes lit up. This was exactly what it wanted. Something that has a large amount of essence in it. The orb Grey brought out fitted perfectly in this description. Over the years, Grey had acquired quite a lot of treasures, this orb being one of them. He didn't have any use for it, so it was okay to hand it over to the skeleton as compensation for using the essence in its flower. After tossing it over to the skeleton, who took it quickly, he prepared to leave with the others. Did I say you're free to go? The skeleton asked with an amused voice. Grey halted in his steps, unsure of what the skeleton wanted even after he had given him the orb. I'm only taking that compensation for the essence you removed from the flowers. The skeleton laughed. It added slowly, now I need you all to compensate me with your lives. I know you're strong, but don't think you can defeat all of us. Elaris was the one who spoke up this time. She might have been shocked with the fact that Grey was able to take the flowers, but it didn't mean she wouldn't unite with him now that the skeleton wanted to kill them. Grey was very powerful, that was something she had already seen from the last time Grey acted. The fact that Grey gave up the flowers and even offered more showed that he knew he wasn't a match for the skeleton. She, too, had accessed the situation and realized even the 2 of them might not be able to stop this skeleton from doing whatever it wanted. You might want to bring out your cat. The skeleton looked at them and said to Grey with an amused voice. Grey's expression turned serious. He never expected the skeleton to know Void was currently with him. Yes, he spoke about him, but since he wasn't here, it was easy for the skeleton to assume that he wasn't close by. However, the skeleton looked him in the eyes and told him to bring Void out. It meant it knew Void was close by. Brax and Victor walked closer to them when they saw the tension. Sylvia's brother was the only one left behind them. Chapter 1340. The skeleton watched them as they gathered, not fazed with the increasing strength of the group. Ready? It asked with a playful voice. Grey's expression was serious when he sensed the strength of the skeleton. Now he understood why Void was avoiding a battle with it. Its strength was obviously above the elemental venerable plane. Although its cultivation stage was at the very peak of the elemental venerable plane, the aura it was giving off was way higher than that. It's strong, our best bet is to retreat while fighting. Grey whispered to the others, who nodded in agreement. They could all feel the pressure the skeleton was putting on them, and from how carefree the skeleton was, it wasn't even trying to show off. This meant once it was serious, its aura would be higher than what it is at the moment. Grey took the lead, his blue flames shooting towards the skeleton. The skeleton opened its palm and its white bones expanded. It soon covered the flames coming its way, extinguishing it with a simple wave. The wave of its hand didn't only extinguish Grey's flames, but sent a powerful gust at him, forcing him to retreat. The others who were behind him also moved back due to the power behind the gust. Is that all you have? If it is, you should give up now and not waste my time. The skeleton looked at the group who just regained their balance from its previous attack. Gray didn't worry about what the skeleton was saying. He made sure Void was still hidden, hoping to use him at a critical moment. The skeleton might be aware of Void's presence, but without Void appearing, there was nothing it could do. If the battle got to an intense state, then there was a good chance it might forget about Void. If this were to happen, then Void would be able to play a crucial role in the battle. Ilaris took a step forward, and an ice spear appeared. The cold radiating from the ice was so intense that even those standing close to her couldn't help but shiver. Gray was the only one unmoved. He opened his eyes and looked straight into the eyes of the skeleton. His eyes glowed with a pale blue light. The skeleton's fiery eyes locked onto him, and when this happened, the skeleton was slightly taken aback. This was the opportunity Ilaris needed. She unleashed her attack, sending it forward with tremendous speed. The skeleton regained its senses, but the spear was already in front of its head, on the verge of penetrating it. HMPH. A cold snort shattered the ice spear that was in front of the skeleton. The snort was from the skeleton. It was the one who used a snort to destroy the ice spear. Gray knew it wasn't done by a spear. When he spread out his spiritual consciousness, he noticed the change around the essence close to the skeleton. He can manipulate the essence of the world? Or does this have something to do with his domain? These were the two questions in Gray's mind. The former was difficult to accept, but the latter was very believable. If the skeleton released its domain silently, it would be able to destroy the ice spear within a second. Gray didn't stay idle. With the ice spear destroyed, he attacked. With a flash, a lightning bolt struck the skeleton, forcing it back a step. The attack was too fast. No one saw it coming, even the skeleton. Brax and Victor each took a step forward and attacked. They were both earth elementalists. A large boulder dropped on the spot the skeleton was standing. But it was destroyed in a second. After the boulder was destroyed by the skeleton, an earth hammer came from the side, slamming into the skeleton. The skeleton stretched out its palms and held the hammer. The jammer was more than 5 times its size, but the hammer wasn't able to make it move an inch. Brax, seeing this attack too, using another hammer from the side, with the hopes of crushing the skeleton in the middle. The expected result didn't come. Rather, the skeleton used one hand to stop Victor's hammer, spreading his other arm apart to stop Brax's hammer. Another lightning bolt struck the skeleton while it was in this position. Not just a lightning bolt, but multiple ice arrows bombarded the place the skeleton was standing. Boom! A large explosion rang out, raising a dust cloud on the place the skeleton was standing. The group looked on. They were well aware that wouldn't be enough to cause any harm to the skeleton. And just like they predicted, when the dust cloud subsided, they saw the skeleton covered with a glowing transparent blue dome. Their hearts sank when they saw this. I must applaud your effort. It was quite thrilling. But it ends here. The light dome shielding the skeleton started to expand, moving very fast. Don't let it touch you. Void's voice echoed in Gray's head. Gray didn't need Void to remind him about this. He could sense how dangerous the light coming was. He focused and used his fusion orb, sending 2 at the light. The light coming paused, and a slight crack was seen on it. Gray's eyes brightened when he saw this. He retreated and attacked it once again. He could only create 2 fusion orbs at a time, and while creating them simultaneously, they wouldn't have the strength of his strongest fusion orb, but each was still very destructive. When the skeleton saw this, its eyes glowed with a mysterious light. The previous blue fires, which were in the place of its eyes, turned pitch black. The aura in the room changed drastically, and Gray noticed the elemental particles in the area were being controlled by the skeleton. If this continued, he wouldn't be able to complete the next set of fusion orb, and will most likely not be able to break through this light coming their way. Chapter 1341. Bang! An ice spear struck the same spot Gray's previous fusion orb cracked. Not just the ice spear, but earth spears, as well as a lightning spear as well. Gray, seeing the others help out, nodded and created 2 inscriptions. Since the skeleton wanted to make use of its superior abilities to stop him from creating the fusion orbs, he would use his inscriptions to fight against it. The inscriptions appeared inside the light and started attacking the skeleton. The skeleton didn't think too much of the attacks. If it were any peak elemental venerable, they would have to defend against the attack, but not it. It was in a state where its defenses were far superior to even most top magical beasts. It would be almost impossible for these inscriptions to hurt it. Seeing this, an idea struck Gray. He had never thought of this before, but tough situations make one think more than usual. If I can create a fusion orb normally, there's a good chance I can create it with my inscriptions. I just need to overlap 3 or 4. What if I modify the inscriptions? Gray paused. While in the middle of battle, he was engrossed in the thought of creating something new that he completely forgot the reason he was thinking about it in the first place. Gray! What are you doing? Everyone noticed Gray's absent mindlessness, and Victor called out to him. Gray snapped back to reality and started attacking the crack, along with the others. To be honest, he was too excited about the thought that just came to him, and he even started working on it immediately. The 2 inscriptions attacking the skeleton didn't stop what they were doing, rather, they started to merge together. The skeleton wasn't bothering to defend the attack, so it didn't notice that they were merging. It was more interested in stopping Gray from creating any more fusion orbs. He sensed the deadliness of the attack and didn't want Gray to destroy the light. As long as the light manages to hit them, then he wouldn't need to fight any longer, they would be done. From how serious the group were attacking, he was aware they had already sensed this. The crack was getting bigger, but at the pace the light was moving, it would be able to cover the entire room before they managed to even create a small hole in it. Void, get ready! Gray didn't know what the outcome of his experiment would be. After all, he didn't think something like this would be possible, so he was preparing to bring Void out during the last second to help them break through this light. He had made use of his fire domain, but it still wasn't fast enough. Before long, there was only about 20 meters left in the room for the light to cover. However, the inscriptions had already merged at this time. Not just that, but Gray added 2 more inscriptions to it just to be on the safer side. The second the last inscription merged into the larger one, Gray experienced something he hadn't experienced in a long time. Crap! Stop attacking the light! He yelled to the others and started to create multiple layers of defense. His sudden change alerted the others, and trusting that Gray wouldn't play with his life, the others did the same. The skeleton was the first to notice something wrong. Ooh? It raised its head, and above it was an unstable inscription that contained unimaginable power. The skeleton was stunned to the point it couldn't make a move. The reason its reaction was this strong was because it didn't sense this until the last moment. Bang! An earth-shaking explosion happened, but the light dome that was supposed to protect the skeleton from the attacks of Gray and his group became a prison as it stopped the explosion from going out, containing most of the attack before finally breaking down. Even though it was just the impact from the attack, Gray and the others were still sent crashing into the walls. Each of them created an almost 10 meters deep hole in the walls. Thanks to Gray, the attack didn't affect Sylvia's brother much. The skeleton, on the other hand, was nowhere to be seen. The light from the explosion died down after a few seconds, but it still didn't show up. Gray and his group came out of their holes. Seeing that the skeleton wasn't present, Gray made a run for it. He didn't know if the explosion was enough to kill the skeleton, but he knew this was their chance to escape. If the skeleton comes out now, it will be angrier than it previously was. Ilaris was stunned by Gray's decisiveness, but she rushed after him, along with the others. When Gray was leaving, he took Sylvia's brother along with him. He felt he was responsible for his safety, so he placed it above others. The previously small room had turned into a large underground cave. The door was gone, and even the pathway was almost completely destroyed. The main reason the destruction was this minimal was all due to the light the skeleton used. If not, the impact would have been far more horrifying. As Gray bolted for the exit, he saw an almost endless pit. He didn't need to guess what or who created it. This was clearly where the skeleton sank into. If it survives this attack, it would definitely want to kill Gray at all costs. Gray's speed when espacing had always been amazing. Without looking back, he ran for it. Ilaris and the others were far behind him, and they were not able to even catch a glimpse of his back. The distance between them was shocking. All 3 people behind them were beyond shocked at the pace at which Gray moved. From how Gray moved, they were certain it wasn't the first time he did something like this and ran away. As they were running, they all heard a bone-chilling roar behind them. Chapter 1342. Gray knew who the roar belonged to and didn't want anything to do with the owner. He ran at his top speed, and before long, they were out of the place. They soon appeared on the hill with the large stones. The second he came out, he waited for the others. When they were out, he struck one of the pillars with a powerful punch, and a crack appeared. Damn it! The pillar was too strong. He continued hammering down on the pillar. There was no way they could outrun the skeleton as long as they were in this place. He was well aware of this. The best they could do was to trap it inside this place. The cracks on the pillar continued to expand, but he could also sense a baleful aura coming from the portal. It was like an open door, and he could hear the hateful screams coming from inside. The skeleton was incensed. Just when the skeleton was about to get to the door, the pillar finally crumbled, and the door started to shake profusely. Seeing this, Gray knew even if the skeleton could come out, it would take a long time for it to stabilize the portal. The reason the portal wasn't wholly damaged was due to the presence of the other 4 pillars. But passing through it as it is was a dangerous endeavor that would cost the skeleton a lot. Gray turned to the others, and they continued their escape. He knew this would only delay the skeleton and not stop it. Once the skeleton was out, it would definitely go after them. Since they'd taken the best treasures this place had to offer, there was no need to stay there any longer. Also, when passing through the pit the skeleton fell in, Gray, being a space elementalist, managed to get into the spatial storage of the skeleton and not only steal the flowers, but the orb as well. Although he was in a hurry, he still had time to take those things. He had already marked them, so locating their coordinates was easy. He still took some random items. There was no time to look around, and Void didn't want to take on such a risky mission. "Kid! I'll kill you even if it's the last thing I do." The roars of skeleton could be heard, but it wasn't advancing, which indicated that the portal had stopped it. Ilaris and the others couldn't help but internally applaud Gray's quick-wittedness. In such a situation, they weren't sure they could even think about what he did, and even take the risk of doing it. Only someone as powerful and as quick-witted as Gray would not only think of such a thing, but also execute it. A few minutes later, they reached the tomb where they first encountered the skeleton. This time, Gray went straight to the tomb and opened it. His eyes lit up when he saw the items inside. There were a good number of treasures present inside, and they were ownerless at the moment. Being the generous person he was, he couldn't let them sit idly without any owner, so he picked them up. When the others saw him robbing the skeleton's grave, they didn't know if they should feel bad for the skeleton or commend Gray's bravery. The skeleton was already swearing on its life to end Gray, yet Gray was still here, attempting to rob its grave. If they found out that Gray went as far as taking the flowers and the orb he gave the skeleton, they would be beyond amazed. Gray naturally didn't have time to sit and talk, so he left the place as soon as he was done. The other 4 followed behind him. In no time, they were on the long path that led to the tomb. They were all top elementalists, and their memory was far more potent than a regular human's. It didn't take long for them to navigate through the paths they previously used. Before long, they were on the spot they split up with the giants. "Should we wait for them?" Brax asked. "Nope. We're leaving." Gray had no plans of staying there. The skeleton might have already escaped from the portal. Once it sees the current state of its grave, it might want to fight to the death with Gray. Gray would feel a lot safer when he's no longer in this place. In fact, if given the chance, he would leave the secret realm as a whole. His target had been met, and with the things he had, he could give some to his friends to grow. This will be enough to encourage them to leave this place. Ilaris agreed with Gray. From how the skeleton acted when Gray stole its flowers, it would definitely come after them as long as they were still inside the pyramid. Their best bet now was to leave this place. With Ilaris agreeing with Gray, the others had no reason not to leave. They all left the place and headed straight for the pyramid's exit. What happened with the giants is no concern of theirs. Their truce ended when they stepped into the pyramid. Inside the pyramid, the tomb of the skeleton. When the skeleton managed to pass the portal, its previous white bones had a hint of black on them. "That little brat. I'll kill him. You wait for me to recover fully. You dare defy a god." The skeleton was rambling when it opened the grave, the flames in its eyes nearly extinguished. Gone, they're gone. It knew only one person dared to empty its grave, and it was the person who left it in this state. I should have let him go. A hint of regret was in its voice when it said this. At least I got the flowers, Anne. The skeleton wanted to bring out the flowers from its spatial storage, but it was shocked when it noticed not only it missing, but other valuable treasures as well. Ah! The aggrieved scream of the skeleton resonated across the entire pyramid. Chapter 1343. Outside the realm. Gray and the others appeared on the mountaintop. They had been inside not more than a few hours, but it had been quite eventful. Gray looked around and nodded softly to the others. I'll be leaving now. With that, he didn't even wait for their reply before disappearing. Elara stamped her feet lightly on the ground when she saw this. She wanted to ask him if he was willing to help her out with the mark now after they'd gone through this experience together. But from how Gray ran, it was like he was avoiding them like a plague. We should leave as well. Since he's not here, the giants might want to know what we acquired there, she said. Brax and Victor nodded. Sylvia's brother looked at the place Gray was previously standing on before shaking his head lightly. He left with the group. Gray clearly had no plans to hang with them, and there was no need to force him to stay. At the giant's castle, Klaus, Reynolds, and Alice were camping outside the place. Just like Ilaris, they found out about the giants inviting Gray over. Knowing Gray so well, they knew he would check out the place. So they came to see if anything happened to him. After arriving here, they discovered Gray and the giants' leader were gone. They weren't in on where they went, so they decided to wait for Gray since they couldn't communicate with him. He should be fine. I heard some humans came here, they might have come to help him out, Alice suggested. She needed to grow, and although she was worried about Gray's well-being, she knew that Gray was the safest person in this place. With all the trump cards he had, there was no way he could be killed. At most, he would be injured, but he would be able to escape from whatever situation he was placed in. As long as there were no sovereigns present here, Gray was literally unkillable unless he wanted to die. Let's wait till the end of tomorrow. If he doesn't come, we'll continue with our treasure hunting, Klaus said while looking at the castle with shining eyes. There was something inside he could sense. He wanted it. If only Void were here, he would have been able to take it for me, he thought internally. This was the reason he hadn't left this place. His gut feeling was telling him whatever he sensed was very beneficial to him, and he didn't want to leave until he got it. If not for the fact that he wasn't as fast as Gray, he would have charged in and taken it alone. On another side of the secret realm, Gray was standing in front of a giant tortoise, a small dark red bead in his hand. This is my blood essence. I've sealed its aura so as not to attract others. I believe you've prepared yours, Gray said while holding on to the bead. The large eyes of the tortoise looked at the small dark red bead on Gray's hand, its eyes glowing in delight. With this, it would be able to advance and become stronger than all the other kings in the area. With its new strength, it can enjoy a better life. The tortoise opened its mouth, and a large head-sized black bead appeared. Compared to Gray's own, it looked more potent. But the tortoise didn't care. It was a purebred magical beast, and Gray became this way thanks to having ingested multiple magical beasts' blood essence, which changed his bloodline. The tortoise's blood essence was more potent, but Gray's blood essence had a far greater potential. Even the tortoise was aware of this, hence its lack of complaint even though the blood essence Gray gave it wasn't much. Gray took the blood essence of the tortoise. After studying it and confirming it was authentic from Void, he nodded and left. The tortoise had zero issues with Gray leaving as soon as they finished the trade. All they needed to do was to trade blood essence, and that had been done. Gray returned to the mountain range. Void told him of a magical beast with a good bloodline they could benefit from. Well, primarily, Void could benefit from it, but it was a lightning magical beast and might be helpful to Gray. If Gray could absorb some of its blood essence and integrate it with his own, he might be able to awaken a new innate ability. Void needed it to improve his bloodline, while Gray needed it to gain a new innate skill. They soon located the beast, and it was a cat-type magical beast. When the cat saw Gray and Void, it wanted to lash out at them, but Gray's dragon scales appeared and his superior bloodline started to show its use. Void also used his superior bloodline as well. With the duo using their bloodlines to suppress the beast, it wasn't able to move. "We need some blood essence. In return, we'll give you something you want." The beast wanted to refuse. After all, it wasn't only about bloodline. If the duo weren't strong enough, it might be able to kill them and consume them. Void unleashed his peak rank 7 aura, and so did Gray. To a certain extent, he was almost more magical beast than human given the current state he was in. Of course, he was still human, but he only had a few abilities of magical beasts. The beast cowered when it sensed this. There was no way it could compete with the duo standing in front of it. With no other option, it gave them 2 blood essence. This took a lot of energy from it, but it was better than dying under their hands. Gray laughed and a white light covered the beast. He used his light element to heal it, before giving it a small bit of blood essence. It was 1/4 of what he gave to the tortoise. Chapter 1344. After making a trade with the cat-type beast, well, more like oppressing the beast, he left. He wanted to leave the place as soon as he could. He brought out his tracking device to see where his friends were located so he could track them down. Ooh? Why are they together? When they split up, he didn't expect to find all 3 together when he left the secret realm. Did they find out about the giants wanting to meet you with me? This was the only question that came to his head. He knew there was no way the trio could get together unless they heard about the giants wanting him or one of them was in a difficult position. He didn't overthink about it and headed to where they were residing. With his speed, it was easy for him to get to where they were. On the way, he realized it was the giants' hideout, and it confirmed his first assumption. They must have heard of him being invited over, and they came to see if it was a trap or not. It didn't take more than an hour for Gray to get to where his friends were hiding. "What are you guys doing here?" His voice startled his friends who were seated. "Damn it, Gray! Stop moving like a thief!" Klaus cussed out while holding onto his chest. He nearly had a heart attack thinking one of the giants had sneaked behind them. If not for recognizing Gray's voice, he would have attacked without thinking twice. "I'm not the one who has poor senses," Gray rebuked. "What the hell? Ray, bring out your elemental warrior, let's teach him a lesson." Klaus was ready to go to war. Alice, seeing that Gray would most likely not give in to Klaus, stepped in. "You really shouldn't be doing this. We'll be forced to attack you one day," she said while standing in front of Klaus. She might not always support Klaus, but she was with him in this. She just didn't want them to get into a fight here. Gray didn't speak about it anymore and went back to his initial question, "What are you guys doing here?" He paused and laughed, "Don't tell me you were worried about me." He knew the answer, but he wanted to hear it from Klaus' mouth. "To hell with you. I wanted to invade this place and called them over." Klaus was never going to accept that he was here because of Gray. Gray turned his gaze to Alice and Reynolds, and unlike Klaus who could lie to Gray without an eye, they couldn't. So they avoided his gaze. Gray was already aware of the reasons they were here, but he still decided to play along with Klaus. "Oh, what might that be?" he asked. "I don't know, but I sensed it when walking past, so I called them over. I heard the leader of the giants wasn't around, along with a good number of peak elemental venerables. So I'm seeing if I can take it before they return," Klaus explained. Alice and Reynolds were shocked at Klaus' statement. They didn't think he would cook up such a lie within a few seconds. Klaus' serious expression surprised them. "Where's Void?" Klaus asked when he didn't see him on Gray's shoulder. "He's busy." "Why? Aren't I enough to help you steal what you want?" Gray was convinced Klaus was playing around. Since you can sneak up on us, then you shouldn't have any problems with doing this." Klaus replied after thinking for a while. He added, "What I want is in the eastern part of the castle. I've not been there, so I don't know what it is, but since you have the water element, you should be able to sense it when you get close to it." "Huh?" Gray was confused, but seeing Klaus' face, he knew he wasn't lying. What he couldn't understand was why the others didn't know about it. The facial expressions of Reynolds and Alice indicated this was the first time they were hearing about this treasure Klaus was speaking about. "Wait, you're serious?" he asked when he saw the seriousness in Klaus' face. Why would I lie? Klaus asked with a straight face. Gray squinted his eyes and said, Are you sure about the area you sensed the item? Klaus nodded. I'll go check it out. If you're right, I'll bring it for you. Gray said and vanished. The space element sure is very convenient. Klaus muttered after Gray disappeared. If he were the one who had the space element, well, he would have taken a lot of items he wanted by now. There have been treasures he sensed, but he didn't dare to take them due to the danger that came with them. The ones he takes are those ones he knew he wouldn't lose his life over. In the giant's hideout, Gray appeared in a secluded place where he was alone. He was still surprised by the fact that Klaus was actually right. Maybe he sensed it when he came here searching for me. Void appeared, and after sensing the area, he didn't find anything nice and disappeared once again. Gray saw this and concluded maybe it had something to do with only water elementalists. The only thing was that he didn't sense it the last time he came here. Well, he didn't really explore the place. Maybe if he had walked to a few places, he would have been able to explore the place and sense it. How come he's able to sense it from so far out? Klaus was a strange individual. The fact that he could sense something from so far out and Gray, who was inside the hideout, still hadn't gotten a wind of it tells you a lot about the type of person he was. Now Gray was starting to understand why he was able to get so many good things whenever he was out. With such sensory ability towards water elemental treasures, it was a walk in the park for him when it comes to locating them. Chapter 1345. Gray explored the place, going to the side Klaus told him to check. When he got there, he sensed something. No wonder it's hard to locate for us. Even when I'm here, I can still barely sense it. He thought while looking at a particular building. The building looked ordinary, but he knew otherwise. He headed into the place, and just when he appeared, he overheard the giants who were guards there speaking about his expedition with their leader. Guess they're not back yet. I better take this and leave. He could sense the treasure better now and knew it truly is beneficial for water elementalists. To be precise, it was great for increasing the ice abilities of a water elementalist. He could sense the chill that was coming out of one of the boxes that was on the other side. The only thing stopping him was not the two guards here, but the fact that there was an array here that would alert everyone once the box was moved. Since Klaus and the others were close by, it would be a little difficult to escape with ease. He disappeared and went back to his friends. You're back. You're sharper than before. It was clear that Gray wasn't going to let go of any opportunity to poke fun at the others. Did you find it? Klaus eagerly asked. Yes, but I can't take it now. You guys will have to move to another area. It'll make escaping easier. Gray explained. Let's go. Klaus stood up and started heading in another direction. Alice and Reynolds chuckled softly but followed behind him. Gray was once again left alone. He was a little stunned by the fact that Klaus didn't even argue and left the second he told them to leave this area. He sighed and waited for a few minutes so his friends would have gone a considerable distance before heading back. He already knew where the box was located. When he appeared once again, he bypassed the first set of arrays and was able to easily pick up the box, even though the guards were standing there. Only after picking up the box did the array give him away. He vanished the second the array lit up. The guards didn't even catch a sight of him, all they saw was the empty spot of the box. The box has been stolen. The guards couldn't believe their eyes. They saw the box a few seconds ago, yet it was gone in the blink of an eye. What was worse was that they didn't even see who did it. Quick, raise the alarm. As long as the person is still close to this place, we should be able to locate them. One of them ran out of the room, yelling. The giants outside were already aware of what was happening. Seeing one of the guards rushing out in a panic, they knew whoever stole from the treasury was gone. The reason they didn't suspect any of the guards was the fact that they saw the light flash past them. Since the box was still in the area close to the treasury where the array was located, they would be able to see it glow. However, the glow was only temporary, it disappeared in barely a second. Whoever took it was even faster than those at the peak of the elemental venerable plane. Unknown to the giants, the thief was someone they recently invited to their hideout. Inside the pyramid, The leader of the giants noticed his ring glow with a light. He knew what it meant, but he couldn't react. The reason for this was because they were currently battling a vengeful skeleton. If not for the fact that they were physically strong, they would have been killed by now. Damn it! At a time like this, the leader of the giants was pissed. The skeleton they were fighting was the same one Gray provoked before running away. It was minding its business when some intruders came. At first, it didn't want to react, but then some of them spoke of a human who fit perfectly into Gray's description, and it lost it. It didn't even speak and just attacked, hoping to unleash some of its piled-up anger. It gave them a good beating before sending them out of the pyramid. It didn't kill them, well, not that it didn't want to, but it realized it was impossible to do so. Hence it let them go, but after a good beating. When the leader of the giants saw himself outside the pyramid, it was incensed. Unfortunately, there was nothing he could do. Fuck! Who stole from us? I'll kill that person. Since he wasn't as strong as the skeleton, he wanted to direct his anger at the person that stole from them. Being the leader of the giants, he had a connection to the array with his ring and could sense further than the array. Just as he was about to make a move, he saw the light dimming. What the hell? He was beyond shocked. The reason the light was dimming was clear: whatever treasure was stolen was being destroyed or used. Fuck it! In the secret realm, Klaus got to work the second Gray handed the box to him. He didn't see any reason to delay. Alice and Reynolds could only watch with envious gazes. I got you guys something from my expedition. Gray handed the duo a fire and lightning flower each. The essence they sensed from it stunned them. They've gotten a few things, but none of them were on the level of the flower Gray handed to them. And just like Klaus, the duo started absorbing it. Gray was tempted to absorb the blood essence he got from the two magical beasts, but he was afraid of causing a ruckus. He wanted to wait until the trio were done and then he would get to work. With them looking out for him, he didn't have anything to worry about. Chapter 1346. In no time, Klaus' cultivation started to increase. From the 8th stage, Klaus soon rose to the 9th stage, and he didn't have any plans of stopping there. The box contained an ice lotus flower, which helped Klaus in his advancing. Gray didn't think Klaus would be able to advance so quickly. Klaus wasn't the only one advancing. Alice and Reynolds were showing signs of advancing as well. Alice broke through to the 5th stage, while Reynolds was on the verge of breaking through to the 6th stage. Alice was the one with the lowest cultivation base among all of them, but with the help of the flower, she was advancing, even faster than Klaus and Reynolds were in their current training. Gray had nothing to do, so he sat down and decided to go through the array marks he saw in the secret realm. He felt they were some sort of language or means to communicate with elemental particles. He continued trying, but he still couldn't pry into the mystery they contained. 2 hours went by in the blink of an eye. Gray was still in the process of trying to unravel the mystery behind the symbols, while the others were still cultivating. Klaus was the first to open his eyes. Ha ha ha, come Gray, let's spar. He laughed in delight and attacked Gray with a powerful ice arrow. The speed of the arrow was on par with Klaus' strongest ever ice needle he has made. This showed the enormous increase in his strength. His casual attack was now on par with his strongest attack when he was in the 8th stage. Gray noticed Klaus' movement. Although he was taken by surprise when Klaus suddenly attacked, he was still very composed. After all, he was quite fast. Red lightning danced around his body and the arrow passed through his figure. But on further inspection, one would realize the attack hit an after-image and not Gray. Gray appeared behind Klaus, and just when he wanted to grab a hold of him, an ice spike came from Klaus' body and hit Gray, forcing him back. When Gray was hit by the attack, his body started to freeze. Gray was taken aback when he noticed this. Klaus' attack didn't usually possess such traits, these were new. How do you like my new attacks? Touch it and you'll be frozen. Luckily, you're powerful. Klaus laughed. The ice lotus he absorbed gave him this new terrifying ability, and he loved it. This will make his ice attacks more potent. If he were to use his ice needles now, they would be even more dangerous. Very few people would be able to defend against them now. Gray shook off the attack before sending out a palm made of flames. He didn't want to give Klaus the chance to mock him. If Klaus were to get the upper hand in this bout, then he was done for. Given Klaus' usual antics, he would bully him till the end of the world. Klaus blocked the attack with ease, before sending out an attack of his own. Gray blocked it and snorted. His eyes turned pale blue and his fire domain surfaced. Even if Klaus had improved in strength, he didn't believe Klaus would be able to oppress him when it came to using their domains. Klaus didn't hold back and also made use of his domain. His ice domain spread out, freezing everything around them. Are you dumb? Do you want to involve them in this too? Stop playing around. Gray made a move when he saw Klaus' domain getting close to Alice and Reynolds. They were only sparring, he didn't want to disrupt the cultivation of Reynolds and Alice. Oh, I forgot about them. Klaus chuckled awkwardly. To be honest, he was too engrossed in the battle and forgot about the others. All he wanted to do was to see the complete extent of his new ability. And from the looks of it, they were more than impressive. It even exceeded his expectations. Gray had no issues with him, since he had come back to his senses, then he was fine with continuing the spar. Void, watch them. With that, he disappeared with Klaus. If the duo were to continue their spar here, they would inevitably disturb the other two. After saying this, Gray vanished, taking Klaus with him. Void appeared, grunted softly but still sat down on a tree to watch them. As long as he doesn't have to fight with anyone, then he was okay with watching over Alice and Reynolds. Gray and Klaus appeared a few kilometers away from their friends. All right, go all out, I want to see what you're made of now. Gray said to Klaus. Don't beg me when I'm beating you up. If you can beat me, I'll admit defeat. You know I'm not that petty. Watch out for my deadly fangs. Klaus screamed surprised Gray, but he still comported himself and his skin turned silver. Dragon scales appeared on his body and he let out a soft breath. The cold breath made the grass below him freeze solid. Klaus cackled and charged at Gray, covering his entire body with ice. He was going to defeat Gray for the first time in years now, and he wanted to savor the moment. Gray, seeing Klaus in this state, didn't panic. With a simple movement, an earth wall rose in front of him, blocking Klaus' movement. Klaus flew up in a bid to dodge the earth wall, but he was met with an attack that forced him back down. Gray used the earth element to hide the fire elemental attack he wanted to use. Fuck! That's cheating! Klaus yelled. Has it cheating? Gray smiled, he then added, it's not my fault I have multiple elements now, is it? Klaus didn't know what to say. In anger, he released his ice domain, hoping to stop Gray from making any further movements. These are the scales of an ice dragon, do you think you're better than they are? Gray asked with a playful smile. He walked casually through the ice domain. When Klaus saw this, he used multiple ice spikes, attacking with them. Gray didn't bother about them. A thin sphere appeared around him and blocked the ice spikes that came his way. When Klaus saw this, he almost gouged his eyes out. What the hell, man? Klaus wanted to give up. Fighting with Gray was a headache. Especially when he was using all his elements. Time out! Time out! Klaus called for a pause. Gray didn't do anything and waited for him. What? You're not allowed to use all your elements. Oh, how many should I use then? 3 maximum. Just that? Also, your space element is ruled out. So any 3 with the exception of the space element. Yes. Gray laughed when he heard this, but wouldn't that mean if you win, you didn't win me at my peak? It doesn't matter, you're too overpowered with all your elements. I see. Gray touched his chin. What about this? I can use my space element and any other 2. This way you'll be more proficient when fighting against space elementalists. Understandable. Klaus nodded, agreeing to Gray using his space element. Gray laughed when he saw this and his figure faded. Klaus, already expecting Gray to attack, reacted quickly, blocking Gray's attack. Gray's fist hit the ice wall that surrounded Gray, but the fist didn't stop, it broke through the defense of the wall, heading straight for Klaus' head. Shit! Klaus shouted and retreated at full speed. Only now did he recall that Gray's physical strength was far above that of any other elementalist. In fact, with his silver scales added to it, he was more frightening. Gray laughed and continued his assault. There was no way he was going to let Klaus get away. His attacks were fierce, but Klaus' defense was strong as well. Klaus blocked the attacks, making sure Gray wasn't given the chance to get close to him. Gray was just too freakish. This was the only thought in Klaus' head. He held on, and after blocking one of Gray's attacks, he used an ice hammer to strike the ground, forcing Gray to retreat from the broken ice shards that came out of the hammer. Klaus didn't aim the hammer at Gray, rather, he smashed it into the ground to disrupt Gray's continuous attacks. Gray commended his efforts, but didn't stop his assault. With the elements he had in his arsenal, he was a full-time attack-minded elementalist. The only time he doesn't attack as often is when he is surrounded, and even in that situation, he still occasionally lets out outbursts. Klaus continued his defense. He was well disciplined, not giving Gray any space. Gray's expression started to become serious as the battle continued. He realized with Klaus' new strength, it wouldn't be that easy to defeat him. Chapter 1347. The spar between the duo started to get more intense. With Klaus' strong defenses, Gray was forced to use more destructive attacks, yet Klaus was still able to block them. No matter what type of attack Gray used, Klaus had an answer for it. "You see, it's not as easy as you thought it would be, right?" Klaus asked with a proud smile after blocking yet another destructive attack. Gray used 3 destructive elements: his space element, his fire element, and lastly, his darkness element. Of all his elements, the darkness element has been the only one he had somewhat neglected a lot. Even his light element was used more than his darkness element. The reason he picked his darkness element was so he could break through Klaus' defense with it. "You having a higher cultivation stage made it easy for you to defend against my attacks." Gray replied with a smile. He couldn't take away the fact that Klaus was able to defend against his attacks. Given his attack power, others at the peak would find it difficult to block against his strikes, well, except for those top-notch defense masters like Klaus. However, Klaus was different from them. He also possessed frightening attack power. While fighting, Gray had been careful so as not to be hit by any of his attacks. Even with his ice dragon scales, he was starting to notice that the few times he had been hit by or touched any of Klaus' attacks, he was starting to slow down. If his hypothesis was correct, then cold was slowly accumulating in his body as he made more contact with Klaus' attacks. The thought of someone having an ability like this was shocking. With this ability, Klaus could fight with others and just focus on his defense and be able to beat people that were stronger than he is. All he had to do was to make sure he occasionally hits them, and in no time, their system will slow down before freezing solid. The reason the impact of the ability was slower with Gray was due to his dragon scales. If Klaus uses this on others, the impact would be faster, and some might not even be able to notice it on time until it was too late. Klaus was well aware of this, but seeing that Gray wasn't showing any reactions, he felt he wasn't using enough. Well, the problem was that getting to touch Gray with his attacks was very difficult. With the space element, Gray was almost untouchable. This was the reason he suggested Gray didn't use the space element at first, but after listening to Gray, he felt he made sense and agreed to it. Had Gray wanted to depend on his speed alone, there was no way he would have been able to defeat Klaus without the help of all his elements. But with his space element, as well as the dragon scales, he stood a higher chance of defeating Klaus. Klaus was the first to attack this time. There was no use in talking too much. The entire area has been frozen solid from Klaus' domain, and even Gray's fire domain didn't seem to be a match for Klaus' newly powered domain. Gray still couldn't believe a single lotus changed Klaus this much. His luck is infinite. He sighed in dejection. The reason Klaus was able to receive this item was due to the fact that the giants wanted to contact Gray, but there was no way to contact him, so they sent out word and Klaus came fearing the giants wanted to do something bad to Gray. Just the thought that Klaus got this strong and also this ability from this coincidence made them believe his luck was genuinely unbelievable. Gray blocked the ice attack coming his way with a fire screen, but the screen started to show signs of freezing up. Seeing this, Gray used his dimensional slash. At the moment, this was one of the strongest attacks he had in his arsenal. Well, since he couldn't use all his elements, his fusion orb wouldn't be as strong as it used to be. It was better to focus more on using each elemental attack. Klaus saw the black slash coming his way and reacted accordingly. His ice domain spread out and a thick ice wall appeared in front of him, blocking the attack. When the attack struck the ice wall, Klaus' expression changed slightly. He noticed it easily breaking through the ice wall. This was a wall he made using the heavy water, yet it was still being destroyed by Gray's attack. Klaus took another glance at Gray. He couldn't help but wonder just how freakish his strongest attack was. Of the duo, one was an attack master, while the other focused more on defense. Now, they wanted to see who would be supreme, the attack master, or the master of defense. I'll surely hold longer than he does. Klaus was riled up. This was the closest he had ever gotten to Gray, and it encouraged him. Now he realized that Gray wasn't unreachable after all. If he worked more than he usually does, then he might just be able to not only get close to Gray, he might one day be able to walk on equal shoulders with him. Klaus is most likely the only one who had the audacity to have such thoughts. Gray was a genius. Even older generation geniuses feel they will never be able to reach his level. Given the fact that Gray didn't even start cultivating from the same age as them, and adding the fact that compared to the geniuses who grew up in the Aurora continent, he was in a more secluded place, yet he was still far above all others, made him more terrifying. Gray wasn't having the same thoughts as Klaus. Although he commended Klaus' strength, he stopped joking around. 3 inscriptions lit up in the sky. He wanted to use his strongest attack now. There was no point delaying any further. Chapter 1348. Klaus was able to defend the dimensional slash. After blocking it, he raised his head and saw Gray's inscriptions. A smirk appeared on his face. He knew the capacity of Gray's inscriptions and knew they wouldn't be able to threaten. Gray appeared in front of him and threw a punch. But his fist was blocked by ice. The ice stopped the fist when it was a few inches away from Klaus' face. This new defensive side of you is amazing, Gray commented. Thank you. But I don't see why you're using your inscriptions. They can't break through my defenses. Klaus asked playfully. They can at least distract you enough for me to get a good hit. Gray shrugged and retreated. An ice spike sprouted from the ground, almost hitting him. Klaus clicked his tongue when Gray dodged the attack. He wanted to use the ice blocking Gray's fist to hold him down, but Gray destroyed it with ease and escaped. Gray's senses were too sharp. This was one of the reasons it was very difficult to defeat him. Gray's inscriptions attacked, but none of the attacks were able to get past Klaus' automatic ice defense. This new defensive system was fully automated and Klaus didn't have to use too much effort. It was as if his ice was conscious and it was able to block any attack coming his way. Well, as long as the attack was not too strong, then it would be dealt with easily. If not, Klaus would have to make an effort. The benefit of having this was that he would be alerted to sneak attacks faster. Of course, if the person moved with unprecedented speed, even if Klaus senses it, it might be too late. Klaus didn't worry about the inscriptions that were attacking above him and just focused fully on Gray that was in front of him. He blocked all the attacks while making sure to have as much contact as he could with Gray. He noticed Gray wasn't as fast as he used to be, which was clearly the effect of his ice. Once Gray's speed had reduced to the same as his or even lower, then he was certain of victory. I don't need to do much, all I just have to do is stand here and wait for him to turn into an ice sculpture. This was the only thought in Klaus' head. He stopped attacking and focused fully on defending. He didn't pay Gray's inscriptions any mind and just focused on the bombardment he was receiving from Gray. As time went on, Gray's attacks started to become erratic. Klaus noticed Gray was in a hurry and knew Gray was afraid of slowing down completely. This reinforced Klaus' mind and he increased his focus, defending with everything he had. While doing this, all 3 inscriptions merged. The second all 3 inscriptions merged, his heart skipped a beat and he saw a grin on Gray's face. Gray's previous panicky expression was gone. Now, he had a wide grin on his face. He looked at him inquiringly, and Gray pointed above him. When Klaus looked up, he saw an unstable inscription, but that was not the main issue. The issue was that he could sense the power that was about to explode from it. Fuck me. He couldn't believe his eyes. There was no way anyone in the elemental venerable plane could defend against an attack of that nature. Do you want to kill me? Klaus yelled in frustration. Of course not. Are you forgetting how great your defense is? You can block this, Gray said with a playful voice. Klaus felt his soul leaving him as time went on. Damn it! I quit. You win, he yelled in defeat. Yes, he wanted to defeat Gray, but right now, all he could do was give up. Gray saw this and nodded. Oh, I can't stop it. The inscription was already on the verge of exploding. When Klaus heard Gray's words, he fell on his knees, wanting to cry out his eyes. How could Gray use something he couldn't stop? Was he planning on killing him? Weren't they just playing around? Gray vanished, appeared beside Klaus just when the explosion hit off and disappeared with him. Klaus had the same dejected look on his face when they arrived at the place they were camped. Seeing that he was fine, he heaved a sigh of relief. Remind me to never spar with you again. You're such a vile person, he said coldly. He added, if not for the fact that we've come a long way, I would have stopped talking to you. Gray laughed when he heard this. He could still hear Klaus' heart beating fast. You needed to see your face, bud, it was hilarious. Gray burst out laughing. If you find my expression when facing death funny, then you must be sick in the end. Klaus wasn't in a good mood. Gray crushed his hopes. At the moment, he realized being on the same level as Gray was nothing more than a pipe dream and he had given up on it. Luckily, he wasn't his enemy. If he made such a horrifying enemy, he would hide in a cave for the rest of his life. Gray was laughing while Klaus wasn't in any mood to say anything. They could still feel the reverberation from the explosion, even though they were kilometers away from the area. Klaus couldn't help but think about how he would have ended if he were to face that attack. How the hell did you even come up with that? He asked after some silence. Easy, it's like my fusion orb, but created with inscriptions. It's actually stronger in this form, Gray explained. Klaus didn't really know how Gray makes his fusion orb, but he knew it was by combining all the elements. After a while, Reynolds opened his eyes. He had gotten to the peak of the 7th stage and was on the verge of breaking through to the 8th stage. But that was not the noteworthy thing. His elemental warrior had gotten to the peak of the elemental venerable plane. Ha ha ha, Gray, let's spar. When Klaus saw this, he shook his head in pity. Here we go again. Chapter 1349. Klaus didn't even put in any effort to stop Reynolds from getting himself beat up by Gray. Unlike when Gray sparred with Klaus, they didn't exchange any moves here. He directly transported Reynolds to another place. A few minutes later, they returned. Reynolds was in a sorry state when they returned. Klaus was smart and told Gray not to use all his elements. Reynolds didn't think about that and straight up started fighting with Gray. Gray didn't give him the chance to state any stipulations for their spar, and he beat the shit out of him. Did he use his new technique on you? Klaus asked when he saw Ray's face. Reynolds shook his head, but then he realized the meaning behind Klaus' words. Klaus sparred with Gray, and Gray used a new technique on him to defeat him. He wasn't as lucky as Klaus and was beaten blue and black. In fact, he tried running away, but Gray didn't give him the opportunity to do so. After his event, he had already concluded he would never spar with Gray again. Do you think he takes us as his friends? Reynolds asked with a serious expression. Actually, I've been having the same feeling. He tried to kill me when we were sparring. At least you didn't go face to face with death. Klaus replied with an honest look on his face. Gray was staring at the duo as they spoke about him right before him. They weren't even hiding their urge for revenge. He laughed and came to the conclusion never to allow himself to be weaker than they were. If not, he'd be in deep shit. Klaus was already hoping to beat the crap out of him. Given the last experience, Klaus would most likely beat him until he was close to death. His spar with his friend showed him their new strength and how it was almost impossible for them to see a match in the elemental venerable plane. If Gray was taken out of the picture, then Klaus and Reynolds could be considered among the very best in the elemental venerable plane. Even with Gray, they were still considered as such, but Gray didn't make them feel that way. Klaus and Reynolds continued speaking on how Gray was an evil fiend when Alice opened her eyes. Just like Reynolds, she got to the 7th stage. Merging with the Seelie would take her to the 9th stage of the elemental venerable plane. When she saw how the others were doing, she felt a little downcast. Of all of them, she was still the weakest. At a time, she was the strongest in the group, but not only did Gray top her, but Reynolds and Klaus did the same as well. At least she was still in the same stage as Reynolds, but his elemental warrior made it meaningless. The thought of sparring with Gray didn't even come to her mind. Yes, she knew she might be able to stand her ground against some peak venerables with her new strength, but against Gray, there was no need to embarrass herself. You guys are done with your level ups. Now it's my turn, Gray said with a smile. Why didn't you just do it when we were at it? Klaus asked grumpily. Because someone needed to protect you, stupid. Nice, protecting me just to kill me. Get over it. No, hand over a few treasures. There's something good on you, I want it. Get away. I already risked defending the giant race for you, don't annoy me. What are you going to do about it? Reynolds is here, don't think we're afraid of you. Yeah, the two of us can take you on. Alice watched the trio as they started bickering, but from what she was hearing, it was like Gray beat the duo after they were done with their training, and now they wanted to pick a fight with him. Together, they stood a good chance against Gray now, but if he increased his strength to the peak of the elemental venerable plane, then they didn't stand a chance. They bickered for a while before Klaus finally let Gray cultivate. Of course, he didn't stop hurling abuses at him. Gray might be stronger than him, but he wasn't on his level when it came to talking. Before Gray started using the blood essence, he created an intricate array to seal the area, blocking any aura from the blood essence from leaking out. After doing this, and with the help of his friends watching over him, he started to absorb the blood essence of the tortoise. Void was not interested in the tortoise, but he was very interested in the blood essence of the cat-type beast. Gray opted to use the blood essence of the tortoise first. It took a while, but the blood essence started to merge into Gray's body, assimilating with his already beast-like bloodline. Gray's body started to glow with a dark brown light. He had already awakened his Earth domain when he learned the Earth Elemental technique from the old turtle. Now that he was using the blood essence of an Earth Elemental tortoise, the domain came up again, and it started to show signs of transformation. Klaus, seeing this, had tears in his eyes. Why is the world so cruel to us? It hadn't even been up to an hour since his new ability, yet Gray was upgrading his. And 4 domains. Gray didn't use his Earth domain much, and they forgot about it. Now that they saw it coming out on its own, they didn't know what to feel. He really is heads and shoulders ahead of everyone else, Alice remarked. What do you mean heads and shoulders? He's an entire fucking body ahead of everyone. It's just cheating at the moment. Klaus was dejected. He could not compare himself to Gray. Not to forget that Gray also had a water or ice domain, a fire domain, a lightning domain, and now his Earth domain. At least we get to witness his growth. Yeah, I remember the days I was encouraging him to train, Klaus said. That never happened. Klaus' expression darkened, and he retorted, I was close to him before he knew you guys. I don't like talking about our early days much. Alice and Reynolds rolled their eyes. There was no way they would believe his lies. Chapter 1350. The next day. Gray was done with his training. Unfortunately, other than the transformation of his Earth domain, there were no other substantial improvements. He used the blood essence of the cat-type beast and his cultivation got to the peak of the elemental venerable plane. Now of the 4, Klaus and Gray were at the peak. Alice and Reynolds were in the 7th stage and they weren't too far from the peak. They both possessed strength to fight against anyone at the peak, well, mainly Reynolds thanks to his elemental warrior. Alice was a little weaker, but she shouldn't have any problems with fighting others at the peak, as long as they were not on the same level as Gray and the others. Do you guys still want to stay, or should we leave? Gray asked. Their original plan was to explore the Aurora continent, and they've spent quite a lot of time here. He felt it was time for him to leave this place and go to the other continents he hadn't been to before. I'm already at the peak, there's nothing here for me, Klaus said. Given the restrictions here, he didn't want to break through here. Even if he might be able to, the possibility of having to be attacked by the world wasn't something he wanted to attempt. The duo turned to Alice and Reynolds. They were the only two who were still in lower stages. Let's leave. We have already made good improvements here, Alice said. When she came here, she was only in the 4th stage, but now, she has advanced 3 stages thanks to Gray and her efforts. There was no point staying here any further, especially since Gray and Klaus wouldn't really improve here. As much as she wanted to catch up, she knew advancing recklessly would do more harm than good. Reynolds had his elemental warrior, so he was cool with leaving at any time. Gray nodded and turned his attention to the human settlement. The portal leading out was close to the human hideout. Looks like they're after the person who stole from them, he muttered after sensing some unrest on the territory of the giants. Klaus and the others sensed this as well. I think it's best we leave now, Klaus suggested. Gray nodded and they headed for the exit. Their original mission here had been accomplished, so they could leave. The gnomes were all in hiding and couldn't cause any trouble to the humans that were present. The group soon got to the humans' hideout on their way out of the realm. When they got there, Gray saw the group they encountered when they entered. He recalled telling them that they would be free for a week or so to do whatever they wanted since he was going to deal with the gnomes. They thanked Gray when they saw him. If not for his words, they would have missed this golden opportunity. Not just them, but multiple elementalists benefited greatly from Gray's actions of keeping the gnomes at bay. Gray made sure to tell them of his departure. If they continued the same way, they risked getting killed by the gnomes. The gnomes knew he couldn't stay here forever, so they would come back again. By the time they eventually come back and Gray isn't around, they will take out their anger on the humans that were present. Word of Gray leaving started to spread among the other humans. They ensured to keep it within themselves so as to benefit more from Gray's previous actions. The gnomes wouldn't dare to come out now as they were all afraid of Gray. Only after a long period of time passes and they don't hear or see Gray would they realize he isn't in the secret realm anymore. Ilaris and the others soon got word of Gray's departure and she rushed towards the exit. She needed Gray's help and wanted to ensure that he helped her. At the portal, Gray and his friends were just about to leave when Ilaris and Sylvia's brother arrived. You're leaving like that? Ilaris' voice stopped them from leaving. Gray was taken aback and turned to look at the person who spoke. Seeing Ilaris, he didn't know what to see. Klaus and Reynolds on the other hand had their hands on their mouths. Bud, what did you do? Reynolds asked. I must say, she's quite beautiful. You saw her here? Klaus asked with a teasing smile. Gray didn't bother with them. What do you want? You promised to help me with that, but you're leaving like that. Ilaris replied. I didn't promise to help you with anything. You're the one who's forcing me to help you with it. What's the difference? I can't help you out, there are no gnomes present, and I have a lot on my hands right now. But, what does she need help with? I can help out. Klaus moved close to Gray. You can't help. And don't you have someone already? Gray pushed Klaus away. Yeah, but Ray is single. Klaus pointed at Reynolds. Gray facepalmed and said, it's not something you can help out with. Don't bother me. Are you helping me or not? Ilaris asked. When she saw that Gray's friends were in support of her, she wanted to see if they would help her convince Gray. I'm not, you can leave now. Gray turned around, ready to leave. Why are you so stubborn? Ilaris couldn't believe Gray rejected. She added, I can offer you some treasures. I have more than enough. I'm not interested in working for hire. Gray's reply frustrated Ilaris even more. Klaus and Reynolds felt like beating Gray. A pretty girl was asking for his help and he was rejecting her in such a manner, he wasn't even giving her any face. This is why you can never have a girlfriend. Klaus muttered. Gray took a glance at Klaus and said, I didn't say I was looking for one. I have more important things to worry about. This is the end of this video. Thank you guys for listening. Hope you enjoyed and wish you wonderful rest of the day. The Silent Raptor's out.